Hello, hey Poppy, hey we, two of my favorite people. Lenny, I'm giving y'all a real clap, real clap, real clap. I dropped Lippy's link and I dropped Benny's link. I'm not going to show Benny's stuff. I know he wouldn't mind if I did, but I was watching him this morning and he was going over, I will show it to you guys. Pat, so good to see you, Pat. I love seeing Pat. It's always good when you pop in. Because I do. You guys may not think about it, but I miss people when they don't come in and say, hey. It's like, what's wrong? Where's my people? You know what I mean? Well, Lord have mercy. Jesus, take the wheel on this one. Reverend Donna is mad. She's mad. She absolutely is. We're just gonna kind of wait till some people come in and give us a wave. Give us a wave, give us a wave. Not give us away, a wave with a V. Because I know y'all want to give me away. I know it. Yes, Lenny, an exorcism. Maybe I should do that. Oh, she does. Something's wrong. What is wrong with her? For real. Well, it's too late, baby. Now it's too late. Twister's in the house. Twister, I want you to know. And I don't want to, I wasn't saying that your DV wasn't important. I want you to know that. Okay. Honestly, I didn't want there to be a confrontation with you and Jody in chat, basically. Okay. That's what I was trying to get at. That's why I was asking you numerous times to please, this wasn't about that right now. So I don't want you to think that I was disparaging your DV in any way. Okay. My channel is a commentary channel. And when I have people up on panel that are speaking, I don't want there to be an argument with somebody in chat. So I hope you understand that. Hey, Angie's Life. And, so, but I did ask you like 3 times. I mean, holy guacamole. Jeezy wheezy, girl. You were on it. Thank you very much, Chad. Very nice of you. Thank you for shutting my door. KK's in the house. KK, I'm telling you, you and I must have like a partial brain fragment that is the same, because I absolutely watched Lippy. I love Lippy. She puts out some great content. And we'll talk about that a little bit too, for real. But yes, everyone knows that I love to use things for educational purposes. And boy, did Donna Serafina give me something, right? Okay, so anywho, she's angry. Now, I don't know if she had a Snickers bar beforehand, but holy guacamole, I'm serious. So, yes, Benny went over this. Benny, he goes over stuff. I love the way he goes over stuff. But I do it a little bit differently. So I definitely want to give Benny credit because I had not seen this yet. And when I watched Benny, I seen it. So shout out to Benny. Now, are you guys ready to get into this? Opinions, opinions, opinions. Here we go. She lost something, She lost something. But she should know where that something is because she's psychic. Right? And how in the heck double hockey sticks, I am going to try to go 15 minutes without saying the F word. 15 minutes. Okay. There's the link, KK. And Twister, you're more than welcome to take that link if you want to come up here and talk about what you were talking about the other day. There's the link. Feel free to take it and come up and have a conversation about it, okay?
Who are you talking to?
Twister.
Oh, okay.
Well, I blocked her because Jody was up on panel and, she wanted to know why Jody said that something about this person was stalking her. I don't know, but that wasn't the conversation that we were having.
Right. And we don't want to get into personal beefs that people have with each other either,
No, I didn't want to do, I didn't want to, I wasn't trying to disparage the fact that she also had gone through DV. That's not what my intention was with that.
We support both sides, but we don't, it's none of our business what personal beefs people have with each other, like that. Like private beefs. Does that make sense? Maybe I'm saying it wrong.
No, this is my thing. I didn't want my live to be Jody arguing with somebody in chat.
Hey, Grace.
Because that wasn't
right. Because that's kind of a personal beef, like we don't know nothing about that. It's none of our business. You know what I'm saying? And we're not going to distract the guest on the panel. We support the guest on the panel. You're not going to attack her.
Well, I don't think she was really attacking.
I thought Twister was a male too. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, male. I'm sorry.
Is Twister a male?
I think so. Yes. Sorry about that. But no, it wasn't even that. If we were having the conversation,
it would have interrupted the total training process.
It would have sidetracked it, and I really didn't want it to be.
You did the right thing. Hey, super sensible.
Donna reacted things Jody had said. There's Genevieve. Jody had said
Where's
about
Genevieve?
her.
I don't see her.
I just let her on panel.
Oh, hey. I was looking in chat like she blocked me.
I didn't even say hi. I seen there was a link and I took it.
Good sure deal. Did, lady.
RC gives everybody a chance. That's why she's like, come on up, even if she don't know them.
Oh, I'm just now getting off work forever.
Yeah, I like Genevieve.
I've known Genevieve for a long, long time.
Well, I'll say it again. The other night was a really good show with content.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, RC
there was a lot of good. Yeah, well, there was a lot of good information that was shared and a lot of good information to update people on who key players are and doing certain things.
Well, I think also with my channel, and I hope people recognize this, if I have somebody on my channel that is talking, I keep my mouth shut and let them talk.
I'm just listening.
And, listen to what they say. I may ask a few questions here and there because it's really important sometimes to give people that time. Just give them that time. And, I always did want Jody to feel like she was safe over here. We kind of had a setback with Nicolina and Tiffany Marie going after her. But to be honest on that, I thought her and Tiffany had made up. So I was really surprised when Tiffany come up and attacked her the way she did. But that's water under the bridge there, so for sure. Okay, here we go. I'm going to be reading this, and boy, have I got a lot to say. So this is Reverend Donna Serafina's post from 3 hours ago. She must have still been raging over that last live, is the only thing I can figure.
She just showed her true colors in, the mask slip.
Well, and Genevieve.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Genevieve, do you mind saying where the Ziggy Reverend Donna thing kind of was noticed, where they kind of connected at?
Yeah, how did they get so buddy-buddy?
It was in the very beginning that I noticed it, and then it took me this long to realize that they've been knowing each other the whole entire time. And it was like they jumped on it like a duck on a June bug just as soon as that baby's Amber Alert went out.
Because they were associated with, what was it, the Wicca channel or something?
Well, now I had seen interaction on that, and when all this first came out, I was bouncing around trying to get tidbits of information to do what I could do to help in all search efforts, from the internet level to the physical level. That was how I started out. But just watching and listening to what people were saying and commenting on, and listening to what people's opinions were, because sometimes somebody's just basic good old boy fashion opinion goes a long way with trying to collect information that is beneficial in a missing persons case. Because you get people who are acting and talking and out of desperation and out of human compassion, that they will say things and interact with people, and they be in that close community of that family member involved that's missing. Am I making sense?
No. Yeah, you're making sense. But my question was, they seem to have been associated with each other through that Wicca stuff, right?
Well, that was where I picked up on it. I'm not saying that's the word it interlocked at. I'm just saying that's where I picked up on it at.
Okay. All right, here we go, you guys. So it's titled basically Summer Wells. I have no problem standing for and searching for truth. In the midst of a bunch of drug addicts, criminals, and alcoholics who cover for pedos, I can only assume people who run cover for P's or are P's themselves. Think about it. Now, this is what I'm going to say. This is called social media. A lot of people, you don't know who they really are. You don't.
Facts.
You don't know what they've been convicted of prior.
Facts.
And if they don't come out and tell you, you do not know. You do not know.
You know who she reminds me of? You know Ruby Frank?
Yeah.
That's who she reminds me of, Ruby Frank. After her fit the other night, she does.
Oh, you're welcome, Super Sensible. Love you, girl. So, okay. Now, granted, we know a lot of creators who are freaking criminals, right? I mean, we do, right? Okay, Genevieve. And a lot of creators that we also know are recovering addicts. They're recovering.
I'm a recovering addict.
And so
I got 23 years in.
I'd come out and said that a lot of them were criminals, but I don't like to sit on here and discourage addicts who are trying to get their life together.
Right.
So
see, I did 3 years in prison, and I walked out them doors and I didn't look back. And people want to judge. People want to judge people. You don't know my story. You just know I'm still a drug addict, because it don't leave you. It's something that lingers the rest of your life, and you just got to fight that demon every day.
I'm not sure if her daughter was an addict. I'm not sure, Grace. I know that she did lose a daughter, And my heart goes out to her for that, for real.
Thank you, Lee.
I don't know why she's losing her shit so bad.
Something's going on.
But I have this question for her. She is associating herself with Fred and Ziggy. Fred manufactured a substance that we all know is a substance that makes people hallucinate. From what I hear from people, it makes them want to have sex. It makes them do horrible things to people. So how is she on here discrediting everyone the way that she is?
And you got them two on panel with you.
And you got those two on, of all the people, you got those two on panel with you.
See, Ziggy and Fred should have dropped when she started doing all that shit, because that's what I would do. Because if you're on panel with somebody and they start this stuff like Donna was, you're just as much involved with that as they are. If you don't step up and say something when they're wrong or leave the show. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. The thing with Donna is, I don't think, this is just my opinion, I don't think she's ever really went around and watched some of the content with,
like how she went after Benny. I don't think she really knows Benny like we do, you know?
Well, I mean, you know, to each their own or whatever, but you know, the thing about it was none of it's set right. None of this whole situation has set right with me.
Do you have the video of when she went after Benny and White Boy?
I think Lippy's got it.
And when Jody Sue went up on panel?
Because
they cut that out, and I want to see it all. There's like Jody went up there twice.
Yeah, I played it yesterday.
Would you mind to play it again today for people that didn't hear it?
Yeah,
I don't remember it. And let me see if Flies. Well, I can't. I'm on my phone. See if Flies has.
I texted Benny her and White told her I was going live. So
Flies, get in here. Lenny might have it.
She might be busy because she's been really busy doing some stuff.
Oh, I get you.
She sent me some pictures of bourbon balls she was making. I was like, oh my God.
Oh, I don't like them, but that's like my childhood. My grandmother used to make them. It's a Kentucky thing too, you know. They're really
and I know Flies has it. I just don't know if she's got to.
Lenny, hey love. Yet. Lenny has a lot of clips too. Lenny, do you happen to have the live where Donna went off and the part where she went off on White Boy and Benny and the 2 times Jody Sue went up there?
I know I think it's, let me find Lippy's channel. I just pulled Lippy's channel.
Lippy does amazing.
Well, I've got her stuff pulled up, but I don't want to, let me finish reading this.
Okay, we get sidetracked. Sorry. Okay,
so she says, think about it. When a pedophile protector and a pedophile promoter and a pedophile allower step forward to show you who they are, believe them. Now, granted, yeah, but let me tell you this. She was having conversations with Dawn Wells, right? Reverend Donna was having conversations with Dawn Wells. How can she do that and be okay with that when it is a known fact what Dawn did to his 5-year-old stepsister, right? It doesn't, none of it's adding up. She said when a person tells you she knows her husband is providing substances to children to be assaulted, believe her. All right. Jody has said over and over that she was speaking about marijuana. Yeah. Well, I think that's what happened. This is just my opinion. I think that they thought they were going to do that live and they were going to make a shit ton of money off of it. And then they didn't, right?
I don't know. They might have. They got a lot of people talking about it. I think that's what they wanted.
Well, the thing about it is, especially with YouTube, I can do a live and make 40 cents off of it.
Yeah.
To
See, look,
make
everybody, like Benny, she went after people that has big channels
she goes, yeah,
to get clout. Because they're going to come back and look at Sweetie Pie's live that she done, the one that she edited. You know, they're going to want to come to that channel to see what happened. Because we're
well,
just giving
that's what I
clips out here and there.
Matt.
Well, now don't
Matt,
they?
I have been praying for your family so much. I want you to know that, Matt. It is so good to see you. It really is. And I'm still praying for real. Love Matt. Love Matt. Okay. Yeah, she didn't do it on her own channel. She never does. She was trying to have a conversation with everybody in Beach Creek. Right. Well, why didn't she talk to Lips? That's great, Matt. That is so cool.
You know, RC, after me and you talked a little briefly yesterday about that, I thought about that yesterday evening too. There's so many players in this. Why aren't you seeing them up on panels and them talking about those individuals in the same capacity that they were talking about Jody Sewell?
I think this is just my opinion totally. I think the only reason that Donna and Ziggy kind of, are huggy, right? Is because Donna is, from what she says, like a psychic medium, and then Ziggy, she's trying to do her tarot cards and everything else. This is a question I have. If Fred knows so much that he could help find out where Summer's at, why isn't he in Tennessee? Why is he sitting in Indiana with Ziggy and trying to explain different locations and stuff? Why don't him and Donna go to Tennessee together and, why don't they do a road trip together? I wonder why. And it probably could be because I don't think anybody'd want to go back to Tennessee with freaking Fred. I can tell you that right now. But yeah, she lost her shit. Okay. What? Go ahead.
In my opinion, this is my opinion of Fred Hill. Fred Hill does not know what he claims to know, but he knows so much more of what others want to know that he's playing the part in the writing of the script.
Let me say this. How the fuck is she okay with Fred, who tells her that he was basically had went to a trap house that day, right? It was that day when Summer went missing, I believe. I'll listen to it again if I have to, and says that he went to deliver substances to a freaking trap house.
And Fred did that?
Him. Yeah, Fred said that. I don't know if it gives you super memory, I really don't. I don't know how it could, unless you're remembering stuff like the shadow people watching you and stuff, right? Hey, Mean Beans. Okay, so hate channels that promote and protect pedos seem abundant around the case of Summer Wells. Seems like the substance addicted pedo criminal element on YouTube is in a tizzy. Well, I'm going to say this right now. I do not protect any pedos on my channel, nor am I a substance addict. So she needs to kind of regroup on that shit, because not all of us are like that at all. Yes. Yeah, he lost his own kids, Lenny. Yeah. I mean, freaking crazy. Oh, are you? Hey, Nicole. Mean Beans is Nicole. Okay. So,
hey, Nicole, love you.
They do not want the truth out. Fred Hill started working for the police on day one of the Summer Wells disappearance. When I started telling him clues for my readings, he knew who and where I was talking about. Now, let me ask you this. Don't y'all find that strange? Don't y'all find that strange? That from day one, Fred inserted himself into this missing girls case. Inserted himself. So much so that he says that law enforcement was like, come with us, Fred. We need your wisdom of the holler to drive us around to these places. And, that's weird shit. That was weird shit.
That's weird shit. And it also sounds like somebody else that we know of that claims that when they get involved with crap too. Because no law enforcement.
Hang on a minute.
And the way Fred Hill is talking, he's talking like a dang informant.
I agree with you, Genevieve. I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them did that. Well, we've got Fred, we've got Ernie, we got Finds Ryan's Truth now.
I can't stand him.
We've got so many people who have inserted themselves in. Now, I'm not going to sit here and demean people or call them names for
this is all just our opinion.
For going out and searching for Summer. But it's the way that some of them have done it. Fred, who says he wasn't there that day, all of a sudden is there that day.
It knows all kinds of shit.
I wonder why I don't know. Okay, so.
And he had the cameras and stuff too, don't forget that.
Oh yeah, all the cameras.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the pedo-run hate channels run by pure trash, substance-addicted criminals are having a tizzy fit. Ignore them like you would anybody else who have spent their life preying on others and is now hoping that you will give them today's substance money for real. Those people I haven't seen on YouTube for a while. I mean, Marlena, she was one. Turned out that Cam and Allie had a substance problem. They were getting funds from everybody. So, yes, there have been a few. There have been. We've seen it. But you can't peg everybody. She says, see what has their panties in a twist in this interview with Fred Hill. Is that the neighbor? Fred Hill is talking with me and explaining some of my readings and the people or places I could be referring to. Everywhere that Fred has told her, I just don't get it. She says, oh, and this here is a woman. Think about it. Why are the protectors so angry? Clinging bells provide a distraction. So does noisy substance addicts, but they will not stop Fred Hill and they will not stop me. Who exactly is she talking about? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know who exactly she thinks she's talking about. Anybody that doesn't agree with her? Anybody who... I didn't even listen to the whole second part. I agree, Mean Beans. I agree.
So okay. Sorry, it randomly just kicks me off. I hate that. I don't know why it does it.
Okay. Think about it. Why are they protecting? Why are the pea protectors so angry? Clinging bells provide a distraction, so does noisy substance addicts, but they will not stop Fred Hill and they will not stop me. So she's okay.
That's weird.
She's okay with Fred being a substance manufacturer selling, hey, Mr. A, to people who could have been harming children. She's okay with that. She's okay that Fred got his kids taken away a long time ago. She's okay with that. She's okay with Ziggy, who has admitted her addictions. She's okay with that. And I seen a clip, it might have been Lippy that put it out, where Ziggy she had mentioned, when Dawn Wells said, about just getting the daughter back, and my subs were up in arms about it. Let me fucking tell you something. I know for a fact Ziggy herself said she needs to go back and watch her own shit. She admitted that when she was having all these problems, her mother had her child. Her mother had her child. Ziggy got her child back. Okay? And kudos to her for that. But how, and Ziggy acted like when Dawn made that comment, I don't know, people were like, oh, yes, Ziggy, you fucking admitted it. So when Dawn Wells was having that conversation, you damn well know that he was talking to you because y'all had that conversation about your addictions and your daughter being with your mother. That is what that conversation was. You damn well fucking know it. You got it in your shit. Go back and look at your own shit before you want to come out here and fucking motherfuckers.
Amen.
All right. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. I'm with
it just pisses me off.
Me too. You're saying what we all want to say.
And so this is what she says. And this here is an interview with Fred Hill. Later, I'll be going over the facts that we uncovered, just so you can make sure in case you didn't get a chance to see this. So, hey, push in your own channel. Go ahead, sister. Nobody cares about that, right? Okay. Understand that we've established the location of a few things and a few people who were involved that have been using other YouTube errors to try to smear the truth. What does that mean? What the fuck's that mean?
I know what that means.
I mean, what the
I've actually experienced that.
What
that would give me a stroke trying to read that shit.
I mean,
they're the ones that if anybody comes in chat or comes up on the panel with a very strong supported hypothesis or opinion for people to think about, and it goes against their agenda, they're out to defame them and demoralize them and discredit them. And that's what their goal and their role has been the entire damn time, is to push an agenda to redirect attention.
Yeah, I seen that, Karen. I'm going to show that. Here in a minute. Yeah, because she pushed herself as being the hero in the Daybell case. And I've got a clip of an attorney, the detective in the Daybell case saying, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. So, okay. So she immediately is going for claiming everyone, I guess, that doesn't agree with her are pedos, pedoprotectors, substance addicts. She's really laying the claim to whoever. I mean, and I'll say this, and I'll say it 1,000 times, what she did to Jody, and I think she did it for attention. I truly think what she did to Jody, she did it for attention.
I agree.
And then when it was done, they had to take that part out because they didn't want to get struck on that.
And see, she was mad because Jody wouldn't talk to her. Jody wouldn't have nothing to do with her.
Well,
and that triggered her,
Well, let me tell you, if this is her, I wouldn't have wanted to talk to her to start with either.
I don't blame Jody. Jody can talk to whoever she wants to. She's a grown woman. She has that right. She can talk to whoever she wants to. And she can deny whoever she wants to talk to her. That's her right.
And let me tell you something. I get so sick of people saying Jody didn't let people search. I get so just sick of people, you know, I'm not going to sit up here and say Jody's perfect. She's a fucking human being. But she wasn't treated like one. She damn sure wasn't treated like one.
Yeah, Karen, when I heard it, when RC played it yesterday, like it triggered me really bad. Like, because I'm a domestic violence survivor, you know, and I'm a recovering addict. And it just, even though it's false, you know, according to Jody, in her opinion, well, it's her story, you know, I can't.
And look how wide this is that, you know, she says, oh, we've established the location of a few things and a few people. Okay. She talking about a barn that Summer was handed off in. There's 1,000 fucking barns in Beach Creek. You know, now she's trying to say that it was a barn that was across the street from a certain location. Exploited from Fields Road or whatever, right? And this is what I'm saying. Why don't y'all freaking tell us where she's at right now? Because telling us that there's a couple hunchback fuckers in Beach Creek don't say shit to me. I'm sorry. It doesn't mean anything. Oh, yeah, she threatened Jody. She sure did. She sure did. Okay. Then she says, like I said, the pedo protectors and the pedos themselves. In fact, why aren't these YouTube pedophiles? ? What? If they've been hanging around with pedos, they've been supporting pedos, and most importantly, trying to get you to attack anyone that tries to protect children, then you might have to wonder what you're watching and who. Question. I have a question. Okay. I forgot what my question was.
I do that all the time. I get so mad at myself. And I'll think about it until I figure out what it was. Go ahead.
I got a question. This terminology that they're using about pedo protectors, I got news for all of them that are screaming that shit. They're still damn human beings. Regardless of what kind of crimes they committed, they're still human beings.
Jen?
Yeah, that's what who is she talking about when she says that?
The pedo protectors. Who is it?
It would have, the only thing I can think of with all of the mess that's already been exposed is that those pedo protectors are protecting their investment for their damn drug deals going on, because that was one of their go-tos. Has it not been one of the comments that they've made in their go-tos every time they bring this shit up? Is that these pedophiles that they've been catering to also had drug habits?
Yes. Yes. And this is the thing too. This is what gets me when she says trying to attack anyone that tries to protect children. How is what she's doing protecting anybody? How is that?
She ain't protecting nobody.
All she done was re-victimize victims of domestic violence and addiction.
Well, it was the wrong platform for the type of content they were covering, for one.
I agree 1,000%. I mean, she came at Jody bad.
Insane. It triggered me. And it takes a lot to trigger me these days, but that really triggered me. And like, even if I didn't like Jody, that was wrong.
Well, and this is what gets
Jody,
me.
though.
I've never protected any of them over here. Actually, my channel, I've never had a conversation with any of them. Only Jody's the only one I've ever let on my panel and had a conversation with. She's the only one. And
Dudley's the only one I've talked to.
Well, I know, but he was an admitted meth addict. I mean,
But you know,
That's
this
the
was
thing
years ago
about
when I
it.
talked to him.
She said, as for me, I sleep just fine at night, being on the side of the child who was abused and trying to find help for that child. She said she had nightmares all the time.
I'm getting a lot of robotic feedback. I'm going to jump down and come back in here just in a few minutes. So is that okay, RC?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right, Dawn. I guess I better pin my link.
You still there, RC?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just
hello. Now I can't hear.
Well, I don't know why you can't hear me, girl.
I'm gonna jump down and come back too. What the heck?
Okay, I'm gonna pin the comment real quick, the link real quick, so I don't have to keep dropping it. Pin message. Okay, it's pinned. Okay, so she said that the child Summer Wells, a victim of these very types of trashy talkers, a victim of bad people. And look, I agree with that. I totally agree that Summer was around very bad people.
Me too.
Absolutely.
It was a trap house. She, you know,
but
in my opinion,
this is the thing. We fucking know what Don did. Don admitted to what he did. Don spent a lot of time complaining and going after his stepsisters and anybody who stood behind them as victims. Don didn't like that. I seen Don spending more time trying to bash his own fucking family than looking for his own daughter.
He didn't even know how many days his own daughter was missing. And Brandy knew every single day, single minute, second, hour.
KK,
Brandy knew all that.
KK, they couldn't even tell Molly what her fucking birthday was.
Right. And she don't even have a birth certificate, allegedly. Remember that?
Yeah. Yep. So, I mean, crazy shit. So, okay, thanks, Chad. So yeah, she sleeps fine at night. Criminals, convicts, substance addicts, and trash talkers want you to believe they are the arbiter of truth.
She just grouped a whole group of people that was watching her show together, like the addicts and stuff. She's just
my thing is, why the fuck she got Reverend in front of her name? Because she ain't Reverend anything. I mean, that's crazy. She says, please do not give them any money.
That she wants the money. She's like a cult leader.
I want to know exactly who the fuck she's talking about.
Right. I don't know either.
She said
I couldn't even think of it.
They do this daily Jerry Springer wannabe act to get their daily substances, alcohol, and cigarette money, then come back on here to mumble some more. Wow. So what she did wasn't a Jerry Springer moment?
Oh my God. That was beyond Jerry Springer.
Girl, Jerry would have loved her. For real. For real. What did who do with the SD cards? Go ask Reverend Donna Serafina in search of. Go ask Reverend Donna where the SD cards went.
She'll see where they went.
Those SD cards have been explained over and over and over.
I know. I'm tired of hearing about them. I'm so tired of hearing about the SD cards. I
mean, and we're going to talk about the phones. I will get into the phones at another time. Tim Mullins. I keep saying I'm going to talk about Tim Mullins, and then my mind doesn't. It's like,
I think he's irrelevant. I don't know. I think he's irrelevant.
You think he's just a fucking weirdo that
that wanted money case? And yeah, I do.
So Dee said we all know exactly who she's implying. Yeah, after that statement, yeah.
Yeah,
she says a waste of everybody's time, and they do have a sincere commitment to sidelining this case. They have been running cover for pedos since the beginning. Okay, well, Who exactly? I mean, look, we of course, with the research into Beach Creek and stuff, and even just Kingsport, we came out with a lot of individuals' names that have been arrested for doing shit to children. No doubt about that. But who are these people covering for? Like she's saying, who are they? And this is the thing that I tried to explain to everybody. With Jodi, there are two situations. There's her DV with Andy, and then there's Summer's case. And Donna got all shitty, like you're talking about him doing all these things, but then you're defending him on other things. Absolutely. If let me say this, if Jodi knew or thought Andy was guilty of anything to do with Summer, her ass isn't going to tell Reverend Donna Serafina. She's going to go to law enforcement. Just like she said 1,000 times, there are things that she has talked to with law enforcement that is not to be put out here on social media. So, I mean, I guess some people just don't listen. Okay. According to wait a minute. None of the pedo protectors and the pedo promoters and the pedo allowers who had it going on right across the road, who knew and spent the last 2 years trying to convince you that her husband was providing substances for that, then thereby knowing that their husband's a substance dealer, yet stayed with said substance dealer, molester, wife beater, and did not have a problem with his activities until he left her. That
it's hard reading that, ain't it?
Yeah.
It's like she don't know, she ain't got good grammar.
Well, not necessarily. I understand what she's saying though, because she's saying that Jodi was good with Andy until he left her. And then that's when she came out on social media to talk about him. But Jodi with her channel, what she was trying to do, and she's talked about it over here before, was talk about the DV. Now, this is interesting. According to Fred Hill, the Bernards is the only family in the Hollow who refused to put their dogs away and wouldn't let the police search the property. We know that's not true. She did let them search her property.
Right. If she didn't, they would have got a warrant or something. Something would have came out of that if she didn't.
Yeah, law enforcement would have been like, we're all over this holler, and you're telling us we can't search your property?
They would have went to the judge and got a warrant. Guarantee
they would have.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, well, it probably would have took a while for a warrant, but
no, they get them pretty quick with something like that, and the judge he can be at home and approve it. You know what I mean?
She said, there is much more to this interview. I will probably do my own analysis of the new information. She said, as for me, I sleep just fine at night because I know God is on my side and that I'm on the side of protecting children. Jesus said that whoever harms a child should have a millstone around their neck and put in deep, deep water. That's funny that she mentions that because I said that on my live. I read that on my live.
Right.
Our kind and loving Jesus drew the line at harm of children. The people who have run cover for perpetrators, the hate channels here on YouTube, who would protect a killer pedo, are most likely the same as those are running cover for. They will not stop our truth for search. If you follow the case of Summer Wells and you have not seen this interview with Fred Hill, I highly suggested, as it does have actually only new information I know of that comes out in the last couple years. So she's pushing that interview really hard. Really hard.
Yeah, that was a money grab for sure.
I don't understand why she believes Fred so freaking much. I don't understand that.
There's something going on there. I'm not talking like sexual or nothing, but something weird is going on with all that. How are they like really buddy? I mean, I don't know.
Well, because, you know, Fred is it's pinned, Genevieve, the link's pinned.
I can't stand Donna. I can't.
Well, I never really paid that much attention to her. And when she talked, look, I'm not even saying everything that she talked about is not truthful, because I mean, obviously it is. If Fred's telling her where properties and stuff were at.
But when you mix what she done in with the case, you lose what your main point that you're trying to get when you do the bullshit. Sorry, I don't know how to say stuff. Does that make sense?
No, you're fine. Yeah.
Like they're trying to talk to Fred and stuff and about Summer, but if you go off the rails like Donna did on people, you totally lose your plot.
Right.
Grumpy Granny, hello. Or Grandma.
She's using Fred to get info on the local layout and people so she can get new info for her new reading. Yeah, I agree, Grumpy Grandma. I do agree. When she said that about she sure did. She laid it out and said exactly what her readings told her about Summer. So I'm wondering who she's protecting. Because she sure wanted to have a conversation with Dawn Wells. She sure did. Wanted to have a conversation with Dawn Wells. Why?
She wanted to with Ziggy, or not Ziggy, Jody too. And that's why she got so pissed at her, because Jody wouldn't talk to her.
Yeah, she did get very angry about that. She sure did. I mean, just craziness. There is one, I want to show this. Hang on. Okay, this is from Lippy. This is about the Daybell case that Donna said that she gave them all the information and that's how they found the kids and blah, blah, blah.
He went on to serve as the lead investigator in the case, and he testified under oath in court. Here's what he said about psychics.
We got to talk about the psychics.
Let's talk about psychics.
I love the psychics. Now, please know, I do not believe in psychics, but I love a good, oh, you got some tarot cards? I want to know all about it. So what is your relationship with the Reverend Donna Serafina Donna? One of those is her actual name. I'm never sure which way her name goes.
Okay, so I'll give you the scoop. You ready?
Yes, please.
Okay. Early on, we would get a call from a lot of psychics. That's when we had the tip hotline set up, and we would get tips from everybody. So we would get a psychic that called in and said, the kids are in a bunker. They're being held in Montana. Or I can see the kids. They're in a hole. They can't talk. They're hungry. They're tired. And so they would give us that. Or I could see the kids up in a mountain somewhere. Donna said what she said. So we really can't take those psychic tips seriously because we have to have foundation and facts and evidence in order to follow up with things. Now, I'll say that the psychics had zero to do with us finding JJ and Tylee.
Zero to do with it. Thank you, KK.
You're welcome.
Lippy's link is also at the very beginning of the live. I put it in there. In my opinion, Ziggy and Fred might be the key to solving this case, but he might not like what part that it will be if this. I agree, exploited.
Grumpy, let's not advertise that stuff, please.
What stuff?
she's advertising. I'm not going to say, just read her comment and you'll see what I mean. I don't think we should advertise for her. She's horrible. That's advertisement. You might not realize it, Grumpy, but.
I didn't. Oh, she wants to be famous. She has her book on Amazon.
Yeah, that's kind of advertising. She has a book.
I mean, she does, and she's got all kinds of. She gives psychic medium classes.
You're good, Grumpy.
Let me tell you something. I never thought that I could take a class and learn how to be psychic.
Right. Aren't you born with that? You're supposed to be born with it.
Also,
don't be sorry, Grumpy. You're good.
No, Grumpy Grandma, you're good.
You're good. Darling. You're good, love.
This is what gets me, because somebody had commented earlier about she sure dumped on Find Ryan's Truth really quick, and it would seem to me that he would be the person that she would be aligned with, because he's the one in the area going to all these places to look, right? So why did she dump on Ryan so quickly?
Right.
Is it because
she just lost her mind, and it's weird? Like, is she going through a midlife crisis or something? Or
Find Ryan's Truth. Find Ryan's Truth dumped Fred very quickly and wanted nothing more to do with Fred. Fred was trying to get him to go with somebody that Ryan didn't even know, to go try to find the cave. Weird shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
He grew too fast in his competition.
Yeah. He's got a big channel. She went after everybody's got clout.
And you guys know I'm for real over here. I tell you guys how I feel about everything. I don't have a problem with Ryan. I have a problem with Ryan and Andy's friendship. I think it's
I have
weird.
A problem with Ryan. I have a personal problem
and
with that.
I have a problem with how they've gone about kind of making a joke out of Summer, only because they took a trip to Florida. They stopped at a freaking playground where they were watching children. Okay? That shit was weird to me. Another thing that was weird, and I ugly cried about this, is the fact that his wife had a shovel and was acting like she was, digging through a shit barrel, and they were supposed to be looking for a little girl. That
he done that with the pile of dirt too.
That bothered me.
Yeah, also, you can tell when they're faking it.
His wife, okay, who all of a sudden his wife, has these visions or feelings or whatever. Within a short period of time, she has opened up her senses because somebody taught her, and now she is a full-blown psychic. I mean, how does that happen?
You're born with that. If you're like that.
Happen?
I'm going to mute for about 5-10 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay, darling.
I'm going to stay up here though and listen.
Okay.
That's okay.
I'm going to play this part of Lippy's too.
I could just imagine Lori trying to cross me on something like that. She would probably have some questions for me then.
That wasn't speculation from YouTube. That was the detective who handled the case from day one, saying it directly. Psychics did not help solve the disappearance of Tylee and JJ. So when Ziggy and Sweetie Pie Low held up Donna Serafina as the psychic who cracked the case, they weren't repeating facts. They were inflating a myth.
It's in works. They're not gonna be getting away with this. And it's awesome. And here's just more confirmation from this lady. She says, telling us to rest assured that the people that did this are going to be, they will also find her body. And that would be amazing. I mean, it'd be more amazing if we could find her alive.
Okay, let me keep playing this.
Somebody just took her because they thought she was being abused or whatever and trying to keep her safe. But, according to this lady, she does not see that. She sees that Summer was sold And the main reasons was because CPS was hot on their trail and they were afraid that this sexual abuse, all the sexual abuse was going to come out. You know, Summer was getting to an age where she can talk about what's going on with her and stuff. She was about to start school. And also, you know, Candace is just she was jealous of the attention.
Okay, so let's just get into that a little bit. Could Candace have been jealous? Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not going to say that's not true. I don't know. Was Summer getting ready to start school? Absolutely. But what you need to remember is, why would Candace have went and enrolled Summer in school if she was concerned that things were going to be said when Summer went to school? And it's kind of a question. So, for sure.
That Dawn gave Summer, and she was tired of seeing Dawn want to mess around with Summer all the time. It's sick, but it's just the truth.
How can you claim that as truth? How can you claim that as factual truth? And this is the thing, Ziggy. If Dawn Wells was doing that with Summer, you took your daughter to Beach Creek. You took your daughter there. Not knowing any of these freaking people. Sorry, getting a little feisty.
But yeah, $50,000. Isn't it interesting that amount $50,000 comes up again? $50,000. Is that all their daughter's life was worth? Was $50,000? Really?
Thing about it is $50,000. It's very unfortunate. But hey, Deb, there are individuals who will sell their daughters for a hit off the fucking crack pipe. They will sell their children for substances for a lot less. And there has been different amounts of money that have come out in this case.
Really? $50,000 hasn't even buy a house. Like, that's all your daughter's life was worth?
Not for you, Ziggy.
Sick.
That registration is one reason I have doubt that Candace is guilty. Not impossible, of course. I may be planned, but still, I hold that doubt. Yeah, it does make you doubt, right? Super sensible. For real. She didn't have to go down there and enroll Summer in school, right?
Yeah, that was about the most shocking info, was that RR about the Hunter, and they know there was 100% a sexual, you know, they were sexually involved, Hunter and Candace, and so
And that's not factual either. Hunter has not came out and admitted that. Do a lot of people think that? Hey, the mouse. I mean, yeah, a lot of people think that. But there has been no factual information that has come out to prove that. None whatsoever. And just because you might think it doesn't mean it's factual. I'm just saying. And I have a lot of beliefs on a lot of things too, you guys. But I can't in good faith come out here and claim that things are factual that we don't know. We don't know.
I'm sure, and obviously, Hunter is not of age. And also, Candace was harassing Hunter's girlfriend, an underage girl, because she's a jealous freak.
Even Hunter wasn't spared. Just 14 years old.
If she was a jealous freak, why didn't she get jealous of you being at 110 Ben Hill Road? Why didn't she get jealous of you being around Dawn? Right?
The kid, pulled into the spotlight of adult rumors and online speculation. What should have been protected information became YouTube content. Instead of helping a child connected to a missing girl, creators used his name for clicks. And from there, the theories only got darker, stranger, and more detached from reality. That should have been the moment to stop. A child's name in headlines, a family under siege. It should have been enough to make anyone pull back.
Yep.
But instead, the story took a hard turn from tragedy to theater.
Yes, it did.
What began as visions and sources turned into casting calls where every new rumor came with a new villain to match.
Exactly.
That's right. A man from a 1960s sitcom became...
Oh my gosh, Flippy! Okay, so Reverend Donna freaking sits there and says that there is a guy that looks like... So we got a hunchback person and we got a guy that looks like Darren Stevens. I wish I could do a side-by-side. I don't know how to do it. Look at Fred and look at Darren Stevens. That's all I'm going to say. Fred has many different, hair looks and all kinds of stuff, right? Well, Deb, I appreciate your opinions on that, but I'm kind of not going in that direction today, but I appreciate your opinions on that.
The blueprint for Ziggy's next investigation. Donna said her vision showed a man who looked like him, black and white, clean cut, straight out of TV land. And Ziggy ran with it.
Oh, I got to tell you guys about a dream I had last night. It was fucking weird. So myself and Flies and Poppy are sitting at this table. And Benny was in my dream only because I was watching Benny before I fell asleep.
Oh, you dreaming about Benny. Hey, Jody.
Right.
How you doing? Hope you're good.
Well, not in a weird way. But anyhow.
I'm just fucking with you.
So we're sitting at this table. And I'm not sure what we're doing because all I remember is the table picked itself up and threw itself back down on the ground. So it was some kind of a fucking investigation, psychic shit going on or whatever. And then Benny was there and another girl, and it even said her name in my dream, and I can't remember what her name was.
Hey, don't you hate it when you dream like that? It's like, what
I wish I could remember what her name was. But Benny and the girl, they were hot on the case. They were looking for the spirit. Thank you, Benny. You were a spirit finder in my dream last night. It was really weird. I just remembered that. Hey, Jody, what is up? Okay. All right. So I'm telling you guys, if you go back through the many faces of Fred Hill, somebody tell me if they ever see one that looks like the old Darren Stevens. But you got to remember when she says that, right? I'm laughing at the Darren Stevens thing. I remember when she did that, it had nothing to do with me being called Kravitz. That's funny. Oh, so yeah, now we got, and when Bewitched was on, there were actually two different Darren Stevens. So she said black and white picture, but who fucking knows, right? Okay, here we go.
Panels started holding lineups like game shows, comparing jawlines, hairlines, and whoever happened to be near Ben Hill that week. Neighbors, church members, even volunteers, anyone could be the new Darren if the lighting was bad enough.
And this is what I'm going to say about David Dotson. I truly don't believe David Dotson had anything to do with Summer actually going missing. But he came into the church a few days before. He left that church soon after. So a lot of people are wondering if he wasn't just their scapegoat, right? Maybe they were using him, Andy's kindness. I've heard people say that. So
RC?
Each comparison.
Yeah.
I know David Dotson from Chattanooga and Dunlap, Tennessee.
Okay.
He's not as innocent as people think he is.
Okay. So let me ask you this, because I remember a story going around, something about a church burning down, and him and Don Wells, maybe he told much truth and was booted. You know, Jody, that's interesting that you make the comment like that, because David Dotson, when he first came out, and it is on my playlist, I do have the David Dotson interview with Unmasked somewhere in my lives. And it was, he said he was standing there with law enforcement, and Candace showed all of the kids swimming that day. All of the kids swimming that day. Hey, Robin. Long time no see. David Dotson left the church with a super young wife. Yeah, he did. He got married and I believe started going back to a Baptist church. That was just weird, right? Hey, Leslie.
I know he was bouncing SDA churches in the lower south. Hold on, I'm tongue tied. I know he was bouncing SDA churches in the lower southeastern counties of Tennessee within the 20 years that I lived in that area. And I knew who he was, and I was shocked to even see him associated with the Summer Wells case because of an incident that I do have knowledge of that happened between the church over in the Brainerd area of Chattanooga and what happened at the little church in Dunlap, Tennessee. He was asked to leave the congregation for inappropriate behavior.
That brings me to the picture of Robin Lane sitting in the back of the church. It was only her and Summer sitting back there. David Dotson was also back there. He was sitting in the other row by himself. And that was weird to me. I can show it to you guys. Zab Girl has a lot of stuff on the church over on her channel. But how do you remember how young the girl was, Genevieve?
I don't exactly know the exact age, but it estimated somewhere between 10 and 15 years difference. Is what I can remember.
Okay. But underage, definitely underage, right?
Well, if she might not have been underage, but she was not into full adulthood if she was an adult age.
Right.
Does that make sense? Right. I mean, once you reach adult age, there's a level of maturity that you are actually recognized as an adult. And I don't think she was at that age of maturity.
But we will say allegedly, because I don't have any news reports or anything on that. But you've been in that area for a long time, Genevieve, so...
I lived in the southeastern parts of East Tennessee for over 20 years. And my background and career allowed me to have access to a lot of things. And whenever I seen him on the news, bells and whistles went off immediately because I knew the man. I don't know him on a personal, invite him to a barbecue, but I knew who he was.
Right. Because
he actually made the news there.
Oh. Jody said he was told and seen some of the exact things I did right after Summer vanished. When he spoke on it, I think it ticked folks off. What he said is how I knew he was being truthful once I heard it eventually. And see, what was really weird to me was because this allegedly was after Summer went missing, Robin was calling him to take pizza and stuff to 110 Ben Hill Road. So he also was one of the first people on the hill. He was up on the hill right after Summer went missing. He was allegedly preaching, saying prayers and shit with Dawn and Candace up there. That was way before Robin even got there. He had already been up on that hill. he went down the hill when they made everybody leave because of the dogs and stuff. So, absolutely, he was the first ones.
Well, I don't want people to misunderstand my statement and what and my information I just shared either. Now, the man has a lot of compassion for others. So he may just be one of those individuals that, I wouldn't say wrong place, wrong time, but maybe he was just displaying enough compassion for the people he was familiar with in the community to just be there. I mean, he could have just been an innocent, compassionate individual that had a good relationship with the family through the church. I mean, you can't fault somebody for being that way, but we don't need to overread anything that on speculation either. Not now.
Thank you, Dee. Dee knows about the fire at the church that I was talking about. Jody said they wouldn't let him up there until late that night. Well, that's weird to me, Jody, because Robin Lane says that he had already been up on the hill. Her words. He had already been up on the hill, and then he had came down when she got there, and they couldn't go back up until the dogs and stuff was done, right? If he is a photographer, then he would have picked up that Summer was not receptive. She was not receptive when she was sitting in that church pew. For real. Okay, let's get back to Lippy.
Each photo, each wild guess was another accusation
You're more than welcome
broadcast
to come
thousands.
up and hang out if you want.
The bewitched hunt wasn't about finding truth. It was about feeding the algorithm.
Yes, it was.
And every time Ziggy said, "Could it be him?"
Yep.
Another innocent person was dragged into a fantasy built from a psychic's imagination and a YouTuber's desperation.
It's a guy's name off of Bewitched. Remember old black and white Bewitched? What's his name? Daryl or Daryl? She says that the guy who bought Summer looks like him. And so I guess the Gatlinburg trip that they took before Summer's disappearance was all so these people, this pedophile ring, this Daryl lookalike, can see if they want to purchase Summer.
She knew that the name was Darren. They had fits in the road and were weeding out folks, including Andy. Yeah, that's what I heard too, that, as these people were coming into the holler, law enforcement was checking them out, right? Just good old Daryl, for real. So my thing with the Gatlinburg thing, and I'll say this again, if there was someone at Gatlinburg, yeah, Daryl and his other brother, Daryl, yeah. If someone was at Gatlinburg to decide if they wanted to purchase a 5-year-old little girl, someone had to have known. Someone had to have told them, right?
And I got a good idea who that was.
Anybody recall Darren Stevens having a hunchback or a stammer? I don't know. I'd have to go back and watch. You think Ernie look alike? You think Ernie looks like Darren Stevens? That's interesting.
I think Xander does.
Do you really? I don't know. I'd have to pull up a picture of Xander because I hadn't really looked at Xander for a long time.
I'm not trying to bash or anything. I'm not receptive to negative feedback on that. I just made a comparison.
No, Jody, there was not a barn in Bewitched. Not that I remember.
Actually, there was, Jody Sue. It was when they went back in time episodes. I do remember a barn being in that episode.
Oh, yeah, I got to be careful because I get the Green Acres mixed up with, Green Acres is the life for me. Farm living is the place I'll be. I don't know the song, but anyhow.
Yes, you do.
Only Errol I remember is the weirdo around Don Wells. Green Eyes, it's been too long on all this. Sorry. Daryl being around Don Wells. Well, let me say something about Green Eyes that cracked me up, okay? Is when he called Jody at like, Jody, what time was it? 3 o'clock in the morning? 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, he called you and was saying all that weird shit. I'm like, okay, well, we know Green Eyes has that number, so.
Or say can somebody set me straight on something that I've been pondering for some time? I'm trying to determine, is Green Eyes and behind Green Eyes the same profile?
Hank, give me just a minute, Genevieve.
Okay. I can't see comments. Let me see if I can adjust it.
Hey, you guys talk amongst yourselves for just a second.
I'm reading chat while you're doing that. Okay, so it is two separate individuals. Okay, thank you, Exploited. Okay, thanks, Mean Beans. I've been confused on that for a hot minute. I wish Jody would come up.
Okay, sorry. I didn't know Chad was going to the grocery store. He was like, do I need to get this and this? And okay, Genevieve, I'm sorry. There are always has been. I don't. Oh yeah, Green Eyes. Yeah, there's more than one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was confused about that for some time, trying to keep because
let me tell you what was really freaking weird to me. And yeah, the link's pinned.
It's pinned at the top, hon.
She doesn't have to come up. She was up here for a while day before yesterday, and she can do whatever she wants. This always got me because Green Eyes had put out a like a little video, and the person that was talking, I could see their leggings, and they were leggings that Ziggy had on. It was weird. I don't know, you guys. It was fucking weird.
I've seen that clip. I seen that clip several months ago where somebody reclipped it and reposted it.
So
and she's standing outside of the side of a car, wasn't she?
It didn't show the car or anything. They were just talking, and they showed the pants, and I was like, okay, wait. Number one, I thought Green Eyes was a guy, and number two, this person's got leggings on, and I was like, is that Ziggy? Because it looked like Ziggy. That is just like that David Cohen. There was many David Cohens. Anybody see David Cohen around anymore? I ain't seen that guy forever. Many write and torment us under the names accounts. There is just one who plays the voice for the name. Okay,
that's what
I figured. That's what I figured. Okay, so there was a guy at Gatlinburg that was following. I'd have to find it, Dee. I would have to find it, darling. There was a guy following him around in Gatlinburg. if that's the case, then that guy, Grandma or Candace, possibly more individuals knew that they were going to Gatlinburg that weekend. They had to have known it, right? I mean, a guy just doesn't follow a family around Gatlinburg, you know, to possibly buy a child. Now, don't forget, Reverend Donna said there was a handoff. There was monetary handoff, right? So, I don't know.
Is what Donna Serafina stating in this section of information, is this based on a dream or a vision that she's
saying
that she's sharing?
Visions. These are visions. So if you really think about it, right, then the guy, because look, there ain't nobody going to sit here and deny the fact that traffickers, they do have pictures of the children. And whether it be SD cards, whether it be photo albums, whether it be anything like that, they do have access. These pedophiles have access to these data banks. Okay? So, but if someone had to have known they were going to be in Gatlinburg that weekend, they would have had to have known.
And it goes back.
Suspect to change. She has edited her videos several times after the. Yes, I agree. Means.
I noticed that too.
There's a voice for it. Then there is the writers. Definitely a Ziggy Critter though. Yeah, because I'm telling you, that's what I seen. Okay.
It was supposed to be for a pedophile ring. But as you'll see later.
Yes, you heard that right. She accused a Darren from Bewitched lookalike of running a pedo ring, murdering a child, and selling it on the dark web.
Yep.
Totally normal YouTube behavior, right?
Yep.
Here, no. I guess that, she doesn't believe Summer's with us anymore.
Anything got to the police, it would be to look through. I'm sure if the family did go to Gatlinburg the week before and they have all the cell ping, then in that surveillance tape, they would want to look for a person that has looks similar to that black and white Darren from Bewitched. That is the person who purchased the child. And
so she's saying that the child was purchased. She's saying that Summer definitely was purchased.
RC, Tina Simmerly was saying the same thing not too long ago, and then turning right back around and flipping it that I was the damn child trafficker. And it's all based off of this content that you're playing right now. But you tell me why it doesn't come back full circle with all of them being involved in the very beginning. You've got Predator Hunter Nation in Gatlinburg. You've got Donna Serafin with her visions that come out after the video clips were posted with Predator Hunter Nation being there and claiming that Dawn and Candace was there with the kids. It's all coming back to fruition.
Well, it was only Grandma and Candace with the kids, as far as I know. I don't think Dawn was there, but
the Wells family. Let me change that to the family being there at the same time.
Right.
It's all the same group. Small.
It's too much leads to Siggy and her lackeys of doom. Robin said, and I hate to say this, if it was snuffy film and sold on dark web, FBI would have located it. In my opinion, it would have been found. Robin, sometimes it takes a long time to find those films. They just can't find them right away.
And sometimes those pedos and stuff, they have stuff that like erases stuff off the web, and scrubs.
Yep.
They do. They know all the ins and outs of that. They know how to do it. If they're like that good, you won't find a trace of it.
And they'll set up and now I learned. Now the reason I'm sharing this is because I learned this through my training. What they'll do is with internet crimes related to children, you're right. Cotton Candy. They do have that. They do have that software that will scrub those videos and images. But what they'll do is they'll take and pick up random laptops at pawn shops, or they'll trade off of a open, a marketplace and get cell phones and throwaway phones.
Cell phones
that
and
reminds
it
me. Do you guys
have happened in this area, and it may have happened in this area just because?
Do you
Somebody's
guys
echoing.
remember? That was me. I'm sorry, I did that. Do you guys remember Fred saying that he was going to a different location to use the Wi-Fi?
They'll do that too, because every time they know how to shit, I can't talk today. They know how to manipulate. Yeah, and to get those Wi-Fi services, because do you know how many? Okay, I learned this the hard way. Do you know how many food establishments with Wi-Fi has been pinged in missing children's cases just because
McDonald's, that's a big one.
They connected the Wi-Fi connection, the ISP, and the VPNs associated with the device back to the location to a ping?
Right.
I agree, Genevieve. What was that?
I don't know what that is. Something RC's doing.
I'm announcing
Sounds like we're going back in time or something.
I'm announcing Flies is in chat.
Me and Genevieve's like, what the fuck?
That's Fly.
I thought my mom.
I just got quiet. I'm like, what is going on?
Right.
I thought my Monster Coffee was kicking in pretty hard.
Yeah, I was looking at my phone. I thought I went to another live.
But no, absolutely, Fred, because I didn't even play the whole live that they did. Fred admitted to going somewhere else in the area to
Don't hear me.
Robin said the Reverend done got us.
Right.
No,
it was weird.
Mean being
well, in Jesus' name, I rebuke it.
Right.
We on a roll.
Nicole said, I thought Jesus was coming back.
I'm waiting on the meteor.
That is hilarious.
That was hilarious. We didn't know what to do.
Let's hear some more of this.
I'm sure if the family did go to Gatlinburg the week before and they have all the cell ping, then in that surveillance tape, they would want to look for a person that has looks similar to that black and white Darren from Bewitched. That is the person who purchased the child.
Well, she sounds kind of echoey, the way that the video is.
Yeah, I think it's the video.
Yeah, she just sounding kind of echoey right now.
It was like it earlier when I watched it.
Yeah.
It seems to have happened in this area, and it may have happened in this area just because Don was working there, so that was what he arranged.
But why, let me say this, if there was somebody at Gatlinburg following them around, why wouldn't they have taken the opportunity to take Summer from Gatlinburg? Why would they wait and then come into Beach Creek and take the chance of being seen by somebody in Beach Creek? That makes no sense. But then again,
makes perfect sense if it's scripted.
No, she's not saying a handoff, Robin. She's saying that allegedly lookalike Darren, there was a trade-off with money, and that they came to collect Summer. And they came to Beach Creek to collect Summer, and Summer was handed off in a barn, is what she's saying.
Or, they could have brought her up in the hills there. They could have brought her a whole different place. I don't know where they brought her afterwards. I just saw what I saw.
She don't know where they brought her afterwards.
And, again, hopefully it's wrong. Like you have said, and I asked you to tell people, the world's strongest psychic comedians are still wrong 1 out of 5 times. So, I only hope I'm wrong. I hope Summer comes home.
Only 1 out of 5.
Oh, please.
For real.
I hope nothing bad happens to her, but what I saw was a snuff film. I'm just going to be blunt, okay? Yeah. It was bad. What I saw was bad. really bad. And
right when you think it can't get worse,
Yeah.
it does. Donna describes in detail the most horrifying things a person could ever imagine happening to a
She
child.
absolutely did.
And that's the moment it stops being absurd and becomes vile. So why do they do it? Is it for shock value? For attention? On YouTube, tragedy isn't always about truth, it's about traction. The more graphic the claim, the more clicks it earns.
Lippy, you are spot on, darling.
I was getting ready to say Lippy does amazing on these.
I mean, because, and I'll use Andrew Hilton as an example. He says and does shit for shock value because guess what it does? It gives him attention. So what she did to Jody on that live, she knew exactly what she was doing. She knew exactly what she was doing.
Yep. And what better way to deceive is to give just enough truth to believe.
And this is what gets me with Fred.
And on somebody else's panel.
They allegedly didn't want to see Fred's devices, right? They just wanted to take Fred around the holler with them because Fred says he knows everything about the holler. Down to old wells and everything. So...
Well, that means he's committed to acts of criminal trespassing. If he knows that much details, that's exactly what he's done.
I think he's done more than that. Oh shit! Hang on, it's Chad.
It ain't nothing. Is Jody Sue still in here? Where'd you go, Candy?
I'm here. I'm just doing some work with my dad. We got good weather. We're taking advantage of it. I'm here.
Is Jody still in here?
I don't know. She might be. Donna owes her a huge fucking apology. Public apology.
Okay, sorry, you guys.
Actually, you know what?
I agree. She does owe her an apology, but I think what people are doing and calling it all out is the best way for it to be handled. And that's my opinion.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, her doing what she did is she's getting attention, but I don't know if she thought that everybody was just going to kiss her ass. I'm not sure what the lady thinks, for real. But I hate what she did to Jody, but let me tell you guys something. Her doing that showed her true colors.
It broke my heart.
Her true colors. Absolutely. I mean, fucking crazy.
Then you seen people of our co-signing it, agreeing with it. I'm like, and it was women.
Yeah. Yeah.
Women in the chat and the comments, and it's like, what the fuck? Women, you're not going to call this out?
Well, you know what got me? Because Sweetie Pilo had just did a video saying that people who used their stuff and called them names and stuff, that she was going to strike them all. And then she let Donna come up on her panel and do that.
Yeah,
Made
that
no
was just
freaking sense to me.
And people egging it on and going with it and praising it, and it was wild.
Fucking crazy.
Mean beans, I think she did.
Hey, Jody.
I think she did, and I think she has.
Jody's
because
up here, Jen.
Hey, Jody.
Hey, Jody. Bless her heart. She's been through hell in this case, man. It's fucked up. So I got to mute it. It's me off.
Are you up here, Jody?
Yeah, I'm up here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Can I get something out of the way?
What's that?
Jody, so I've been so damn confused on this, and I have said some ugly things. But up until the other night, my mind has been changed on a whole lot of things that I have been contemplating the last 5 years. I've had so many questions and was relying on other people's sources of information, and it made all the difference in the world to hear. What question? I didn't ask a question. I said I wanted to clarify something.
Oh, sorry.
But up until the other night, I think me and you got a lot more in common than what I realized. And I appreciate everything that you done the other night.
Well, that's sweet, Genevieve. Thank you for that.
I'm not sure what you're referencing, anything like that.
Oh, I've said some pretty hateful stuff just listening to the snippets and the clippets of stuff that you went on your show and done, and not actually listen to you. And I've raised some awkward opinions of some things that I've been questioning. And after hearing you talk the other night, it changed my mind about a lot of people and about a lot of people's
kind
opinions.
of apologizing to you, Jody. She's giving you an apology.
Well, they've spent all these years since they realized that I would not be acquired, obtained, tokens, say everything, give them everything. All they've done is direct people to the clips and to themselves, saying that people couldn't understand me for 11-hour live long, even though they could do their own 2, 4, 6, 8, 11-hour lives and play my own lives in them while telling people I mumbled on my own, but people could understand me on there. You know,
I understand you just fine.
Yeah, I understand you just fine too.
Yeah.
I never had a problem understanding you.
And
I don't either.
Although it's a fuck and it keeps people from listening.
Well,
and they control it that way.
Yeah, that's the point I was trying to make. You got the brunt end of the stick, but it's kind of like everybody else that's come out. They want to nitpick people for information because they don't have it. So they will defame and try and tear down people because they won't give them what they want. And then if they do say anything of fact that puts the fingers pointed back in their directions, then they really go at you hard. And that's exactly what they've done to you and me and a lot more.
Well, Serafina, much like MGL and the bigger critters here that run this group have been after me since the beginning, and I told them all no. And Serafina's people followed me around everywhere initially, even before, you know, tides turned and everybody went from the fake nice to the eater alive, you know, phase of 21 and 22. And her people are like, if you don't do this for Serafina, if you don't go interview with her, give her, I don't know, let her read you or whatever it was. And I'm like, dude, bite me. And then she was in my inbox and sending me articles, all these things she supposedly solved. And I'm like, bitch, you realize these articles actually are like, nope, you didn't. And she would ask me questions. I'm like, lady, you're the psychic, you know?
Yeah.
And ask me who people. You know, she's a fraud.
If she knows locations and she knows things, why? And Fred is such a, you know, great guy, and you can believe everything he says. Why have they not gotten together and went to fucking Beach Creek themselves?
But for years, Serafina tried up Fred's ass and Ziggy's. That's where Ziggy sort of pals around. That's where a lot in this group come from. I mean, Don B's followed her map and the train bullshit and this and the other, and Ryan does, and all the others. And it's all, I mean, the psychic little band of Marys are always tied in. I mean, it's a thing in every case.
Now, she's mad at Ryan right now. You know, Ryan's wife became psychic all of a sudden, so I don't think
I remember
like that too
much. That one time they were going up a road or a mountain or whatever, and then she felt maybe like they should whatever, and then they get up the top and there's an accident. But then by video 5, she had magical spirits, and then her spirits told her exactly what Juanita's had in Ben Hill. I was like, wow, really? But you know, Serafina is has been tormenting us on purpose, and like the more I told her no or resisted, or like her group would follow me around, all her people, she'd have them doing that. She has for years. It's where part of them around Ziggy come from, and the worst of the worst that fuck with us and disseminating chats is that, you know, crazy whatever. But Serafina has really been pissed at me for quite a few years now, and I always am like, F her, you know? And sort of fun or whatever, but yeah, she's definitely a little pissy by this stage. And that the other night, I mean, for days it was contrived to try to get me out. They want to know things. They want things from me, etc. La la. Or some of them are a little worried about things. Some of them see me taking down channels in the background. They're not real pleased. I knew what was coming by 2, and it was so contrived and so greasy and so scripted. And you knew that they want the explosive moment in there, right? Which was the complete quote shredding of me, right? Yeah. And then after that, Seraphina and Sweetie and Ziggy, they make sure to mention Lockdown and Benny and a few other creators. Yep. And if you listen to the tones, Seraphina is not very genuine about it. What that's for is crowd manipulation to make you think, oh, they're fighting and oh, well, she don't like Ryan, she don't like this one, she don't like that. Yep. And then it allows Lockdown, it allows Benny, it allows others to go back at her hard, and it gets views up for all of them in Christmas.
Exactly.
And anybody who doesn't see that type of crowd manipulation, well, I hate to do this.
Exactly.
But see, the explosive part got people paying attention to where they even noticed that she said anything about Lockdown, Ryan, this, there, I mean, those moments are made, and then it's taken out where the video step, and then it's put behind members only. You see the money making operation there. So that's what I was used for, and that's why all that shit was said there. Plus, they're actually pissed off at me anyway. But that's why that happens, is solely for money. The explosive moment. Oh my God, we got to go run and see. And then it's taken out. Then members only. So there's more cash, and then it puts eyes on Lockdown and Benny and Ryan and all these others who are, and it's near Christmas. I mean, come on. It's crowd manipulation at its finest, but it also fucks with us, obviously, in our real lives, personal lives, community defamation, slander, what they did the other night to several business owners that are not real pleased with them.
Exactly.
I mean, they have no clue what they've done. And I'll tell you, even people are ruining
people's lives. Ruining people's lives. And let me tell you guys this. All of us, knowing that they went to Gatlinburg, guess what all of us could have done? We could have named places in Gatlinburg, right? We could have named a train. We could have named the upside down building. We could have explained all.
Wonder why. I can't imagine making one thing. There's some in Myrtle Beach or Gatlinburg or all across country in those types of parks they put. I'm like, really?
Yep.
Exactly.
For real. I mean, it's just.
Jody, I've got questions and I'm afraid to ask on YouTube just because of the hype. And I don't want to sound like I'm being disrespectful or anything.
Why don't
let's just let Jody talk. Questions.
Why don't you one thing, the dogs. Ask her what you were saying about the dogs, Genevieve.
Jody, so the day that there's several factors in with the dogs. A lot of us knew that you had the one dog that you had tied out on your property. We've heard the story of your son walking the dog the day that Summer went missing. That's been a factor in what's been made and put on.
Walk the dog. Who the hell said that?
I'm trying to clarify.
That never happened.
So then, that was floating
around. That dog can go on walk.
Okay, well, that clarifies that. Okay, and then there's been several times mentioned and information shared off of YouTube about someone coming to the property to get some of the dogs from the Wells property before and on the day of that Summer went missing. Does that hold any validity?
I wouldn't know. Like I said, the dogs weren't there, but I'd say they dumped them off before the 14th, honestly.
So the dogs weren't there.
Well, everybody said the dogs weren't there.
Well, there might have been a couple at the top. I don't know, but they weren't there until they weren't there. Not all of them.
Right.
And not all of them.
And Don even said people were dropping dogs off at the property. Don said that himself.
Nobody dropped damn dogs off the property. He lied. He wanted to make their mutt collection. It was that they kept overbreeding this there. Okay. yeah, people dropped off animals here, and they might have one or two, but a lot of those were shit, dogs that Candace picked up across the area, this and the other, and them doing that, but they had been threatened not to be dumping no more animals, and that pack grew larger than most of them through the years because they knew they'd been, others were threatening to call the police on them if they caught them dumping animals again. And,
well, this is what the comment that stood out to me about the dogs was Candace saying that they would breed the dogs and she would get rid of all the females, is what she said. She said, because that's when she made the comment that some are called Yucky Yucky because Yucky having all those pups, is what she said. That was fucking weird.
Even the name. She also said that it was because she couldn't pronounce Lucky, but there are things on that. And, they also told the public, they showed the public the wrong dog. That's not the right Lucky, and there are things behind Lucky.
Right. Well,
yeah,
that's just my opinion. I would think that whatever dogs were close to Summer that
and
day.
Were pup of my dog.
Yeah, the pup of your dog, right?
Yeah.
What breed of dog did you have, Jody Sue?
They were sort of selling them off, sort of trapping mine over at times and breeding, I guess. And then they tell people they were huskies and shit. And I'm not real pleased about those things.
At any time, did they try to pass it off as a hybrid wolf?
Oh, hard telling. I mean,
probably. I mean, I know they were trying to sell people as huskies, and mine kept being trapped over there in order, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
When they're first born, they look like they're huskies, right? But they're not. And my Buppo was a special breed of dog. He was worth money. And he's an amazing dog. But when they're first born, they look like very much like huskies and things. And you could pass them off, get bucks, you get them the same.
So, I mean, look, it is weird that Candace and Grandma and the kids were all at Gatlinburg that weekend. Ernie was also in the area shooting a Predator Hunter Nation video. Ernie's a weird duck in his fucking self right there.
It wasn't that weekend. They were.
Oh, I thought it was that same weekend.
Huh. No, it wasn't the same weekend. I knew that.
Nope.
Well, good, Genevieve. I'm glad you knew that. I guess I didn't.
No, I mean, it's just because I've been following it for so long. And I was tracking the video
things.
Well,
that I may not remember.
I was tracking the Predator Hunter Nation video releases that they were doing at that time. There's a time variance.
Okay.
Well, we've seen them throughout that weekend and leading up to Summer Vanishing, so I know they weren't in Gatlinburg that weekend. But I know when they had been there that, it's when Candace Senior's knee got a little worse all of a sudden.
Yeah, because didn't they say the kids were kicking her in the knee? Yeah, that's what they said.
But I don't look, it ain't the kids. Look, I just, even Candace in person was laughing about it. And she's like, yeah, they're kicking the shit out of Mom, blah, blah, blah. And she was dropping back because they knew they were going to take her to the doctor. This wasn't just an ouch all of a sudden that morning ER thing, on Tuesday.
Well, yeah, that's.
Candace had said that.
Yeah, exactly what you're saying, Jody, because.
And she said, he laughed about it, thought it was funny. I obviously don't think it's funny. Didn't think it was funny then, much like most of the things Candace don't always sound funny, but
well, that's the whole
that's
the whole thing about it. I think people are just so in tuned on the dogs and stuff, but people need to remember too that the tree trimmers were there, so all of that noise.
But they'd been there for, days and days and days and days. And yeah, that wears dogs out. to where they don't respond necessarily to anything, right? But this was not that, because even on the 14th, when I got to thinking about it, it's like, wait, even on the 14th when Dobbs was there, half the fucking pack went down the driveway raising hell. Like, you can, well, y'all sort of hear being done like to McDonough when he shows up for the interview, right?
Right.
But they would do that at the bottom. They'd come running down, and there'd be a couple that would always, like, they'd even come all the way over to our driveway and into it to fucking yap at us, getting into our own cars in our own driveway.
Right.
And they weren't really present on the 14th. It's like, so thinking back, I was like, wait, where the fuck were they on the 14th? They should have been in our jobs. They should have been down there when the police were there for all the hours, or Andy's mom and all of us, and where the fuck were they?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Because
and
Dobbs is a stranger, and he's coming into Beach Creek. So absolutely,
he's just a stranger. I mean, they do that to anybody, but like when McDonough showed up, right? Even after some rest, even after helicopters, desensitization of the dogs is there. The dogs are raising hell at McDonough and Karen down there in the road, trying to figure out how to park and this, the other, and blah, blah.
Right.
That's how they normally, stuff like that. But anyway, but not all the dogs ever showed up again that were originally there, and this and the other. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't just those dogs. When I got to think about it, and through time and puzzles, I mean, it's also other neighbors' dogs and our own dogs and things like that matter on that day. And if people had been parked or coming and going from certain places, certain dogs would have done certain things, including my own, and they didn't that day.
Right.
And that, it's like other neighbors' dogs had their main cars parked in places other characters want to point at. Those dogs would have been losing their shit, and it would have been absolutely audible, not just to those people, but us up on the hill, and things. So I just,
Well, how relevant do you think that the dogs are to the case? I mean, I think that's a question everybody is getting to when they keep asking about the dogs. How relevant do you really believe those dogs are to Summer Gone Missing?
I think they're important to something, and I think they damn sure could have. If Summer, and I have such a hard time thinking about it. In these terms, but if somewhere, I think they would have been a very, very good way to help find her.
Exactly.
And I think they were absolutely trying to track her down for quite a few weeks after she vanished. I do believe that with every bit of my soul. And then, and I think they obviously know something. It's like my dogs that day when we were out just a little bit below the cabin, still on our property. A lot of people mistake that, but we were on the bank right below where the cabin and house are on our property. And my dog's locked on over there, and Buppo wouldn't leave me, and he would just stare. And I remember looking down at him and going, what's wrong, Buppo? And he was just locked on over there and looking directly at, 110. And I looked the same way he did over towards their house. I mean, you can see it, and I just didn't see anything, and he just would not take his eyes off. He was locked on, and like he was, I was like, what's wrong, and I thought maybe he heard the kids, because a lot of times if he heard them out there, he'd want to go over this, but we've been keeping him from going over. But he was also super attached to me at that point, because he'd just been able to get back around me fully after some of the radiation treatments and stuff. And that day I was still a little concerned, because I just had a little minor dose of radiation right before, obviously, but he was right there stuck to me. And Elwood was beside us, and they were both just locked on over there, like something was. And that was after, the whole scream thing, and he was just locked on, and so was Elwood. Elwood, not for as long, he went to rolling about in the leaves and stuff, upside down, happy and goofy, and I told him to hush because I couldn't hear anything. And my dog just wouldn't, would not unlock his eyes from over there. And you know, and it
Well,
was
I mean,
silent.
honestly, if your dogs are out and about and a unknown person comes into that holler and your dogs are out and about and they see this person and this person is walking up that old dog trail, I would think that your dogs would let that be known. I would think that the Welsh dogs would let that be known.
Yeah, and look, the amount of effort for me personally, because I know that Don and Candace, and I have proof of it, receipts on it, have used that everybody's parking right there and coming up that exact way to steal things in broad daylight at a weird time where they're only gone for a short period, right? I've heard and seen them do that many times throughout the years. They've accused many of going up and down that piece, right? And parking right in there. And it's like, yeah, right. Nobody, I just don't see it. Even like, you're not going to put all that effort into walking up that way and then back down it with stolen shit or even some. I mean, like, you would probably just go up the damn driveway, right? Or any other way, because that is a state, like, what the, you know? And then it's like, I just don't, I just, nope. You know,
Jody, what access road would they have used to come in on that side of the property?
What do you mean?
If they didn't come up the driveway, what access would they have used to where Don was saying that they were parking and doing all that activity?
There's
none, right, Jody?
There's many access.
There is many accesses
because
there.
You go up by the shed. Isn't there kind of an access up around that shed area, Jody?
The thing is, everybody mistakes us saying, that about the screaming is the other, and they think that, that means somebody abducted or took somewhere. And to me, that's not always, there are many possibilities something like that could happen.
They're little kids. Kids are going to squeal and scream, and you being a neighbor, you hearing what you heard, you would have been able to determine if it was a stress scream or not.
Yeah, I mean, this was this was something.
I mean, I'm going to throw an experience so maybe people can better understand that scream. I understood what you were saying. I understood what you said in the news with the news crew when you brought it up in that interview. I've got neighbors that live right across the way over here, and I listen to them play. I listen to them scream. I listen to them holler. I listen to them argue. But I know the difference in their squeals and their screams when they're out in the yard, because I hear it all the time. And when you get familiar with your own children or your neighbor's children, you're going to know if there's a distress scream or not.
Well, this is the thing with Lawson and the scream. When you kind of think about him saying that, there was really no way to verify it.
I'm not Lawson. I mean, unfounded, can't prove or disprove whatever. He could also just be like, it don't count. Maybe the man's right. I don't know. One day we will all know. But I'm telling you that the children and I did hear that day. And it applies how it applies.
Let me ask you, so
that's
so the tree trimmers were well gone by the time you heard the scream, right? Because you heard the scream like 4:42, 4:45 or something like that, right? Oh no. What time did you hear the scream? Am I getting the time wrong?
Somewhere between like 4:30. You could pull it back maybe to like 4:20, but it's an estimate between those minutes because of the messages back and forth. Andy, when I chose to finally respond to his bullshit that had been sitting there, because he'd also told me to stay inside the cabin. The alarm was on my ass like always, and it was basically just so he could get away with banging whore, and pretend that he cared, but I don't know. He didn't, so I didn't want to let him know I was away or even out and about, or stressing out about, because we were thinking, well, they'll be back with police or it'll be some bullshit, never expected summer vanishing, but he was on my ass about saying that, which, he was feigning that I give a fuck about you bullshit, which I knew was bullshit then, but it was so he could bring the poor bag over there and make her think he was doing it, and, for life, fucking eat his dick. But anyway, and she fell for it. But the point is, I just.
Well, I tried to.
I don't know. That whole day was.
To explain to people earlier your DV with Andy and him being accused of doing something to Summer are two different categories there. So, they need to.
I've always made it clear, but people are like, no, I do it. Look, I spoke out about DV and our situation long before Summer vanished. I did so on social media too. People who know me know it's never been a secret. They also know my plans, if I ever got out, was to help others in DV situations. So that's not new. When I jumped over here to YouTube, after all the luring, squall, blackmailing, combined group, taking my kids' pictures, trying to make my son look like all this bullshit that went down, I got really pissed off at this group, and I come the hell over. I was like, all right, I'll make a fucking YouTube. That way I can control, them putting out my private videos, squall, stolen, all bullshit. I promised over there on Facebook that when I made the leap, my channel will be about hunting them down, calling them out, staying on to the end of the earth, and then speaking about domestic violence, and then obviously speaking about Summer winning where I felt,
Well, I mean, just the way, this is the thing, just the way that Serafina has come out and calling out YouTubers, but yet what YouTubers is she really calling out? Because it's only you that she's been going after. That makes.
She's been doing this for years. Years.
And
look, even before I got here, Juanita tried to get all this other shit. She was getting whispers of our name or a neighbor with a scream by then, obviously. But I didn't respond to it. They never did say my name publicly. Then, obviously, Candace and Don were feeding us out behind the scenes to YouTube and everybody, and PG and Squall, all the shit, right? And we didn't realize that. Did not realize that for a long time or hold all the receipts and proof of it. It's like, you motherfuckers. But anyway,
has never came out and said he asked where they were taking Summer. I've never heard that. Never have I heard that.
Huh?
No, I think his words on that in the interview were that the boys, when he was there, they asked Dawn and Candace where they were taking Summer.
So, I mean, I don't know.
In that one interview,
but let me tell you something. You got to remember, he is a certified math addict. He admitted to being a math addict.
I'll tell you, Dudley had more truth to tell than the public wants to give him credit for. That's a fact. And if you want to know what really happened to Summer's hair, you need to go back through Dudley's fucking shit. And there's still a butterflied up version of it, but Dudley's got closest to the truth on Summer's hair. And that's the damn truth of it. And it ain't no lie. It ain't no, oh, well, she want to look like the boys. Because if you notice, the boys' hair that year wasn't cutting. And Candace, throughout all the years, always kept long hair. And listen to Dudley's story on that too.
And I totally did believe Dudley when he came out and said that he.
But Dudley was also fucked with. You've got to remember that Dudley was being fucked with by Dawn, and so that's why half his stuff seems like it's off the wall or mix and match or he doesn't know whatever. It's because Dawn was already pre-fucking with him before he fired him.
Yes, and this is the thing.
And Dawn, see, Dudley knew too much. Dudley thinks it's about the job and jealousy. No, it was because Dudley knew too much about his stuff happening right around that DCS is what the fuck the deal was. And then Dawn's gonna have to make him look crazy or like a meth head anyway. And all this, and he was notorious for doing that to other co-workers and shit to get rid of them, and then to finish the job with the boys and Candace and shit, and then keep all the money and rob people like Marlena people and these people. I mean, Don was fucking notorious for it. He'd fire them right at the end, or he'd give them drugs or whatever, and then they'd owe him everything they made. And he'd tell the boss that they were meth heads or this, or they were stealing, but it was actually Don. So it was Don doing it. And he'd set them up, make them look crazy, make them look like they'd done something at the job sites, make them look like that, you know. And the boss bought it, you know. And so then Don would get to keep all the money, and you know, it was
I totally believe him when he talked about going up on the hill, right? Dudley talked about going up on the hill to get a check. He took his wife with him or whatever to get money owed to him, and
he did. I can verify that because we've seen him coming and going from 110, you know, for several weeks. Obviously,
so it's when he talked about all the kids running outside in their underwear or some shit, Candace making a comment about did Don tell you I hate fucking kids? And him having to tell his wife that Summer was a little girl. I totally believe that.
Yeah.
It sounds like
when I first seen her, I didn't realize her hair had been shaved, right? And because I'd been sort of stuck with the cancer stuff and the radiation, I couldn't be around children for quite a while, especially female children, because of the, you know, ovaries, eggs, how radiation will affect, you know what I mean? I couldn't even be around my own daughter. And so I hadn't seen her. And a bit when I realized her head, I was like, is that? And Candace goes, oh, that's Summer. And I'm like, oh my God, you know? So, you know, yeah. And that was, but yeah, I guarantee Dudley has the closest to the truth on Summer's hair.
Right.
But if you listen, you have to know it's still a butterfly version of it. Do you know what I mean? When Don told that, it sounded bad enough to him. But what he told him would have still been a butterflied up version, so you can,
right.
Yeah.
Fill me in. What was said? Can you tell me or not? I mean, I can respect that if you can't.
Tell about what?
Because I've heard two or three different about the haircut.
I don't know if it's in Sweetie's interviews with him or if it's in NGL's, can't quite recall, but in there he talks about how when he seen Summer and Don gave him an explanation for necessary, it was that I guess Summer had it sounded like Summer had cut off Candace's while she was asleep or passed the fuck out, right? And then Candace got up and cut hers and do her, you know, I mean, you can pretty much ascertain from what Douglas says.
I gotcha.
Yeah, it was more of a probably Candace woke up and was pissed the fuck off.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, thank you.
Right. Well, I mean, that was.
It looks like he's probably in that stage of cutting her own hair, probably being a hairdresser type. You know what I mean? You know how little girls get
exactly
away from scissors. And then they think, well, mommy's passed the fuck out. It's a good time to give her haircut to match mine too.
Exactly. Well, that was.
The thing is, he got up and got pissed off, shaved Summers, and then Don come in and made her shave her fucking own. Because I'd say on right now, quite frankly.
Well, Deb, what's that got to do with anything? Why would Cher, of all people, be interested in Don and Candace's property? That is silly. For real. But that was the thing with the haircut. And if they would have just came out and told, I think they did tell the truth when they said she had cut her own hair or whatever. And then Dawn was like, oh my God, Candace cut her hair so Summer wouldn't feel bad. You
see him in real time on that interview, switch the story around from what Candace is telling to what he tells. He twists it, so it's two different stories technically, but both are bullshit. And let me tell you, they didn't start with the, oh, she just wanted it like the boys and Sarah, until they seen that being really said out loud, you know. And then if you look at Allie didn't really know. Allie threw everything in the kitchen sink. Oh, well, the boys. Oh, but lice. Oh, but whatever. And at first, I just obviously I told the police what, you know, we knew what we've been told, which is that it had been cut because, you know, she wanted it cut and whatever. But the boys hadn't been cut that year, and it's like, what the hell? And if you notice, they weren't cut until right there at, you know, summer vanishing. And so what the, you know, so obviously it tells you no lice there, no this, so that doesn't add up, right? Candace in all the years had never done short hair. Never. She always kept hers long. But there are things that it's like, I don't know. It's very strange what the hell's going on in the neighborhood. That's all I'm saying. But I'll leave it there. There's just some strange things, but you could tell, Maze. It's like you can watch Summer with Robin's hair and stuff, and see that she didn't. And she was looking at herself in mirrors in some of those videos, things like that, and the way she was doing it and stuff. I think she wanted her hair, man.
Yeah. I mean,
typical little girl behavior in response to having a positive female in her life.
But you got to remember too, when people
it.
start talking about trafficking and stuff, I mean, that shit does happen. They do try to change up a kid's hair or whatever. I remember when somebody had come out and was trying to say that that her head was shaved because they wanted to make her look like a boy, so that way she didn't get taken or something. It was weird shit.
Well, that's what's weird for me is that throughout all the other years, right? There is, I mean, like, there are little things like that. You don't know where to place them or what to think of them, but I mean, at those ages, like the age Summer was when she vanished at 5, I mean, all of the children always sort of look very similar, almost exact at that age, right? And like the boys had just gotten to where they all didn't look like the same. I mean, like they had filled out and, you know, like got larger suddenly, like within a year and a half period right there. And so there was some there was a lot more difference in their appearance, but at the same age, Summer was nearly all looked very alike. But for me, I do find it odd that
this is one
hair at that age will be cut. Certain ones it looks like now. I mean, looking back on it, it's like, wait a minute, you know. But and then you do have Dawn taking some of the kids off and on at those same, you know, like favorite. It just, you know, certain things around that do bother me, but I don't know where to place them or if they mean anything, or if it's thinking too much into it these days. But I know that immediately is like, wait a minute, you know, what if it's not, you know, I mean, I don't know.
Hang on a minute.
It's
but
the family dynamic.
Truth on Summer's hair.
Right.
I do firmly believe that she probably, while Candace was passed out, started cutting on her hair a little bit. Candace woke up and, I mean, obviously Summer done snipped and clipped her own, but I think Candace shaved hers off, pissed off, whatever, you know, and then Dawn made her probably shave hers.
The day that Candace got in trouble at Walmart. Well, Candace is a rough and tumble kind of person, and she sure can turn the tears on, for sure, when needed be.
Oh, yeah.
When needed be, she can turn them tears on like it ain't nothing. So.
Yep.
Yeah, that's.
I never seen anything like it.
I mean,
well, I think it was me. I think it was RC, Cotton Candy, and me on panel that day talking about the immaturity levels and the manipulation, emotional manipulations that Candace was capable of doing because of
people.
She's just been coddled for so long.
She ain't caught. Look, they've all operated their entire lives as certain things. Yes, there's abuse throughout both their lives. They, even as kids, they're both done right. You get what I'm saying? But instead of not doing that to other people, they chose to become the very thing, and then obviously she is an addict. That, doesn't help. They are addicts. That doesn't help. But that does not excuse the shit. And you could choose who and what and where you want to be. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
gluttons for punishment.
Too many stages, too many different types where it's just drinking or just this or just that. And they still behave the same way. And they still both. Look, people can say they're dumb. They can say they don't know what they're doing. They're naive. They're dumbass. And they might not be very educated, but these two, and they do take advantage of people. They are very adept at it. Not the best I've ever seen. It's pretty apparent, but like, to people who aren't used to that or who are super vulnerable to it. And hell, the thing is, even as neighbors, as many years as I knew them, like, there were even doubts for me about certain stuff. Obviously, when Summer Ranch, it was like, well, no, I don't necessarily think they did, or I mean, like, and it's like then you start realizing how deep and far and their games are continuing that are the exact replicas of the smaller ones they played, throughout all the years. When they're doing this, and Summer's missing, and then they're also targeting other people, neighbors, trying to sling mud here, there, everywhere. You realize they're starting to use social media. You realize you come here and you watch PG and follow them. They write all these letters, and see, that's the thing. I even doubted some of the letters that were coming from people to ask me, "Do you think Don wrote?" Well, I've watched Don write. Don can write, and he does. And he feels guilty as fuck
for those letters.
She did, but it wasn't just her writing or doing all these things. And the reason they were done by this group for them is because it was a way, because they knew behaviorists and watching or wanting language or something, you know what I'm saying? And could pick it apart. It was a way for them to script out, just like Dawn's supposedly asking somehow to pass by all this other shit. They can, to me, in my opinion, they can say that big bad YouTubers all they want, but we know that ain't true. They can do that to the regular media and be like, but they lost their jobs, they did this, oh God, they were endangered the boys. Excuse me? Excuse me? All they want, but then they get on here and they tell Lockdown, thank you for helping them not get hung, because they're grateful for social media, because if it wasn't for all of that, then they probably would be, locked. It's like, okay, so just like it's been being done, you've created this big giant bubble of doubt and false fucking suspects and everybody's look here, look there, whatever, and you could tell even from the first interview up there where he does the resurrection thing that obviously the cops were not buying what he was speaking out, and shit really begins, and so then you have
like they immediately knew Don Wells tried to sell his kids before. Okay, well, how did they know that before Summer even went missing?
That's one thing. That's another question of mine. How did they know all of this beforehand?
Yeah, because that's what Fred said. That they already knew Don Wells tried to sell his child. Well, I don't think that.
I don't say. Look, everybody. Look, I'm just like, if there's hope for Summer being alive and as okay as possible somewhere, you better hope Don's the one that's responsible.
Don said that he may end up going to prison. He said that. Could you end up getting in trouble?
You better
he said yes.
Look, I'm telling you, the best case scenario is that Dawn had her place somewhere to not lose her in the DCS stuff. That is the best case scenario. But wherever that is.
But that's the thing. That was her father. Candace was her mother. Why would they act like that she was taken if that was the case?
Well, I think most of what always heard is essentially Dawn's story, not Candace.
Oh no, we never. I don't think Candace has ever told the story at all.
I mean, there's pieces there, but I think Dawn immediately on the phone that day told her others what to say. I think he did things. I think everything's been a done wrapped up thing. I mean, now that doesn't mean they didn't tell the police or law enforcement the real thing. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
But
you're going on what's been made public through social media platforms.
Right. And on the news and stuff. But I mean, I think that you know, and there are times where Candace is like, you know, if I had to do it again, I'd call the police first instead of Dawn. You know, there's probably a reason for that. But yeah, what if
Jody, what?
I mean, they're all possibilities, right? But what if Candace doesn't actually know? Summer did actually just vanish, but
I wonder, Jody, because they said she left the hill twice, and I don't know if that's even true or not. We've never heard law enforcement say that. I can't even remember where it actually came out. But if Candace left,
I know her telling the public the first thing she did. You know, she went all the way back in the hall, and that couldn't have been as soon as she left the driveway after 6, because I was standing there and I heard her, and she come down and come out to the left, which is, you know, going out towards the end of Ben Hill and hitting Main Beach Creek. So she didn't go from down her driveway up to Fred's the first thing. Now, she may have went back in the hall, and it's the other, as I and other neighbors began searching for Summer, you know, because she was going up down, you know, other places at that point, and she could have went back there and back out after that. But, you know, when she first came out of the driveway, she did not make a right turn towards Fred's. She came down and to the left, and towards me, obviously, and other neighbors.
Well, I mean, if Candace did leave the hill twice and end up at that gas station, I mean, wherever Candace went, if she was gone when Summer went missing, then she probably don't know where she's at.
I know that gas station. They had cameras. I mean, Candace has already been under, you know what I mean? But that doesn't mean it. That's something the public doesn't know or is being withheld even by those two young people, and that police do know.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I think that, you know, a lot of key.
But I think that was adding with the dollar store and the gas station when Dawn said they made them work on their timeline more, and she forgot she stopped at the dollar store and the gas. I think that was on the way home,
well,
not necessarily she
Chris
went back
McDonough mentioned that. I think that they had went by the dollar store or something. I don't know if they stopped there or what, but he was wondering if she didn't call Dawn, who he thought was home, possibly at home, when he come up on the hill, if she didn't call him and say, hey, you know, I'm bringing this guy up on the hill, so you need to skedaddle or whatever.
Well, the thing is, what would it matter, though? I never could figure out why in the hell it would matter to McDonough or anybody else whether Dawn was on the property or not. Didn't want to talk to him. You know, like, he makes the thing and like, oh, if Dawn's in a shed, well, he has habits of sheds. Okay, fine. But what the hell does it matter? If the dude didn't want to talk to you and was staying out in a building on his own damn property, whoop-de-fucking-do, man. You know? Obviously, you talk to him eventually, but even if Dawn was there, like, who in the hell cares? Yeah, why is that even
who would have cared? And I have a problem with McDonough anyway. And yes, I called him McDonough because McDonough has screwed up several well-documented cases before someone else ever went missing.
He continued to do it in real life. Every case he's in, man. He fucks with people and destroys innocent lives and targets all the wrong people and just doesn't give a damn what he does as long as he gets an airstream.
Now, if that's a conspiracy-fueled investigator or an investigative reporter, right there's a prime example of one. And I do not have much respect for McDonough.
He is not going to stop this shit until, look, I'm telling you what his problem is it leads back to when he made those other kids falsely convict, all that stuff, right? He was...
Yeah, they made a damn movie about it.
It tarnished him. His ego can't stand it. What he's after is someone to just whole ass confess to him without equipment or usage or real, you know what I mean, to prove to himself he can do it. And it's the other. right? I'm telling you that's what he's after, and he will not stop till he gets it, or he's absolutely right, and to him it'll mean that he's untarnished. But I'm sorry, fucking up more lives and cases and doing all this stupid shit with what he imagines is a bag of tools online and tells law enforcement agencies can be used as such is horseshit, because he's using a bunch of goddamn scamming, conning criminals. And that ain't the version of, oh, I'm going to go online and get myself some, like, confidential informants or ferreters. You're using hard-ass criminal abusers online, going real life on people in illegal ways as your, quote, tool bag?
Yes.
Bitch, please.
Yes.
And what pisses me off the most about people like Chris McDonough or whatever the hell his name is, Donut, whatever the hell. Anyway, what pisses me off the most about people like him is that I seen him interject himself in the Sebastian Rogers case, and like you said, the other cases as well.
It was the one that tossed him right over to McDonough first. They brought light to it, and then they left it to the rest of this group. What does that tell you?
Jody.
Well, hell, even if he's a commissioned officer in one state, he's not commissioned in the state that he's coming into. Nowhere have I found through the Tennessee Post Commission that Chris McDonough is a commissioned investigator to assist any law enforcement agent in Tennessee.
Think he was
no, his he is part like he's like on the whatever, he's like semi-CEO or whatever of the cold case thing, right? But it turns out anybody can start a foundation, and then you take membership of people and shit that are douchebags and liars that want to be part of your thing, and then they can say they're cold case, and that makes them be able to sell books better and bullshit, right? Or you can insert or embed in cases, and law enforcement agencies might think you're legit because of a cold case or you're past whatever, but you're actually fucking around.
Jody, I have a question. What was it? Because I remember those. I think you had actually went up on panel with him or something, and you mentioned something that he said to you, and he was like, "No, I didn't. I didn't say that." It had something to do with Andy, I think. Do you remember that?
I was sort of seeing if it would pop out on live, and he was like, and it was a way to try to make. Yeah, I was like, all right, I just let it go.
Yeah, you did.
It's like here at certain things where it concerns Tiffany and Chase and all them, and if it was him, they were reporting back to on our whereabouts and having to stalk for. And every time I'd ask him about that, he would deflect. He wouldn't answer me. He'd be like, "Oh well, when you become the attention, it's taking attention officer, so we're just not going to talk about that type of thing." And it's like, holy shit, dude! Why don't you just shit your pants every time I ask? Say it all without saying it, And so that's why I do firmly believe that he had Tiffany Marie and 43 and all him doing all this bullshit, but he's also linked with Search and others around Candace on his there. But I know he's really pissed off at Raider because his little ego couldn't even control itself on the phone with me one day, and he was bitching. He was like, "I almost take Candace to confess to me. She was on her knees." And then,
he did. He did. He was saying,
he was show up, and then they fucked it all up. Fuck Raider.
He was saying,
I'm like, damn, dude.
He was saying that he edited it out or something, or didn't film. Candace had a breakdown, and he just felt like,
told him.
Yeah, he felt like she wanted to say something to him.
I laughed about it because when he told me, he's like, "Oh," I was like, "Candace, really?
Yeah.
Seriously?" And he's like, yeah. And I was like, and I'm sure you could, from my tone and stuff, that.
Bean beans. It was McDonough himself that said that.
Chris said that.
Yeah, I'm sorry if that one thinks he's hard enough to get a confession from Candace. He's fucking stupid.
I know. Candace and Dawn ain't gonna confess to shit. The only reason Dawn even
I'm not saying that means guilty, innocent, because I'll never say either way. That's up to fucking law enforcement,
Right. Yeah, I agree with that.
And all possibilities out there, though I do know things, and it ain't my, that's up to law enforcement. You get what I'm saying? But
the only reason Don admitted to his stepsisters was because they called him out on it. That's the only reason he admitted to that shit. Other than that, he probably wouldn't have opened his mouth about any of it.
How did that come about anyway? I have that I'm struggling with on trying to remember how that all come out. Was it his sister that went on a YouTube channel? How did that come out?
He posted first. They posted on Facebook first. And I know Beach Creek got word of it. Neighbors sent me, I was like, what the fuck? But I knew enough about Utah to know that whoever that was wasn't lying, right? And now, we were still oblivious to what was happening over here on social media and this and the other, right? I was just thinking Facebook stuff. I wasn't thinking fucking YouTube or all this crap or nothing. And so, I believe him. I told Dawn that in person. I was like, man, because he said something. I guess he was testing to see if we knew yet. And we did. And I was like, I believe him. Because I know him. He knew I did. And so then it took him a few weeks until, about the time it looks like he came out and doxed the cabin, did that shit on shares right before McDonough was going to go live against Sisters that night. And he's like, oh, my neighbor heard a scream. And then he apologized to me after, I accidentally doxed you, man. I didn't even really understand what he meant. But he didn't tell me exactly how far that went or what he said. You mean, or I'd been a bit more concerned. But, he definitely, on the car ride that one night, he turned and just out of blue and was like, yeah, I did it, but my dad, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, oh, my God, well, okay. And I couldn't even believe he was trying to sell it to me like it was okay. But even then, I didn't realize how young his sisters were, because I wasn't aware of that much. And he was making it like teenager, which that's still not okay. I was still fucking appalled and sick. And he was sitting there normalizing or trying to make me normal or going. And it was like, he was like, oh, my dad said, like, that's going to bear it. No, it means both of you are sick. It means both of you are fucked up. Right? And it means if daddy was doing something too, then both of you are fucked in the head. I mean, no wonder. And
he talked about his uncle with the magazine with the nasty shit in it. His stepdad.
Okay, how many people throughout their lives come across a Playboy or Playgirl or some nude, whatever? Did any of y'all go doing some crazy stuff?
I totally get that.
Every kid in America has experienced a subjective situation.
Said it was a magazine.
Where we were trying to
I get, because we talked about that too, the different magazines or whatever. Don Wells specified that this magazine was of adult men doing things to young girls. That's exactly what he said. He did say that.
That's verbatim.
Yeah, I got it.
Well, I mean, but look where he was, what he was raised. I mean, he's out there in the upper Midwest near certain culty religions. Right. I mean, hell, that could have been, and back in the days, stuff like that could have been circulated. Exactly. But obviously, do you think that was the catalyst, though, when he comes from a background of that and all his stepfathers and everybody else were doing well, except for Mr. Gold, but the other ones and his sisters certainly come from backgrounds, their own fathers like that, and then he marries into, like, look at the background and history of all those. Do you think a magazine's really what did it?
Well, I mean,
no, it was overexposure and stimulus in the presence of children is what done it.
No, it's watching. I mean, look at even his dad, like the babysitter thing, trading out from mom, putting her in a bin crazy back in those days, which is like, oh God, the woman breathes. We're going to put her in there while I fuck the secretary, I mean, look at their behavior.
Jody,
it's apples and trees.
Mary's come out and said that the story of the woman going into the institution wasn't Dawn's mom, it was her mom. So, I mean, Dawn is telling stories.
Dawn follows the pattern like most abusers. It's just like, oh, they're crazy. Oh, they're this. And, this woman's nuts and they're psychotic. Any female, especially that they sense they don't like her, the same thing. It's always calling all women crazy back then, look what was done through the history. It's like, if we had a period wrong or we sneezed wrong or anything, men locking us all up. Back then, even in Dawn's day, you could still put your damn wives or girlfriends, whoever, in fucking insane asylum and marry again and have her withering away in a damn asylum because you just wanted to stick your dick in something. You could tell the neighborhood she was crazy.
He didn't specify exactly what age. He just said young girls. I'll have to find it to give you the specific words on it. It is out there.
And that's the thing. Hurst isn't wrong. He could have really, his mind perceived it as younger girls, but it could have been like adult men. You know how porn industry is. I mean, it obviously gears towards everything's titled teen this, young girl that, hot, whatever. And they try, I mean, there'll be women that are 30, but they look like they're obviously underage. And so, I mean, the perception in his mind, but either way, if you think of magazines, what did it or turned out, that ain't it. It's how he himself being a predator.
He said that he was young at the time. He was pretty young when he allegedly found that magazine. But this is my opinion. I think Don Wells has showed us what type of person he is, and it just amazes me that Reverend Donna, she was all good with Don when he was talking to her. I don't think
Dawn never talked.
She says, she said Dawn talked to her a few times.
And that was a catalyst of information on a few other channels where Don was talking to different ones that fell under too. He was talking to Donna. He was talking to all of them involved with Predator Hunter Nation. He was talking, of course, to Cher, and then
around Dusty. See, I wasn't paying attention to social media like Fred and Oliver. Like, I had no fucking clue, and there's still things I obviously do not know about the beginning because I wasn't fucking around here and I didn't have my head in the phone. Up number 11. I was in there with the real damn truth, detectives, feds. I was actually, summer. Everybody else was fucking around on social media.
I mean,
you were actually taking the time to report what you knew of a concern or something to be considered in the case.
They were all hitting social media to start narratives, it looks like, and to fuck around, figure out what everybody knew, formulate stories, but it's why I try to be careful with someone what to say or this or other, and we aren't given a handbook. We are double-edged swords, and people can't admit that they're assholes.
I remember her saying that she asked Dawn something like, what if Candace is involved or something? And she said after that he wouldn't talk to her anymore. When she said that, he wouldn't talk to her anymore. Because Dawn, I mean, the weird thing is Dawn is adamant that Candace is telling him the truth. Now, the thing...
You ever notice that, like, Candace and him both will, he'll be like, oh, her bad friends, or this and other, right? But then Candace, like, when, everybody will put it down to the point where I think it was Claire or something when they asked Shenny suspect. She's like, well, I don't really have any suspects, but I got problems with Jody. Well, and it was a bunch of things. Then she puts Dawn on the list too, right? And in different times, she has said that she thinks Dawn has done it, or that Dawn knows the person who has, right? They do that, but they do that throughout their whole lives. Look at the police reports, look at the phone calls, and if you know them or you see what they're doing, they will throw each other under the bus, but also somebody's going down, but they will fuck you up by doing that, right? And that even will fuck with that's what I'm saying. Like, you have to really pay attention to what they're doing, and they do that even around summer. Like, and that's absurd to me. I'm sorry, but if your child's missing, you really want to play, you don't play fucking games. Yeah, you can come out, and I can't say, okay, well, why are you not out here telling the public everything or this there, and give them the truth, because it ain't, they don't have to. They can fuck with y'all if they want to. You know what I mean? But that makes them look like shit. Yes, obviously, and they're aware of that. However, and I can understand things being held back, so whoever's responsible doesn't get wind, or weavers like Fred, but they are also weavers. Do you see what I'm saying? And I watched, and when you can watch, and you live on Ben Hill in real time, and you watch them for months after summer vanishes, act normal, go back to like it's nothing, as long as law enforcement or somebody they want to eat or buy their bullshit isn't standing around or near them, and they're acting all, ooh, then they're just fine, like nothing fucking happened, and having a great old fucking time and laughing and giggling about playing games or taking people like Jennifer Rides, which I didn't know who Jenna was at the time. I later on learned who she was. But they knew all the people in their inbox were fucking with them. They were happily, going, oh yeah, we're fucking with them too. They think we're friends. I mean, people are stupid.
Well, that's what I
but when you
couldn't
can watch them
understand, because when I seen tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe that YouTubers, well, Candace and YouTubers were the ones that kind of got that going between you and Candace. But most of that shit wasn't even true, right?
Well, it's not. I mean, look, Candace knew it wasn't. That's the thing. It wasn't just that YouTubers did that. It was that Candace herself, Candace knew it wasn't true. Okay? She might have played the YouTube, or played that card or to where it would eventually have that look to it. But I'll tell you that Candace lied to her own damn team looking for Summer. She lied to others. I think a lot of things were done to try to get near us or other witnesses with her team. And everybody fucking lying and fucking around. I don't find it funny or cute. But I will tell you that shit like PG says. And look, I've already had her admit that wasn't true. But she's managed that panel. I do have it though. And I know it's not. And there's one or several key factors that PG keeps fucking up on when he keeps telling that story about I was supposed to change. Candace wanted me to change my story about Scream, and I wouldn't, and I wanted half or whatever, and right? And P.O. Box cards, whatever the fuck it was. And I know that's a lie. I know it's bullshit. And she keeps reiterating.
The change in the story thing was about the showering. Dawn showering with
It is.
Summer.
Yes, that's what Candace was hinting and winking at me that night, and it was for Dr. Phil that I didn't see what saw law, and then she implied something about money, right? And I could tell what she was meaning, and that Dr. Phil was going to bring him out. I'm like, oh, and then I pretended like I misunderstood her, told her something about the teeth, right? Because I played off like, well, good luck with all that, and then make sure don't take scare, and then I got off, right? But yeah, I mean, there's all these things in there, right, that are and PG says all this shit, and it's a lie. And I know who's worried about P.O. Box cards and which part of those were around Dawn and Candace that were probably partaking. And there was a slip up by Candace in the road to me one night, not long before we moved, and I couldn't figure out in time what she meant because she tried to hand me money, and she's like, "Well, you and the kids," I was like, "No, man. What the hell?" And I think it was like $60. She's like, no, I got bunches of money right now. I was like, no, I'm good, man. And she's like, well, I think somebody screwed, and it was partly for me. And then she just stopped, and I was like, what the fuck? And it was one of those tales, but I couldn't figure out what it meant in that time. And this was after, around the period that Dawn doxed us and shit. And, we went on with the neighbor's real, it bothers that poor lady. And it was, obviously. And I think, and then I've heard things online since where it looks like in chats and things at that time, and his little critters and Candace's were asking if there was any way they could help me. And what it was them trying to figure out how to get to me, you know what I mean, all that. But I think that stuff was going to heal, and they were saying they were giving it to the neighbor, but that wasn't motherfucking happening. And guess who was in control of those P.O. boxes and shit by that point? Well, looks like 423 Ginger and and Squall and all them. And guess who was right up at that fucking house that we didn't know about? Squall and everybody, right? And then Squall's the one that blackmails, and then PG's the one writing the shit by that point, and everything else. Somebody's got something to worry about in that P.O. box shit. It ain't by God Jody Sue Brown.
I kept wondering, even though they said that 423 Chase had known Don Pryor, allegedly they got into it or some shit. I'm like, how the hell is that guy even involved? Who asked him to become involved? It never made any fucking sense to me.
He had started that channel right before Summer vanished, and everybody made a woo about that, right? The truth is, all these fuckers around Jamie Wilson, a bunch of these locally, Linda, everybody else, they were head and ass up in the Boswell case. They're already around McDonough, Scott was here. They were in the groups with AB. You got a bunch of Cottons people already fucking around in Boswell's too. Now you see them here in summer fucking around with all of us. 423, Twister, everybody else came in. They were all, you know what I mean? They're already sort of formulated. And Jamie Wilson was obviously conning and scamming and doing the kids plus politics thing well before Summer vanished. And in many cases, including in, I think, Washington, Johnson County, wherever, and then that, what's his name? He was a business owner. Anyway, yeah, I mean, like, the dude is obviously a scam, you know what I mean? And then he does the first, dog trail video? We didn't know that took place either. But, yeah, and then just all that. And then Chase and Twister and all them are right up Wilson's ass. So it shows you, you know what I mean? And then you connect them with differences between tow truck companies, actual car interests, park stuff, junkyards, probably drug related, you know, connects. And they're just a bunch of con junkie criminal ass motherfuckers who thought they could make a quick dime and skirt by with it, like it's me, like Jamie Wilson did. And then others online that are gullible to that bought their bullshit. They started being pushed by bigger channels like Tiffany Marie, McDonough, and what's that one, Web Sleuths, and everybody else. And, you know, so.
Yeah, I don't even think I ever watched any. I don't even know who Jamie Wilson is, to be honest. I don't think I ever paid much mind. There's a lot of those creators that I just never paid any attention to. So
they got people around his house and threatening him and all that. And Web Sleuths then took McDonough off her channel, and Jamie was apologized to this, but I think it was a way of everybody cutting ties with Jamie because he became not a thing after that. And you know what I mean? It was very contrived.
Ladies, I'm gonna have to jump down.
All right, Genevieve, have a great day. I'm throwing you off like I always do.
Jody Sue, thank you again. I hope to get an opportunity to speak with you more. This has been most.
Have a
Y'all have a good
day,
night.
Genevieve.
I'll keep listening.
Night. Okay, Jody.
All right.
She is gone, Jody. She's gone. Okay.
That was Genevieve.
Genevieve. She's I've known Genevieve forever. Ernie and them and Tina and Predator Hunter Nation and all that stuff. I mean, you know, some people people call her conspiracy theorist for sure. That's what.
And that's not wrong. Jamie went out to Warriors first. And because they were like, oh, look, you filmed the spot at the pond. And then those went to TM Legend with Serpent. That's not wrong down there.
You know, you guys remember Dolly going with these little, his little scuba diving mask and going to war.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, what the fuck you think you're going to find? And that always got me, Jody, because I'm like, it's 4 years later. Anybody.
Well, even weeks later, you get in there after real crews and real police. And I swear, even this many years later, if I see one more person go out there and find a twisted tea can and be like, oh, I'm going to lose my shit.
I mean, Candace even said that the area was full of garbage and twisted tea cans. So,
well, yeah, I think that's a good hidey hole for people to just go out and fish and drink cheap beer from the same place they are from the day. Teens to sneak off from the campground and their parents and grandparents on vacation and drink. Come on, you know?
Right. And if that was the case and there's all that garbage around there, why would you let your kid go swimming in that?
Well, I mean, any river or ocean area. I mean, look, you go to the beach and people have left stuff behind. It doesn't mean it's not cleaned up. And that park is immaculate. It is kept very clean. But obviously, you know, a day or two might go by before they go back around and do things. But there's an abundance of foot traffic and people and visitors there. And, I mean, you know what I mean? So even within a day or two, it can look like shit's built up, you know, so. But that park is very nice. It is very well maintained and always kept pretty damn immaculate.
Well, I hear
So,
Jody just
yeah.
fine, and I hear myself. I don't sound choppy to you, do I, Jody?
No.
Yeah.
Hold on. Keep talking.
Okay, I'm gonna keep talking to you. So see, that's what I just never understood the crap of see, that's what, okay, you got your YouTube on too. I just the crap
yeah, I was listening. It is chopping a little bit.
See, that's okay, you got your YouTube on too. I don't know how to.
No, this is on another device that I was just doing that with. So.
Okay.
But no, like when I'm listening to us on another device, it's a little choppy. It ain't as bad as lockdowns was. Did you hear that? Like, I don't know what's going on over there.
Are you talking? Is that lockdown with the April C?
No, I'm not about White Boy.
Girl,
they're advertising him right now of his poor hurt feelings about Serafina, right? So they can all work together to use and pretend that they're really having a fight. But anyway, yeah, his for days since he like threatened to out everything on Candace. They ain't none been right with his. Like, you can't even understand what the hell is going on over in White Boys.
Yeah,
like it's ridiculous.
I know he was talking about the weird ass woman that had a husband who was a bail bondsman, and supposedly Candace.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know who the hell that girl is, but
they just want to get rid of that bitch because she was part of the ones taking photos and lurking around and trespassing for them and everything else. She's one of their dirty little workers. They want to get rid of and make it look like she's just completely nuts. But they have her stalking people, doing illegal shit. And now, you know, she's a little nuts. It'll make law enforcement think she's nuts. She tells the truth about what she did for this group. She did help play that fake Fed shit. So with the pictures that were being sent in and out with Penny and everybody else, and yeah, we all know what Chase and Justice and why they're on a bender every now and then to bring her up and act like she's just completely nuts. But they choose to use the nutters like Green Eyes and I don't know, the D's and the Crystal Crime and all those, because, you know, law enforcement like, oh man, if you're it's just a nutter online, just turn off the, no, they might be nutters, but they're also very criminal, very dangerous, and this group uses them to try to get by with shit like that, and then, you know, it ain't right.
Well, I thought it was,
but yeah,
when not only did they come up to 125 and do a sound test and shit, I thought it was
never actually did that. It was bullshit. And you remember he said he'd upload.
No, it wasn't him. No, Chasing and them did it, I think, right?
But they didn't either. And think about this, Romaine. I want you to think about this real hard. Okay? Now, all right, they come in a different time period, right? So foliage, all that's different. But also, there's never been a location given for the screen. Now, has there?
No, not ever.
Well, how in the fuck do you then go?
Weird. You're right. That is weird.
And then where's someone that holds the same volume or decibel, you know, to recreate that, right?
Right.
And then how do you know it? And then you've not lived on a property. Also, the cabin, I believe, was gone by that point. So how do you even begin to? And then here's the kicker, right? When before they even did that, I have video proof on my channel over now that's been there. Then I know those bitches chasing Jenny and Adrian. We're all aware of Floyd and Benny, right? That proves that you could hear the children and sounds and noises from 110 to 125.
I mean,
you also have Don online by that point saying he could even hear Andy beating us over in his damn basement, all kinds of shit, right? I have proof noises traveling around. So when they come back and tell the public that no, we'll stick Lawson up but Chase and now tried to clean up. No, we've always believed you. It's like, no, bitches, you stick with unfounded. And you did a test. You don't. Well, we talk to their voices because that's what you make noise with is out of your mouth. Well, where? Where did they do that at? And then, I'm sorry, did they take people of the same age range to listen and see or any of that? Because different ears are going to pick up different noises and different decibels different ways, aren't they? That's right. That's right.
This is what gets me.
So you tell me how anybody's ever actually done a screen
this is
test.
what gets me, because what they're saying is, I remember they got Candace to come online and say that, well, no, maybe Candace didn't say it, but allegedly when you heard the scream, somehow Candace says that she didn't hear it because
she was in the basement looking for Summer with the boys.
So let's talk about timeline, okay? She want to make people believe that Summer was gone 10 minutes before they called 911, but yet she says she was in the basement looking for Summer. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, though. She was reported saying that because they didn't have a time for the screen, and we didn't tell them, and they didn't know until way down the line, right? And I'm sure that's when you hear PG saying that she told them that no, the time they don't match, Dawn, it's wrong, and, oh God, Well, it looks like PG was directing what I mean. Well, who does that?
Jody,
but now
wait a minute. I'm gonna remove you. Will you grab the link again, because they're saying we're having a lot of problems, and I don't know what's happening. Okay. Thank you, Jody. I have to agree with Jody. If a test was done, or details should have been used, not random. Absolutely. Because I never had any doubt that Jody could hear the wells. If you don't live in an area like that, if you don't come from the mountains, you don't understand how that sound travels. You just don't. Well, I was hearing her just fine, you guys, so I'm not sure what was going on, and you guys said the channel was skipping and all that stuff. So you guys hear me okay, right? You guys hear me okay? Okay, so I'm gonna pop back over, and we're going to listen to some more Lippy while we're waiting on Jody to come back. And look, some of the questions, I just, if you ask Jody what she thinks happened to Summer, she's been asked that question 1,000 times. 1,000 times. Okay, girl, we got you now.
Any better?
I've been fine with you. I don't know what they're hearing.
I can hear you fine, but like I was playing Indigo on the other one, it was choppy.
I wonder why. Maybe it's because I'm playing with my freaking headphones or something. Hard fucking telling.
Are you on StreamYard too? Or are you using StreamYard?
Yeah, I'm on StreamYard.
I think that's what Lockdown's using too. I think it's something going on with StreamYard.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff been going on with StreamYard. Do you reconstruct a car accident with your thoughts of what happened, of the true details of the car accident? I think if you reconstruct a car accident, they're saying now I'm choppy. Yeah, it has to be.
And look, it kept, when I was on another panel the other night, it's doing something. It's auto ejecting. It's not the creator fucking with me and dropping me down. It's booting out like StreamYard's going. I think it's StreamYard. Or y'all just being fucked with.
I'm just gonna turn my mic down a little bit and see if that helps. Yeah, it kept every time Cotton Candy's up here, it threw her off like 20 times. So,
well, Cursed, all I can tell you is that certain people around that hill, I mean, because there were, I guess, tests done and such, right? thing is, for some reason later on, it looks like maybe info is traveling back to little fucking critters like Jenny Adrian chasing, Nana, etc. And then they went in there, and after Benny paid for it, was thrown out and all this bullshit, and Andy allowed him whatever. It looks like all I can tell you is that people who think that they have certain things do not. And then it looks like it was fed out to dumbasses here, and the team of the databasers and got to them, and then they did certain things that should have never been given to, in any way. And that pretty much told me all I needed to know about that. But I hate it for all of them around Candace and Dawn who think that they were ever privy to all the things or think they know the things. And I'll tell you right now that only the card team knows certain things. And I just take that for the rest of the fucking world. And it will be up to the card team and all the sheriffs and all the police departments and specialists in the FBI and TBI to figure out all the things, all the real equipment and all the real knowledge and all the real stuff. Not fucking YouTubers, but we conducted with that of our mouth. And hey, can we do anything? And look, we know we're around Cindy, but can we talk to you?
Well, this is the thing people need to realize too. Look at what Don Wells has told us about his life. Look at what the fuck shit that he has told us, the stuff that he has said about things that could have happened to Summer. He gets really graphic. So if you look at all that, then you need to remember what they're not telling us about their lives. Okay?
Well, the thing is, Remain, at first, and I know y'all seen it back in the day. I mean, you don't want to believe, but it's like I could almost give way for that because it's like, well, look who they are. They are monsters. They are predators. He's a piece of shit. He's a molester and a rapist. He's self-admitted so, right? I mean, that's what he's done to his sisters, at least 7 other women besides, or 5 that accused him of. Either way, he's admitted it. Therefore, he is an absolute child molester and rapist. There's no getting around that. Whether he's on paper or not, he is that. Candace knows he is that. Okay? So anyway, you think, okay, this dude is what he is. Okay? I know by living around him that they got their fucking issues, problems, he's pirate, whatever, right? And so I try to give leeway for that because he's sort of base, more criminalistic. So speaking about things like that may not seem odd or off to him, right? It's just his language. He's brutal about it. It's like the first night when he said what he did to me and things, I thought, man, it's just because they're so them, right? And the criminal aspect and how hard life is there. But then you start thinking, man, even the hardest of motherfuckers be like, that's when your daughter's missing, your child's, you know what I mean? And eventually you go, no, this ain't right. And but at first I did. I was like, man, it's just them. Who could blame somebody for thinking, obviously, the worst, right? Or the horrors that are in your mind.
Well, this is my thing.
About what could be.
Think that you
but
felt,
in the way he
how
does.
do people think that you felt being their freaking neighbor, having a young girl, and finding out all this shit about them like that? Because you really didn't have a clue about that, right?
Right, and we didn't realize till news started and stuff. We didn't realize they had pedophiles over there. We didn't realize they had all the people and the types they had over there. Obviously, we knew they had druggies and transients, and sometimes you wouldn't figure out somebody had been living there for like 3 fucking months, you know what I mean? But we didn't realize all the shit. Obviously, didn't know Dawn. Look, I'd had a feeling about Dawn for eons, you know what I mean? And I'd obviously, not long before Summer vanished, I found out his son was on the list, but I couldn't find anything on Dawn. I knew about the address down here, all these other things, but it's still, when Summer vanishes, not only is that happening, but then all of a sudden, you see his sisters come out, and you know that what they're saying is true, and you're like, oh my God. And then you know, all this is occurring. Andy's doing his, I mean, it was, I can't explain to you. It was probably, and I was already like going through some of the worst things that I'm in my life. I've lost my pap. The cancer. I was worried about my kids. I was worried about trying to survive without a voice left to me, tones to scream, and all these things were happening. And summer vanishes, and then, you know, all that next door, and then eventually, within a couple weeks, I'm there alone with just the kids. You know, and before that, I mean, you're over there and you hear gunshots in the night, and you think he's killed the boys and Candace, and you're just waiting on the last pussy ass gunshot off himself, you know. And there are other things, and you realize, hell, it ain't just what you're hearing. Then he admits to doing half this shit, and then you watch their behavior, and you watch the games they're apparently playing with you all, and you watch the bullying, and all these things just roll downhill, you know. And you're like, but then you still try to have the benefit of that, and you know you're not, so you're trying to, like, I think at first, a lot of what I was doing was like, I was worried about how much I was undergoing, and I was given too much leeway or too much whatever to everyone. You know what I mean? To try to make sure I wasn't being biased or too harsh, or, you know what I mean? All that. But, and then also, I mean, but it was like, holy shit. And then either way, no matter what's at 110, no matter what Don and Candace are, then I still know for a fact that there are other predators out there that have been, quote, hunting on Ben Hill for years. So then I'm like, okay, is it something to do with them? Was this an unknown? People like this, you know, if somebody did come and take her off of that hill, okay, that is someone that is very risky. That wouldn't have been their first crime, first time. They're at the point of being extraordinarily dangerous because they seek out that type of adrenaline rush and that risk. They would do it again, and I've watched throughout the years for similar crimes or upticks or anything local or surrounding stuff I've not found. I mean, it's just, you know, people like that revisit scenes, but then eventually you have all the assholes from around the area and TikTokers and YouTubers and all these assholes out here flooding into the road, and who the hell would have been able to tell, even law enforcement? Who the hell would have been able to see a return? And I'll tell you that specialists with the feds and government and everybody else were like, yeah, whoever this is, if it is a stranger, if it's someone, you know, that did this, they will return. But how in the hell would anybody seen it? Well, thank YouTube and social media and freaks who want to come film a TikTok video on these roads or around these scenes or areas after every high-profile case. Because they're the ones keeping things like that from being identified quickly and gotten out of the community around any of y'all in the world. It means they're still out there. I mean, that's pretty stupid. What you do, come get a TikTok video or keep everything hermetically type of sealed. That way police or locals could tell the return of a predator so they could be captured. I think I'd forego my fucking TikTok video or my psychic bullshit and leave an area alone. That way, police and locals could tell someone returning possibly to these scenes like this. Exactly. That's what I think.
Exactly.
So that's why I feel I take such an.
I agree. I truly believe.
People don't understand why I'm pissed off. Well, that's why I'm pissed off. It could have ended there that simply, or the absence of someone returning. This and that could have lent more clues to who was responsible. You know, anything like that. You never know what could count. But the more people in the community and people on YouTube or other social media thinks it's okay to go drive by somewhere, or they want a first video, or they want 10 clicks, or they want to go message somebody first.
Yep.
You need to leave these things alone. You need to leave people alone. That is how they're best off, is being left entirely the fuck alone. And then, honestly, after a few, I mean, I can see if people just shared images or something at first. The flyers, the missing, you know, and brought attention and just spread that, and that alone. That would help. Yes. Get attention, look for the car, look for vehicle, make, model, the person. Yes. But when you go to instantly messaging people, finding their family, pulling property records, tracking people down, hunting them, manipulating them over several social media platforms combined to pull them in rooms, to make shitty videos, and this area libel, slander, make them come defend themselves on some dumbass platform like Crime Stories or Smileys or somewhere, so that you can embed in all these cases and make these people think it's of their own volition and free will, and it ain't.
Right.
You know, and hope they never catch on to that. That right there is tampering and life destroying, case destroying, and that's exactly what some of this realm wants because it pays. It pays well. They used to go with just the natural course of cases. Now they're actively seeking to destroy them or overturn verdicts or do things because the more years they can keep it going, the more money they can make, and the less likely they are to be sued by all the people they falsely just to target and destroy lives of if nobody's ever named or arrested. Right?
Absolutely right.
I don't find it.
I don't find it funny either.
You know, I don't.
I really don't.
And people get pissed at me. They're like, "Why are you on YouTube if you hate YouTube?" It's that, and and people are like, "You don't want anybody search?" Yes, I do. I want real searchers, not affiliated with YouTube, social media. I want real law enforcement, real equipment, real feds, real teams. I don't want MGLs and Olivias and water bottle bullshits. I don't want Ryan's. I don't want squalls and teams fixing houses, taking off with shit and then putting them in creeks, trying to get other people. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want this shit. Nobody should want this shit if they actually care about these missing and murdered women and children. It should terrify people to the degree that people can insert or trespass or get around properties, carry out stuff. You know, they can basically build, set up, and, you know, fuck around in a case to the point, and with law enforcement and feds, and with these little Karen-sounding assholes calling DAs and courts and sounding genuine and sincere, maybe have the education to back it up and, you know, doing all this, and others on the ground doing illegal shit. I mean, they can control quite a bit if law enforcement doesn't catch up or keep up, and that is fucking terrifying.
That did not help Summer's case at all. At all. And it was very sad because, you know, even after a certain amount of time, it's like they did not look at the amount of searchers, what their qualifications were. They didn't look at the hundreds of people out there looking for Summer, the helicopters, the drones, all the updated equipment they had looking for Summer. It's like they got discredited. It was like people discredited them.
They had, all these creators had to make it look like everything was Barney Fife coming there, dropped a pencil, a gun, broke everything, and left. They had to make people forget that, you know, and they clip what Lawson said. They clip what this one says to fit whatever narrative, right? They don't tell the public the whole truth. They want them to think. It's like when Chase and they come in here and take up all the flyers, then tell people there were no flyers, and make people think they were searching, but people were unaware that they couldn't actually have been searching or allowed to. You know, they need people to believe that law enforcement's corrupt, dirty, ineffective, blah, 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 blah. They need people to forget that all this massive, amazing equipment is used. They need people to not realize the real look and feel of a community or roads apart. They do it in every case. They lead people where they want them to go in order for mass money flow and mindfuckery. It is never about these missing or murdered women or children or otherwise.
Well, that's
and they make people forget
about Fred,
the reality.
Is because people, if you're gonna talk crap about other people on social media, how is anybody Fred's best friend?
Did you hear him?
Which part?
I caught this when I was over on Six's last night. I think she played a piece, and Fred is saying in it that it might have been her. I don't know. But on Seraphina's there night, he said that he seen Andy's dad.
Yes.
At the end of the road to talk to him. That he come in at 6:30 or 6:40, yes. And the road was already blocked off. That's why Andy's dad was standing there, and he talked to him. Remain, the cops weren't even there yet. Right?
Yeah,
They've got a time for the cops coming in after 7. Right. And then you got to think Candace Emily called police at what, 6:20 something? And like another, I don't know, both stands for like 6:20 something, what dispatch something is. But, you know, it's like, what the fuck? You know, and they just don't, you know, I just can't believe people are buying this shit.
But they are.
But he really said that. Yeah. But then you got to think, I've got my first helicopter video. I I took it that evening, but it didn't until we were out in town later night. So I uploaded on a different day. But that was the first helicopter up. You can see because of the 4-wheelers and all that stuff and the search crews and everything there. That was when that was its first take up in the sky, right? And Fred still wasn't in there. And the way you can tell is because all that traffic in front of us and the search crews and their equipment, all, you know, and others, it was right dead in front of my feet. And you can see my car right there at the edge of the driveway. Fred had not yet entered the road, okay? Because all that stuff had not broken up yet. And because he come barreling through there, people had to move out of his fucking way, and he about hit us. So and that video, you got to think about what time it gets dark in June. It ain't no 6 something. Right. It ain't no 7 something.
Right.
Right. And it was almost dark that way. So Fred be lying, and there's proof of it. Absolute, verifiable proof of it.
Fred lying since Summer went missing. Yeah, absolutely.
But they're just letting it like, are you kidding me, dude? You know?
I mean,
and you got to think, neighbors wouldn't even know, the word wouldn't have really super spread out in the community to bring everybody in by the point Fred saying he came to the road on Thursday. You know?
Yeah, he's so full of shit.
So,
Jody, I have to take a potty break, so you can take a potty break, or just give me.
Are you leaving me here alone?
Yes, I'm leaving you alone because I have to pee. I mean, for real. It only take me a minute. It don't take me long to pee. I'm not one of those type that, you know, I just dribble a little bit and then I go to get up and I dribble a little bit more. Mine flows perfectly fine. So.
And Kirst, I see you down there. I don't really speak on the time, and I never have, that Fred was coming in out of the road that day. I will tell you it is between the hours that whatever happened. But I mentioned that, you know, he definitely took a pause at one point, but I don't give a time for that because obviously you can see what Fred does with shit. And I'm just waiting for him to one day, you know, say something. But it's one of the very few things he leaves out of his shit, ain't it, Kirst? It's weird, huh? He picks up everything else the rest of us say, and much like when he thought that I meant the first days when we seen him, and I don't know, Fred just picks up all the wrong things. He thinks things and just runs with them. It's a good way to catch a tiger by its tail. But there's a reason I don't mention the time Fred was going in there, and I haven't for all these years. It's because you can see what Fred did with it. But I'm just waiting on Fred to address it one day. We'll see. I've asked him before, but it seemed like he might have stopped at certain places and such in and around there that day too. I've yet to get a response. Imagine that.
Okay, I'm back. Told you it'd only take a minute. And yes, I did use hand sanitizer for people who think I don't wash my hands. I absolutely do. For sure.
But it's like him, you know, it's like him. Well, you were over in Sixes, weren't you, last night, Kirst? I know Crumma's made her fucking face parent shoot over sitting on her hands, but somehow magically typing that out on the keyboard. Poor thing.
Well, you know, Steph, or whatever your name is, Laura said a lot of things. You got to remember, and we've said this so much throughout this whole time that Summer's been missing. A lot of people who have came out and spoke are addicts.
He didn't have a work truck.
I didn't think Andy had a work truck.
No.
For sure.
And Andy was driving my damn Kia Soul that day to work. And you can see it, and there's video proof of it, because the last thing pulled into the damn driveway was search crews right there on the fucking video as helicopters were going up.
People ain't paying any attention to that stuff, Jody.
Plus messages, because I was pissed off he took my car. I mean, but he was always keeping it. He was trying to make Becca believe it was fucking his, and he paid for it and all this shit. He wasn't telling the truth at home. He was rapping, you know, like, he's making shit look so May's messenger to her when she read it, was playing T games, messaging me. It's gross. But yeah, he was keeping my car from me, and that way I couldn't get out, even my doctor's appointments and shit. Oh, just stay home and blah, blah, blah. Oops, I forgot you had an appointment. Oh gosh. But it was so I couldn't get out. And,
well,
you know,
Jody, I am going to say this because just the way that played out on social media was so fucked up that he.
And I have a time.
You know, that whole thing was fucked up. That whole thing with Andy doing that, to me, it was fucked up. Everybody can have their opinions on it and think whatever they want. But let me tell you guys something. If you're with a man for many, many years and just very quickly, it fucking hurts. I don't care what anybody said. It fucking hurts.
Me, Romaine. I was with him for a decade. Obviously, there's things there, but like, you know, I just I don't think people understand.
And let me tell you, Jody, this is how I understand what you're going through. I had a husband. We were in the military. He goes to Afghanistan. He starts fucking this dude while he's in Afghanistan.
Well, Andy always was fucking around. He was always accusing him, but he was always fucking around. It's what he always did from Tommy Lily. He was always keeping me in a cage until.
Yeah.
You know, and then he fucked when he didn't actually want, and he got stuck because she's a crazy bitch, and she was trying to out him and get him caught with dropped earrings and throwing my papa's stuff from the funeral in my goddamn car and mud stain and all that shit. And he knew he was fucked. It's why for months before he's like, if you don't let me quit this job, it's going to ruin our lives. Wait and see, right? And he was almost crying in bed, and please just hold me. And this, and, you know, I mean, he was torn and he was chewing his own goddamn arm off. And I know by the look on his face at one point, I was like,
yep.
You know, one of them, I always knew it. I mean, like, I'm telling you, he got with one that was fucking, and you can see her on social media before that when we did, because she was already stalking the kids and I. And I knew he freaked out one night in bed because her shit come across, algorithm style across my Facebook. And I was like, who's this bitch? Why is she skeezing me? And he was like, ah! You know, and I was like, yeah, that's what I thought, motherfucker. And I done knew by the co-workers, but he had many at that time. And, you know, so the thing is, he's always doing that shit. Everybody in that area will tell you that, like, once a week, they would call me and be like, Andy's back at his shit again with another cashier, another food worker. He's dinner giving the same song and dance. This means he's doing and helping with his relationship, and he's so, you know, and it's like, and they're like, God, gag me, you know, and half the women would contact me and be like, Jesus, how do you deal with this fucking dude? He's pathetic. You know, and it was always that, man. It was always that. And everywhere he will work, everywhere he goes to frequent, like grocery store or a restaurant or anything, that is where he will find it. It is what he does, because whoever's whatever, it's a good way to hide it and make you think he's whatever. And even if, you know what I mean, it's just what he does, man. Okay? So, known to me, he can say what he wants to everybody about everything, but I've caught him. I've got so much proof of all the bitches throughout the fucking years, the ones even I've called in front of him. And yeah, I mean, like, bro, he done knows, and he be lying. He be lying. Okay? And so she's nothing new, but she's stupid. She thought she was getting a whole bunch of shit. Her nasty meth mouth, fucking have nothing, no life having bitch really thought she was coming into a dude that had all these properties and houses and all the shit he fed her and a brand new car, and he made thousands of
sounds like Vicky and Frank.
And what she didn't realize is everything he had was me or somebody else providing for him. And he beat and hit and treated people like shit, and, you know, them whined about, I mean, you can't shit in your own yard and bitch the grass ain't green. You know what I mean? You can't be doing all that. And you know, so, you know what, and he got more of that look. He's really good at what he does and ways better masks than Don and them every. I'm like, yeah, when everybody falls for, oh, shucks, good corn fella, little boy. You know, fuck out of here with that. You ain't seen the fucking monster that one is, you know?
I know those kind of monsters.
So, I mean,
I had
you know,
I had one living with me and married to me, and comes home to my house, driving my vehicle, with a fucking garter belt hanging on my rear view fucking mirror. And I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, weird shit.
Well,
weird shit. For real.
And
I mean, it happens.
Yeah, I mean, people are saying they think it's. I don't think it's cute to this room claps ass cheeks to that dude. Knowing, and I know for a fact this motherfucker tried to murder my children and myself many times throughout our lives. He beat and hit and abused and mentally, emotionally, all kinds of things, you know. And this place, like, oh, hey,
well, I think
fuck
what
that.
a lot of people, I think what some of them people are wondering is why you stayed so long, why you didn't leave sooner.
Why would you ever say something like that to somebody? And why would that be a thought of anybody?
I'm just saying that is what they that is how their mind works. I know that, hey, I've been there, Jody. I
did leave throughout the years, right? I mean, is that just ignorant motherfucking women or anti-advocates or bitches who want to be like less in their own abuse? What is it that does that? I don't know of true women survivor spiders that want to compare other true women survivor spiders who've dealt with or healed correctly from, just want to make sure other survivor spiders, etc., get out as safely as they can when they can.
Because you can't.
They don't compare. They don't.
These people that ask questions like that, to me, honestly, have never been through it in their life, period. They've never had to go through that.
People seem to not realize I did leave, you know, throughout the years, right? And he knew this is part of the reason the last cycle took place, not only to get a hold of one that was going to catch his ass up and he had no choice, but he knew I'd been trying desperately to sort of leave. He kept getting wind of it. He kept breaking things down every time I got close to getting 9 kids down, you know, and he'd act right. He screwed me out of leaving and jetting off just a few months before that by acting all nice. He loved me, and I was fuck. And then he found the money and stuff I had stashed back. He knew what was up, and then he separated me from people that were my support system. You know, just like he had my family throughout here, all this other shit. He's very smooth at what he does, but I had left even for upwards sometimes of a year or more.
Right.
And then he come back, and literally, there was one Christmas, this motherfucker come back right before I let him back into mine and eldest's life. He wasn't very old. And after like a year of being away from the motherfucker, and he was like, I love you, marry me, this, and then within 3 days, like on Christmas, y'all, I caught this motherfucker talking to another bitch like he always is on holidays, wishing them happy holidays, this, there, and how are you, love you, whatever. And then with us, he makes sure to steal our joy, beat on us, terrorize, ruin every holiday, birthday, special occasion. But meantime, he's always in contact with a bitch.
Right.
And I caught him again on fucking Christmas, y'all, 3 or 4 days after. And then him and another person around were in the living room, and he thought I was asleep on his lap, and then they were joking about it.
Wow.
And I guess they thought I was asleep. But anyway, I called the bitch either way. And look, he's. And he always has a habit of going for the dumbest skank bitches like that one in particular. I hadn't believing she was a virgin and all shit and didn't party. And then he ended up beating on me, telling me what a good girl she was and la la la. And I was going to fuck up whatever and blah, blah, blah. And then I was like, watch this motherfucker. And I called the bitch. And she didn't think he was around. And she thought it was hilarious that she took him for such a ride. And she was getting ready to go to the club and everything. And he thought she didn't go to. And she's like, yeah, can't believe that dumb son of a bitch bought the thing this there. And I was like, well, okay, as long as we're clear, you know. And I was like, see, told you. There's another one, dumbass, you know. And so, you know, and I believe at that time I told the bitch that, you know, she fucked around again, I'd rip her fucking head off and shove it up her ass just to make that clear, you know. And she's like, it's cool. I don't do it. Ugly, whatever. You ain't my type. But I was
there are some people out on social media that will demean a DV survivor and say they're lying and all this stuff. But the minute that they go through something like that, they want you to be like, oh my God, I can't believe you went through that. No, wait a minute. I just seen you in a chat demoralizing a woman who has truly gone through DV, but yet you didn't give a shit then, but now all of a sudden you want to come out and want sympathy for yours. That is.
And you know what's funny to me over the years, and even here you'll hear him say that, and that's how he bought a bunch of these bitches like Jenny chasing all them. And I'd leave all the time, and I'd run out. Yeah, okay. His version of running off is, he would hype shit up in the house, whatever, right? And get it to where it was extraordinarily. Shit was gonna pop off. He'd beat the fuck out of us, whatever, right? And then he'd jet off for a few days till he could bang or fuck or whatever. And in his head, excuse it as, oh, well, I'm not cheating because I'm going, right? And then he'd come, or you'd have to chase him down, right? Because he wouldn't do whatever. You need food for kids. You need this. You need a bill paid. And then he'd weasel his way back in within a few days, right? And whereas, and that's what he wanted. That's what he expected. That's how it went. And it's sort of forced to have to go for it. You know what I mean? And then he'd be like, oh, she's tracking me. No, bitch, this is just a cycle. But when I would fucking leave, he knew I'd mean it. And I probably would have stayed up. But then after a while, even like he would, always stay in contact with me, stay around my family. Hell, he lived with my family at one time for a year while I was gone. I didn't even come around or nothing because he fucking kept his ass here because he knew that that'd be a good way if I come back around, then he could get back in touch with me. But eventually he shows up, I, make contact again. But every time I've left, he's always crawling right there and going, I love you, marry me, blah, blah, right? Because he knows I'm gone.
Right.
But his version of he left or he did it, it was to go fuck off.
Right.
Or it was after he beat the shit out, I didn't want to look at what he did or the bruises for a few days, whatever. And then he's like, I love you, man. And it's like this time he tells people, he told me, bitch, no, he didn't. It was just an average day of, well, I need a day or two, or oops, I fell asleep in the car, or whatever. Bitch, no. And he tells people, he told me, blah, blah, blah. No, he didn't. Yeah, so I thought it was, I waited days, weeks for him, and he was catching me out in parking lots and shit, or out here locally, going, it's fine, I'm just at mom and dad, it's okay, we'll work on it, I love you, blah, blah, blah. Right. But then in front of Hayward, the gas station, or in front of Whorebag inside of the gas station, he'd be like, go up my car, and baby, it's okay when he's in the window. I've got it on fucking video, dude. This dude acting that crazy, like in front of Hayward, he did that, he'd stick his head in the car, like, you can keep the car, blah, 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 and we're good, and it's fine. I'll be home. And then he'd lift up out of the car and start screaming, get out of here. Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what the? But he was into it. And I have it on fucking video, man. He's just lucky I played it off for the world.
Hey, let me ask you, because I know a lot of people talk about these SD cards. Now, from my understanding, Candace had SD cards of some of the abuse. Did she?
She didn't have. She had only 2 cards, and they had some of the photos of some of the abuse at times on them. Yes. And
she didn't give them back, or she gave one back, and it wasn't the full thing.
She took photos of me on hers at one point, and they were on hers, and I asked her if she could send those to me, so I'd have them to correlate with things, because.
Well, yeah, you would need. I would.
There were times
for court too.
Well, to correlate with certain things, and all that, but they weren't the only ones. They were just some of certain instances that I needed to go with the hospital reports and these things and that things and the message, to put everything together to show what he'd been doing. But that's the only reason. But I also couldn't take pictures of all the damage by myself. And I didn't want the kids seeing all of it, so there were a couple times I asked her to take pictures, and that's why they were on her card and by her device.
Were there SD cards gone from some of the trail cams? They fucked with your trail cams, right? Somebody fucked with your trail cams, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I remember.
Yes.
Because I know people just... they're on those SD.
But that was people broke into the camper,
right?
And they tried to do that. They did that while we were in court with Andy, And then Penny did a thing about Becca wearing pink shorts that day. Well, that's what whoever was in here was wearing. So it was real weird that Penny posted that. But Andy and Becca went about posting immediately before even they posting shit. The judge and advocates told them explicitly not to, and giving it out to creators and shit.
Right.
And then look, it was fucked up. But yeah, somebody definitely, and Lil and I were a whole city ass away after court, sort of celebrating being semi-ish safe, whatever the fuck that means.
Right.
And for a little bit longer. And we weren't here, and other people and my family members witnessed people jetting out of here, and things were stolen. But you hear Scott and all this group connect with Penny and Andy and Becca and all them going, she's crazy. And here Benny and them all going, sir, she's saying that we broke into her trailer and all that. And you see Crystal using that. But the thing is, something about this group had shit to do with that.
Right.
And people here witnessed the shit. And yeah, there were things missing out of here. And they took off with a camera, but the whole ass phone camera. They also took off with other things in here, including paperwork that then somehow Andy magically has. Weird, eh?
Yeah. Yep.
Weird. In the same time, you got Andy coming trespass, and I and Little can hear him outside. Steals dogs he was not left, wasn't supposed to have. You know, all that shit.
Right.
But everybody's like, oh, it's fine. It's fine.
Well, I know that they, it was said, and I can't remember who said it, something about they had contacted TBI or something about where your dog was buried. That was kind of weird shit to me. That also...
Yeah, they started out, you can say the dog, like, bro, you know, the feds knew the dog was there from the first night. They come up the driveway.
Right.
And all the searchers, all the teams, all the specialists, everybody else knew the dogs were there. And if they had wanted anything like poop or hell, if they wanted to put the damn dog down and splice it open to see if anything, you know what I mean? They would have done so. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. They're well aware of the dog. I'm sick of people going with this dog.
Right.
When the dog never did a damn thing to those children or otherwise, I'm sick of the fucking bullshit. But everybody wants to take eyes off the fact that they had a goddamn pack of dogs over there that were starving, hunting and killing other people's animals in the area. Half of their did y'all know that their dogs really busted the windows out of my house to get in and kill my cats and other shit? Did you know that?
No, they tried to blame that
Did you know they killed one of my other dogs?
They blamed that on your dog.
Blame what? No, their dogs, and I have receipts on this, busted through the windows of my fucking house and killed my cat.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Their dogs are going around the neighborhood killing other people's dogs, animals, and shit because they were so fucking hungry. They did nip at summer.
Exactly what, and I can't remember who was putting it out, but it was put out there that you left your cats in the cabin with the dog, and you came back, and there was
I don't want to hear it no fucking more. There. I'm sick of it. I bet y'all concentrate on Candace and fucking Dawn tattooing wrong names of their children and fucking ears of rabbits like
I totally agree.
Why don't you concentrate on the kids shooting animals or fucking diddling little kids instead of fucking animals or my goddamn.
Why don't they? I don't understand that. I don't understand.
I don't know. People continue to bring up stupid shit like my dogs.
I mean, do you think that it's
dog? Or Fred's fucking dog. How about that?
Nobody's ever talked about Fred's fucking dogs. Ever. I've never heard shit about
Fred. I mean, like, seriously.
But no, that's what they've been
doing
the whole time.
You think there wouldn't be evidence of a predator of any variety, including dogs, attacking some of the boys? Do you not think that there'd be evidence for the canines to find?
Thank you. That's exactly what I said.
So it's ridiculous to even bring up that shit.
But I don't understand why they keep on it and on it and on it and on it. The thing about
because people keep doing it to make it distraction and bullshit. And to go past common sense and logic that tells you that these search dogs, canines, cadaver dogs, everything else would have found evidence had there been any animal attack on something.
You better believe it.
You know?
I mean,
and to think that these searchers, feds, cartoon, all this stuff were not aware of animals or could have tested or done anything with poop, scat, etc. You know, is absurd.
Even Ziggy here within these honest lives, even Ziggy tried to say that, I thought she said Pruitt said it to her. I could be wrong, but some form of law enforcement, she said, tried to tell her that they thought a bear got Summer. Is what
that came from Raider when he seen a bear, and then it from my understanding, it eventually became a Pruitt said, but I don't know that that's ever actually been said.
I never heard Pruitt say any of that.
From my understanding, Raider is the one that shit started around there when he got on duty runs and was like, we seen a bear when we were out doing recon.
No, Twyla
seen the bear, oh my gosh.
Twyla did, yeah. Well, I mean.
And then it took a life.
There's bears in the area. Of course, you got to be vigilant on shit like that. I mean, for sure.
And there was a print of a bear, but it was older and it had been washed out a bit.
Right.
So that meant it was there prior to the rain. But there are bears everywhere, but they don't generally bother any of the kids or any of us. Now, when the fire happened on the mountain a couple years before, it run down some of the bigger and the males, and they were in too close proximity. So they were looking for food. Obviously, they were hitting trash cans there, but then they went back up once, fire and all that was done. But they don't really, I mean, even down on field stuff. I mean, I've had them feet from me and laying out all day in front of me and doors open, and they don't really bother anything or anyone. Not to say they can't, or that they wouldn't, or that it wouldn't happen, but, I think if that happened, there'd been a whole lot of evidence.
Right. No, I totally agree. I totally agree. I mean, I'm not going to get into a bear getting a hold of her, but, I mean, for real. Twister, I don't.
Remind me.
What?
Is that the same Maine?
May that's been around for a long time.
Yeah, years.
Yeah.
Is that the one that threatened me for Ziggy to try to draw me over to Ziggy's to watch her first live on me, to lure me into YouTube and threaten me that I was going to go?
I don't know, because I've never known of May to do something like that.
Yeah, it was my first trolling threat from online. I had to ask people, including Squall, who a fucking Ziggy was, because May come threatening me. I guess like Allurian, almost like done all these cases, right? Like crime stories or
Are you sure
where somebody's talking about them?
I mean, May's
that'd
been
be weird, huh?
For a while, but I've not known.
Are you sure, Di?
It was Twyla's comments where
I say it's a different one. It's a different one. So yeah.
I mean, I've never known a May to do something like that, but I don't follow a lot of people around YouTube either, so I cannot answer that truthfully, Jody. I didn't.
Who says Di? Yeah, but around here you have to wonder if two are actually one.
This is a sad thing about it, People throughout all these years have seen things differently than what they did at the beginning. So, people did things 4 years ago, 3 years ago, even 2 years ago, that they have seen a different side of a lot of things right now, for sure. And I don't know what Twister's thing is.
But they remain here doing the same thing.
Yeah, May, she's not from around the area and stuff, so.
I'm not saying she's from around me. I'm just saying, I just wondered if it's the same May.
I really can't answer that. I don't know. I do not know.
That's all.
But like I said, many people over the last few years have there's a lot of people that's done things that they wish they wouldn't have done now. They've done things, they've said things that totally wish, wouldn't have happened. So I'm putting that out there.
What's one thing?
Because I don't freaking know. I really don't know. I mean, you've had so many different people do so much stuff to you that, a great example was the individual who trolled you with a picture of somebody who had done something horrible to you.
And, you mean Linda?
Yeah, and they wanted to act like that. They wanted to act like, well, I didn't know. No,
she kept coming back in under the flies there, whichever one it was, a good riling up name. But the profile pictures, she changed them to
different
because she couldn't figure out who exactly were my rapists. So she was going through all the Facebook profiles and she find with those names,
right.
And then she was changing the profile and coming in my room to see if she get a reaction. I guess that way they could go acquire not just an Andy who abused us, but then also my rapist to go interview the word on the street.
Absolutely.
And I guess just make me relive that too, along with a whole abundance of other women in this area who their lives were forever changed by these same people because they were notorious around here for raping and doing terrible things to an abundance of us here locally. Some of these women went on to have lives of addictions and to die, to kill themselves in jails, to lose their children. I mean, what these men did to them is atrocious. So I really think what Linda did was real funny. Don't you all?
I didn't think
it's real wonderful. She's really an advocate around here. She's great.
I did not find it amusing. The thing about it is, and let me put this out here, I didn't even know who she was. I did not have a clue who that lady was. And when she came to my attention, they wanted me to do something about show Crystal. I don't know. It had to do with that fucking lawsuit that I knew nothing about. And I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't
see, Linda didn't. That was Athie, right? And Athie did that shit on purpose for Andy, this group, etc. And look, seeing that bitch in the past few days, talk to herself and tell herself how to two accounts at once in the chats has been wild. But anyway, Athie did that shit on purpose, chicken on a stick, and it was set for the day my son was supposed to fuck with me even harder. They added Crystal to it, and I don't care what anybody says. They added Crystal that with some baby spy bullshit that she could always fight. They always had it designed to where she would have enough, and then she could attempt to cozy up to me and get near me, and I'd be forever grateful. I'll be her friend until all the things. Nope. And I ain't stupid, nor was I ever stupid. And then that shit was dropped too quick, and then Athie tries to tell me, it's because, well, I just don't want to do that. Joe said, no, it's because you knew when I got in court, I'd have enough to show that you've been stalking me for fucking 6 years for Summer Vanish, you lunatic. Right. And that I wasn't lying. And then also they knew certain things about my family and otherwise to where that lawsuit would be put right in front, transferred to another judge and put right in front of the one me and Andy were getting ready to go in front of for domestic violence stuff. And then she would drop it. And I would never be able to argue it, show it YouTube and Andy were doing it that way, but the judge would see it anyway and then be able to believe or base shit on me based on that her lunatic ass was doing. But it was to mind fuck the judge essentially in court and to fuck with me and to get it was done for an abundance of reasons. Right. And Athie knows what the fuck she's done. So this goddamn group, and so's Chris. When I ain't fucking around with it, Athie wants to keep her shit up and never go to actual court with me. Yeah. I'm just, that bitch is crazy. And we all know it. I mean, there's a reason. Hey, look, you just know. If you've been around here your whole life, everybody in the brothers knows to watch out for the bitch and not to necessarily be right. Like, it's just how it is.
Right. Okay? Well, that's the thing, and I've talked about this many times, that, there were a lot of people who came into the Summer Wells case, especially on social media, that were just trying to get their own you know, if they were pissed off from somebody in the area, what better way than to do it on YouTube, right? Let's, you know, somebody who may have been pissed off from
all of us
years before that.
Or another, right? People say that, like, that's why they try to make it like when I come out and was talking about DV and stuff. Well, look, my videos, the only ones public really at first were about me, and they have nothing to do with Summer. Though people believe now that I was on Facebook just jammering away about Summer. No, it wasn't public. The DV videos were, you know, but they weren't on YouTube. I wouldn't come into social media. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And but they try to make it like I was just here to do whatever Andy la, and that's not true.
Right.
And even Andy and the rest do not realize, and I guess he might now, about how this group works. He doesn't know what Candace and Dawn were doing for months after he was gone from here live. He has no idea, and we tried to explain it to him, warn him about this place, but all he's worried about was the money,
right?
And not Summer. I screamed at us, you know, etc. And so whatever, he's found his perfect little feeding pool here with his whore, and they pay him for tormenting us. So the only reason he was ever acquired ain't because he really knows anything, it's because he's a good weapon to use against me, right?
Right.
But obviously the cancer all was going at the same time. But now this place has made it like, oh, she's like a perpetual victim, or cancer this, or whatever that, and it's all about her. It ain't all about me. I am pissed on behalf of the entire community. I'm pissed on behalf of all women, children, and otherwise who have survived or are trying to survive abuse. I am pissed the hell off at tragedy events and con-ass criminals who have found this perfect niche job online where they think they can get away with it because laws and tech haven't quite met yet, or whatever. I am horrified and heartbroken for all these cases that are not cases. They are real human beings who have really lost their lives or have gone through the most extremes that humans can, and are further tormented by a bunch of weirdos around the world playing interactive CSI. I am horrified that the world is so desensitized. They want to come online or insert in other people's lives when they're already bleeding out. And they want to cause more wounds to make them bleed harder, and they lap it up like it's fucking entertainment, or pretend to put prayer emojis or hands.
Let me tell you, I've been through that. I have been through that on social media. When I was at my lowest, that's when they all attacked me. Flies has been through that when she was at her lowest. They were trying to fuck with her. I mean, it was sad. It was really sad.
Ain't that what predators do? They find a weakness and they exploit it. Exactly. Abusers, they find you weak or vulnerable, or when you're crying or you're hurt, or then if something bothers you and they fuck with it. So this place, they think that the voice bothers me. It doesn't. It's a thing for them, and they think it bothers me. They think I'm jelly over Andy, so then they go with that shit. They think I'm jelly over marriage thing. I'm not. And they, you know, it's because they think in basic, bitch, and they don't know me at all. For all I've talked, they have no clue. But they go in the basics, right, of what would hurt most people, or implying I'm intoxicated.
Right.
Now that does irritate the shit out of me, but I can prove, and I have years worth of proof. And there ain't nobody in this community that you all will ever find that will tell you that I'm on drugs, I've ever been an addict, a junkie, nothing like that. I can take a piss test any day. Any of y'all want to send me the fucking Cash App, we'll stay on a live stream. I'll go to the goddamn Walgreens or the hospital or wherever the fuck y'all want. We'll pay for that shit and get her done. All right? I have years worth of medical records, bone marrow, blood work, all this, piss, everything else in a cup you could imagine, almost constantly to prove I am not, or have I ever been on anything. I am not drinking. Hell, y'all sit here and watch me. There's a reason I stay on camera like most people, you know. And it's, you know, hell, I couldn't even think about it. I couldn't wear nails because then at a certain point it became, oh, look at the fortune she spent, even though they were usually free. It became the mugs I finally got to enjoy without them being broken over my face by Andy. And I got to bring out and enjoy the little things like that. Oh, no, I couldn't have those either because people couldn't tell what was in my cup.
I mean,
right? And
they made everything bad,
and they want right, and they want to see that. They want to see that it has an effect on me, but it's not. It's like, well, all right, so I just drink out of my nice mugs when they're not looking, and you give them less to bitch about, you know. But
too, Jody, because when Sherfy Senior come down there and the protesters were down there,
oh, he's lying.
Yeah, and I don't understand why he fucking did that. Why he even lied. Now I
thought it the other neighbors. Now I don't necessarily know, but I think I know some reasons in that. But
right.
Also, you got to think at the time they also didn't want attention on certain things around and near their household that hadn't quite made it public.
Yeah.
And he had a bunch of shit mixed up, didn't even know what I mean. And I've known who Sharpie has been around in his circle for years, but he just didn't really, And it wasn't a few weeks before Summer vanished. He was in the driveway as I was talking to, Miss Goad's sister, obviously, and her daughter. And I'm trying not to mention names because the list people have them less frequently anymore. They forget to leave everybody alone.
They're out there.
I know they're out there, but people are too lazy to go look. So, I just, but anyway, we were talking and he was up in the further part of their driveway. And then after Summer vanished, I didn't really see him then. It was just all of us women that were chit-chatting. So what he said and the things he said, I knew were false and I have receipts on it to prove he was lying, but I let it be because I thought he was actually protecting other vulnerable neighbors at the time. And I was like, fuck it, let him bullshit him if he wants. But I know the truth. He knows the fucking truth. And Sharpie just lives a few houses down. Like I know he's down there too, but he actually technically only lives a couple houses back here beside me where I'm at now. So I see him pretty often come by, him and everybody else. But yeah, I mean,
he wanted to make sure that he came down there and let everybody know that my son wasn't around. He wanted to make sure he said that.
I don't think that's when he said that. That's not when he said that. That's when PG interviewed him that he did all that.
No, he did.
And I didn't ever even hear
protesters too, because I even remember I questioned that. I was like, why the fuck is he saying that to the protesters? Why would he bring up his son to the protesters?
I don't
remember. I thought about it. Yeah, when he said it.
You have to notice when he's saying that he's confused about me and the new bitch and the rest. But I also think there's a part in there where he might have thought. I think some of Candace and Don's team around some of the times where they were doing the hoaxes, phone calls. I think some of them were trying to do scream reenactments almost in a way. I also think some of their tweakers run loose at the same times that Penny and all them are supposed to be having an interview with certain neighbors, all their shit's going, all these things. I think that, honestly, somebody might have been, I don't know. I ain't asked. I'm sure Fedzilly know, but I wonder if somebody didn't go around fucking around or asking questions or did whatever, and he just seen another blonde and thought it was me and really thought, you know what I mean? But it was actually someone around Candace and Dawn doing that, or one of the tweakers or YouTubers, and then when they ran back towards the driveway, whatever, like was said online that one night, somebody run down the road, shit.
Well, that's what
if it wasn't them running from,
because that's what kind of got me too, because he was like, they got rid of her, and it was just his verbiage on all of it was really strange.
Right, yeah. But he confused me with the other one, like he didn't have all the straight meaning. And then like on PG's notice when she was like, oh, well, Jody Sue, he's like, who? It's like, wait, but weren't you saying all this stuff like for, you know what I mean? But either way, I mean, they're doing whatever they're doing for their own reasons. Yeah, I mean, all of them have fucking bullshit, like what it's about.
If one more of them would have said, I've worked with law enforcement for years. I've been in law enforcement for years. I'm like, who gives a fuck? That doesn't mean shit,
I think he was tired from everything.
So, well, allegedly he came down to tell him to be quiet because his mother-in-law was ill and had been in the hospital.
Well, she was, but also the other neighbor was over dying of cancer. So, everybody in the neighborhood is going to be left alone.
That reminded me of?
And everybody's still.
That reminded me of the Quentin Simon case when they bombarded that neighborhood. And there was a woman that was, I believe she was on hospice, but she had cancer too. And they did not respect that at all. They didn't give a shit.
And you remember the little boy, his dad kept coming by and asking him because he was special needs, and it was bothering him, the noise and stuff, to please stop. and they cussed him up one Sunday. Well, the same thing applies on Ben Hill. I've said for years that any disruption or noise could bother certain individuals in there to where they had life-threatening seizures, and those were so bad, even at the point of last contact, those people that they were deadly.
Wow.
Okay. And so any noise, disruption, change in patterns, stress of parents, anything like that, they can feel, and it could set off something like that and end up killing them. I wasn't joking about that, and that is obviously Andy's uncle's son.
Right.
And I don't find what they're doing to him online or otherwise very funny. And that will go all the way back to Green Eyes that connects with Ziggy, that connects with Survey and all the rest, because they were hot on that John thing, and probably because Fred was dragging their property records, all that shit, right?
Right.
And anyway, but yeah, it's always been that. But I'm telling you, man, like I told you the other day, I wish you could have met that man. He was an amazing human being. I've never, ever, ever in my whole life ever heard one bad thing about that man from anyone ever. Not even a disgruntled, well, that guy kind of whatever to me. I don't really like. You don't understand. Like, I've never even heard somebody go, man, I don't really care for that person or anything with him. Right. This was a man that was well loved, well respected, very gentle, dedicated his life to his wife and child, worked hard, and had one of the, a state type job in this area, and never did nobody wrong, was not on anything, never partied, nothing. And he was one of the most wonderful human beings I've ever known. And people be doing or slamming and doing all that, and then his widow, obviously, to be seeing that and stressed her could mean stress to their child, and all the changes they're going through and mourning. That's fucked up. What Serafina and Ziggy and Fred doing is.
I mean, look at JLR. He went to Don Jr.'s house, and right after that, Don Jr., I believe, went back to jail because he hadn't reported a change in address or some shit. That's what I heard. And then you had JLR showing Candace's uncle Warren's house, the freaking pedo that was in fucking prison forever that they didn't even really want out in the community.
That is one sick motherfucker. That dude really is a piece of shit.
I mean,
like I could have
goes back, I mean, oh my God. Anybody who goes back.
Look, I'm one of those, I will forever thank anyone who goes about raping, molesting, or anything like that. I don't want to even see them put in prison for life. I think they belong in a fucking death chamber.
Yeah.
You don't fix people like that. You don't cure people like that. They help for it. They ain't no need in wasting tax dollars and everybody's money and keeping them alive and all whatever in a jail cell. Like, no. Like, as long as there is beyond a reasonable doubt that they've ever done such thing, and it ain't, false claims against them or somebody pissed or this or that or there, and there's absolute fact beyond 100%. I'd like to see them all walked into a death chamber because they don't belong here with the rest of us.
Well,
they're always dangerous.
The problem with Summer's case is everybody takes everything that's said and makes it their own narrative, whether it's correct or not. A lot of times if creators say something, they're adamant that, their subs and members have to believe what they're saying, even if it's proven not to be true. I mean, they do that, and it's just so messed up. And people were trying to physically and mentally hurt people. I seen bigger creators that went after smaller creators just for the fuck of it, for really no reason. I mean, for fuck's sake, I always say this, not because I really care how many subs I got. I love all my subs. But if I wanted to get on here and put out a bunch of fucking lies and say horrible things and all that other shit, I would probably be riding high on the thousands of subs right now. But I never wanted to do that. I never wanted to do that. But, you know, we said.
What's the one thing you would change about everything if you could go back to the beginning and know what it would become or how it would go, and roles and maybe parts you all played or whatever in this? What would you change? Would you change anything at all?
I want to say yes, only because I'm a human being and I know that I haven't been perfect in what I put out about Summer's case. I tried real hard to make sure that, you know, everything was opinion and all of that stuff. So that's a hard question, Jody. I think I want to say that I think that I would have maybe fought harder for some people when they were being attacked and things like that. And because I've kind of sat back and I'm pretty quiet about, you know, going after people for different things and stuff like that. But I think that I would have been more defensive for some individuals than what I was. I'm not the type that I go to a lot of channels. I don't go into very many chats. I've just never been that person. And maybe I should have. Maybe I should have been a person that went in people's chats all the time and went up on their panels and pimped myself out. But I've just never been that type of person. And you know, what I've done concerning Summer's case and things like that, I truly believe that I've tried to stay real true to myself about that. I always said I would never let Don and Candace up here, and I never have. I said I would never talk to a person of interest in Summer's case, and would I change, you know, would I change that? I don't think I would, Jody. I don't think I would.
Yeah. The thing is, you know, this room, like they're always like, oh, and they say this of all of us, okay? They're like, oh, Dudley's a suspect. But whoever actually said that? Nobody ever said that.
Say, Jody. I mean, I think they say that he was a person of interest only because law enforcement went and looked for him. But that was because of Don.
That's because Don directly, just like at Fred. But have you ever actually heard him named Dudley, Fred, Dobbs, us, Hunter, Allie, anybody? No.
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 No, you're right. No.
So when you hear all these creators say, oh, you're a sus, this is sus, whatever, Hunter's a suspect, blah, blah. That's not legal, but also like the internet's made their own, Romaine.
They have. You're right, Jody. They have. They absolutely have.
Law enforcement never ever named suspects. They did say, but they'll clip shit from Lawson. The closest you'll ever hear to a list is what Ansley gave on HLN or whatever that is.
Thank you.
When she said, on church members close to Summer, Candace Sr., outward on other family members, and then neighbors. Those are real broad things, right? But those are the only ones. You don't hear Lawson saying, oh, Dudley, Hunter, Allie, everybody, they're not cooperating. You heard him say Candace.
Yeah, he said Don and Candace specifically. And then he also said everyone is a person of interest right now.
He said that multiple times in multiple ways. But you ever notice they take that? Eaton said that Lawson said they passed a polygraph, right? But if you watch the full clip, Eaton asks him, does that mean they're not a suspect? And Lawson says everybody's still a suspect. That's weird after a polygraph, right?
Yeah. Very
just saying. And then if you lived in Ben Hill, or you were a me or Dr. anybody else, you heard Don and Candace talking about how they'd asked them for more polygraphs, and they were like, fuck you, no more, la 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 la. And then that's, you know, whatever. But
I would have loved to have seen the paperwork on their polygraphs. I really would have. Of course,
Don himself told me I'm
telling you, I don't think they passed.
I told God from the same things. There were areas that are safe somewhere, but Don told me at first that he passed Canfield, then he came back and changed the story. I mean, like, it was like, well, no, I couldn't name any, blah, blah. And then Candace, as close to you see, like Candace is sort of afraid to tell it up, but when she told me in person, she's like, that fucking woman up there, the agent, whatever, last night she was up there screaming at me and pointing in my face and blah, blah, and you did it, and where's Summer, blah, blah, and slammed me into the fucking car, and then they took me to take Polly, and I couldn't, whatever, and you hear her say similar to McDonough, but then throughout the years there's been, oh no, she couldn't because she was so upset, but they leave out the part where she was like, oh, they treated me like shit and were screaming at me in my face and fingering my forehead.
Well, Don himself said when they put her in the police car, she freaked out. She didn't like being put in the police car. And what is that?
I mean,
giving them alcohol.
But that doesn't, all that stuff isn't true. It didn't mean that they didn't have to have a few days to get clean or anything else. But, I mean, and the thing is, in my opinion, because I know them, I also know that they're the motherfucking types that can take a Polly and be on scales high enough to be able to bullshit them. I don't care what anybody says. I know they are. Right? I know they are. They just, but apparently not good enough to not have little areas. I mean, but it depends on what you think is true and what's actually true and what they put out is bullshit. And they were doing that even to all of us to see what would come out, I think.
Right.
Johnson here somewhere, Who knows? They may have passed with flying colors. Who knows? Maybe Don lied to all of us in there when he come and volunteered that, and was, well, he was pissed though too. He said Hawkins, their best want more, and they weren't going to do them, but they do them for the fat, whatever, So it was like, well, whatever, But I mean, equipment's equipment. It can fail. It can be faulty. Shit can be picked up, right? You know what I mean? But it's just a tool, and it takes many tools to put a puzzle together.
Yeah, because they're not, you can't use them in court anyway, so.
That's not true. There are certain states and certain instances and certain types of court settings that they can absolutely be used in, yes. Don't let people lie to you in CSI. Don't let them do that. Don't let them do that. There are ways. I'm serious. Like, Google it. Like, there are certain states that allow it. There are certain instances, certain types of cases that will allow it. It just depends. But, yeah. Yeah, there are instances where they are allowed. And certain states that, I think it's only like a couple of states that will, but.
Right.
But, yeah, they're. But for the most part, yeah, that holds true. They're not admissible.
States that
and I don't think they really should be admissible.
States that have at various times allowed polygraph evidence include Alabama, Arizona, Arkansas, California, Delaware, Georgia, Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, North Dakota, Ohio, Utah, Washington, and Wyoming. Damn, that's a lot of states.
Are you saying we could get Ziggy and Fred in Indiana to take a polygraph and then use it in court settings to see what they've been fucking around in for 4.5 years?
Yes. At various times, they have allowed it. Yes.
Oh, dear. Do you think Ziggy and Fred found that out before his polygraph or what?
Maybe. Maybe. I didn't even think about that. That's pretty wild, isn't it? Wow.
Oh, no. Fred lost his ID again. What?
Well, he was saying he didn't even have a driver's license when he was in fucking Beach Creek. So.
Well, he didn't, but either way, he had to have ID, and I know he's damn well given. You have to carry a probation ID. They issue you one when you're in state, and probation, they damn sure do. He's a lying motherfucker. Anyway, and he had you just wonder, I guess if results are a little bit more serious up in Indiana, and then they could be using,
Well, I don't know. That was pretty wild, though, because absolutely, as long as he had an ID, he didn't need a fucking driver's license. All he needed was an ID to take a lie detector test. But I'm sorry.
And then other ones said that they would do it with the amount of materials he had that proved who he was, obviously. But either way, it was all just a scam and a con. Him, Fred, Andy, Ryan, Cher, Ziggy. Anybody thinks Ziggy is taken for a ride by Cher?
This is the thing. If Fred, in my opinion, really knew anything that was going to help Summer's case, I think that while he was in jail, that would have been the time that he would talk to fucking law enforcement. And, you know, I mean, you don't think? You think he would have held on to that?
Fred's Fred, man. Even if he did, I mean, how are they going to use that? It's Fred and his history. I mean, they just...
That is true.
You know?
That is true. I think it's very hard to have a substance manufacturer as a witness to anything, right? Because that's
well, not necessarily. I don't think he could keep his shit straight and whatever on, you know what I mean?
Right. Right.
And I mean, he is mentally ill. I'll tell you. I mean, that's a damn fact. Okay, we've known his whole life. At a certain point, it kicked in for him more. You know, so I mean, just like any schizophrenic. But yeah, I mean, and then drug use didn't help. But that ain't all of it. Fred's a little warped, you know?
Well, he's a lot of warped after he's in jail and he's on a fucking Zoom call with Ziggy and starts talking about, oh, they tried to unalive me over some kind of substance that they had in the cell and were trying to move. And I'm like, what the fuck's that got to do with you? Why the fuck would they do something to you, right?
Nah, that ain't all that. I don't know. We heard a bunch of stories. I heard it was just that he went through withdrawals so hard was brought back, but then there are other stories.
Yeah. That could be true too. Oh yeah, I've heard quite a few snitching, from him snitching, all kinds of different shit.
Well, also he was pissing a lot of people off with Ziggy and all these people in the street, you know, like out here for him on these YouTube streets, getting everybody in trouble and all their chirps and devices and contact cut with their families because they were trying to, you know, get around the no, you can't contact Fred and contacting them. It was getting everybody set down and privileges taken and all that. And people weren't real happy with Fred.
Yeah. And, you know, this gets me too. He comes out of the fucking halfway house talking about, well, somebody in the halfway house told me this and told me that and da-da-da-da-da-da. And it's like, dude, you are fucking talking about people that's never going to come out on fucking social media and fucking admit to anything at all.
Thing about it is everything Fred's built from the Knoxville. I mean, it's a house of cards. One built by a fucking ferret who has no idea what he ferreted and picked up. And it's all bullshit and easily proven. And all you really do is blow just right or pull a thread off a shiny thing ferret picked up. And it all crumbles.
It's fucking wild.
I hate that.
Summer's whole case, they turned it into a shit show so fucking quickly. And I thought that was sad because I truly thought that people, you know, were going to really take her case seriously and really give a shit if she was found or not. And there are many of them that, you know, they make a lot of money off of it. I mean, they just make a lot of fucking money off of
it. The way this group operates in all these cases, it's always a shit show, right?
Right.
But do you think this in Summers and around Summers, everything, and around this community is bad if Candace and Dawn themselves had not participated in it fully, fed out everybody in the area, played games with other people, targeted people to distract from themselves, whether they're guilty or not, they've still done it.
Right.
Because they enjoy it. It's how they operate. It's how they operated even before Summer vanished. It's what they did to people. They've used this realm to further it and to magnify it and do the dirty work for them. And it's destroyed a whole lot of people. But in that, this place doesn't give a damn because the more people they destroy, the more things they can move through, more property maps, dead people, dead horses, whatever content they can make, the more money it is, the longer it goes on. So if not for Candace not participating fully, or obviously not being normal human being, do you think it would have ever become as extreme as it did and as it is?
No, absolutely not.
No.
Absolutely not.
And even though they're quiet, do you not think or know that they're pulling the shit behind the curtains and all these critters are doing certain things? Yep. You'd be stupid and not realize that is absolutely what's still happening.
Well, I figured that it was all a shit show when, White Boy was like, Candace is trying to make Dawn not have anything to do with me. And I'm like, what? I mean, you're a grown adult. Dawn's a grown adult.
Right now is the Benny and Nick show and the run and everything. It has been since Tiff and Nick showed up here. Did that shit to me on your panel, because it's supposed to be a blackout. Nobody's talking about me having me on panel.
I didn't know that they were going to attack you.
I know in the background, Benny's been trying to suck Dawn's dick for the entire time he's been on all this other stuff, right? And I know what's up. And White Boy just caved real easy to that motherfucker. Then he just rolled belly up and was like, "Oh, hey, Benny, we're back. It's good. Everything's fine. I know you just tried to incarcerate my wife and I for like 25 to life, but it's great, buddy. Hi, let's collab." And then all of a sudden, the putting out anything about Candace disappeared and all this disappeared, And I'm like, you got to be shitting me. And then Benny's went, on shares as the polygraph shit takes off. And then he's over there with all this shit and Seraphina advertising. Give me a break. Well, come on now.
I would love to have a conversation with Benny, but only about Tim Mullins. But then again, that shit was weird when Tim Mullins allegedly was paying Benny to run interference on Ernie. That shit was all weird to me. That was weird.
Yeah, I know.
Then the phone that Candace threw in the creek. Dawn's
well, honestly, if you didn't hear about Ernie, would you want to keep an Ernie device on you?
Yeah, I would. And seriously, I would have got rid of that shit long before she was at the.
Do you know what thing that is for the internet to even go on with or to make it a storyline or content for these creators? Because feds, the government can access all your reams of data, even if you do not realize it, and they do not have to have the phone in hand or the device. Okay, yeah, it's a little easier and they can get a little bit more if they hard pull, do whatever with it. But I'm just saying, and if you think that they can't locate a phone if they wanted it, whatever, if they needed Candace, they would have it. You know what I'm saying? That right there, if the feds or whatever, they get a dive team and a damn pond and take it. But y'all realize that was way after summer. And so, but they make it, oh God, you threw it in a pond. People forget that the one she's
kind of alleged that maybe Dawn had some inappropriate things on it or whatever. Kind of that way is kind of, I think, the route that they were going with that. For sure.
They're all just trying to make it seem like something was on the phone. Is there, and people don't stop thinking, wait a minute, that was so far out from when Summer Band. Look, if feds wanted it, they would have gotten it before that. If they wanted it since, they dive in a damn pond to get it. And it was Ernie's. It was. Would you all want to keep a damn phone, Ernie, or one of these freak shows on here sent you? It's probably, got shit embedded in it. Now, I throw that shit in a fucking fire pit or a pond myself. I actually would probably be smart enough not to take it in the first place, but that's just me.
Right. Well, I mean, people, some of that stuff's just common sense. It's like, just think about freaking common sense. Is all you have to do. Yeah.
But you know how hard that is for people to come. Like, common sense is not really all that common, but also when you have a fuck ton of creators running around in this environment, like they're doing things in a manipulative way that make people bypass common sense, or they don't think about something too hard before the creator does whatever, or leads them and feeds them, or they make them forget or time pass, and they don't realize that, or they don't think about all the equipment, the backing, the teams, the abilities of the damn U.S. government. Come on now. And what they can do, or law enforcement can do, or, or they don't think too hard about going back and looking at full context for clips themselves, or they're too lazy, or people's attention span. It is very easy to make people bypass common sense and not think about things too hard.
Right.
Right. Or they mix up time stuff there so often too. It's hard for people to understand that these events were way removed from summer vanishing, or way before this, and then they can convolute them together that way and mindfuck people.
So, I mean, basically the people of interest is Dawn, Candace, and Grandma. So, I don't
know. But that's what Ansley, let out news. I don't think she did so by accident. I mean, she had to have a list from somewhere, I guess, right? And then, obviously, Lawson says that even after the polygraphs didn't, that everybody's still whatever. And I mean, that in Ansley's, it includes people close to Summer at church. And then Candace with other family members. What does that mean?
Okay, so she put up pictures of people vested in Summer's case. Dawn.
Now, that was a different piece. That was the brick wall piece. She was on HLN or somewhere, and News Nation.
That was Dawn, Candace, Grandma. Of course, I think the boys were in there. I can't remember. But she put Tim Mullins, David Dodson, and Robin on that wall.
Robbins, Dodsons, they had searchers. I think they had the PIs on there.
No. When I see that's all she had. She had the Wells family, and then Tim Mullins, David Dodson, and Robin Lane. The people who tested.
Strange about that wall is they used Candace's picture from the interview Ansley did with them, but they used Dawn's jail photo, I believe. Why wouldn't they just clip pictures from the same interview? Why would they use Dawn's jail or whatever that one was, and then use Candace's picture when she's tilted to the side looking at Dawn?
Right.
In the interview. What is that about, do you think? Is there anything to that, or did just somebody have those, easily at hand and printed them off? What's the deal?
I don't know, but that was weird to me. I mentioned that before, that it was weird that David Dodson and Tim and Robin were all people on that wall that were vested in Summer's return. So
was Tim on it?
Huh?
Was Tim? Was Tim on
Mullins, it? Yes. Tim Mullins, David Dodson, Robin Lane, and the Wells family. Grandma, Dawn, Candace, and I can't remember if the boys were on there.
Rose. They had Rose. No, they had Rose's picture.
Well,
and
no,
they made her brothers, but
that must have been a different wall, because the one I seen only had them on there. And I pulled it up many a times. I don't know if I could find it now or not. I will try though.
It's titled "Who's Who in Summer Wells Case." WJHL Ansley. There it is.
Okay.
2 minutes, 53 seconds.
Hold on. Hold on, peeps. Let's see if this is the same one I've seen. Here, we'll
it says 3 years ago now, and it says, I don't know why the date on it. Well, it's June 15th.
That case since law enforcement first began their search in the Beech Creek community 1 year ago today.
And our coverage not slowing down at all. News Channel 11 will have continuing team coverage all day of what's unfolded since then, including new interviews. But first, before we recount the day, Ansley Daniel walks us through who's who in the Summer Wells case.
No one has been charged in the disappearance of the now 6-year-old little girl. There haven't been any leads and no tangible evidence on her whereabouts. But there are several people involved in Summer's life and now this case that you should know about. First, we have Summer's parents, Dawn Wells and Candace Bly. Together, they have 3 boys and Summer. Currently, Dawn is in jail for violating his probation stemming from a DUI charge. He's been on camera the most, but on the other hand, his wife hasn't been on camera much, just once with us and with Dr. Phil and a few times on YouTube. Last July, Child Protective Services removed Summer's older brothers from their home. According to Candace and law enforcement, they were the last to see the little girl. Their grandmother, Candace's mother, was also one of the last to see Summer, spending the entire day with her. This is Rose Bly. She's Summer's aunt and hasn't been seen since 2009 when she went missing from St. Croix Falls, Wisconsin. The Wells are Seventh-day Adventists, and they attended a church in Kingsport. Outside of her family, Summer is best known by church members, her Sunday school teacher, Robin Lane, and family friend, David Dotson. After Summer had been missing...
David Dotson did not know Summer. How are they saying...
Yeah, he did. The thing is, though, ain't it weird they included him in July of 22 when Dotson jetted out and away from the Wells within, like, weeks or summer? Ain't it weird?
That is.
But I don't think Dotson's that. I don't know why they put him on. I don't know.
That's crazy. All right, let's see him put Tim Mullins up here.
Missing for several weeks, prayer circles were organized by community members like Timmy Etherton, and some of them were even attended by her family. Also helping the family, a private investigator, Chris Colball with CNC Investigations. Along with that, there's also a media manager. His name is Tim Mullen. Both are local. These people, along with the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office, the TBI, and the FBI.
Why didn't they put a big picture up there of Tim? Fucking weird. That's weird.
County Sheriff's Office, the TBI, and the FBI, and hundreds of searchers all have the most vested interest in finding Summer. Here's the area of Hawkins County from where Summer went missing from. You'll notice that there is one main road that runs through the length of the entire county. There's also a river that does the same. And if it wasn't through the woods, it was through these main roads from where she went missing that connects Beach Creek to anywhere. So how does a child just disappear from an area like this? Well, most think not by accident.
That was News Channel 11's Ansley Daniel with photojournalist Chad Bricks.
Again, we will have continuing coverage all day as today marks 1 year since now 6-year-old Summer Wells disappeared.
Okay. I guess Rose's picture was up there. I don't know how I forgot about that. That's pretty weird. Pretty fucking
But why
weird.
did they use Dawn's still photo, but the one from Candace's interview? I don't. You know what I mean? They're sitting there side by side. Why didn't they just clip his face next to the next thing? You know, I don't know.
Because it made it more exciting to put his jailhouse.
Maybe. It's probably one of those moments you think too much through. But I really almost take it pieces. Ain't nobody else makes fuck in or around anything. Somehow those are centerpieces, whatever, and fuck everybody else. And I can't disagree with that. But you know, when you got those jackasses and then all of YouTube hunting you down and fucking with you and fucking with everybody in your goddamn community, family, everybody else to make themselves look all pretty nice and look here and look there, well, some of us take goddamn exception. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
Like, nobody around this community area should have been used by Candace and goddamn Dawn Wells, guilty or innocent otherwise, as a look here fucking distraction to save their sorry asses, because I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Right? And if you are willing to go sacrifice innocent people, people of your community and otherwise, and destroy their goddamn lives to save your sorry fucking asses from looking some type of way like a bad neighbor, you know, instead of the good ones they want to look like, well, fuck you. Fuck you.
Well, that's what
you have
got
no right
me
to do that.
when they started coming out and they were like, yeah, we're looking sideways at Jody. We're looking sideways at Jody and Andy. And I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. They never looked sideways at y'all before. And
right. They were always calling her, hey, can you fix the kid's birthday? Hey, can you do this? Do you have devices? Do you have any extra video games? Do you have whatever? Do you have this? Right. Okay. Hey, how do I feed my infant? Hey, one of the boys has hurt their foot. Summer's cut her foot, or is Summer sick enough to go to the doctor? I mean, like, yeah. Hey, Jody Sue, is this snake dangerous? Is this whatever? What's that bug? Can you come over and catch this copperhead real quick? Or can you, what? You know what I mean?
Right.
Oh, yeah, they're looking sideways. I was so sideways.
No, it made for good YouTube is exactly what it did. It's exactly
what it is they attacked and had everybody that knew the most about or could give patterns, behaviors, or the real look behind. They had them fucking annihilated, witnesses or otherwise. Anybody that could tell any semi-truth was, and they I mean, because Dudley was on dope, because Allie did have habits, because everybody else, it's easier to fuck with them and to discredit them or to help tamper with them and set up.
Did Candace decide that she didn't want to go to Utah after Jose got there? Is that when she changed her mind?
Candace never wanted to fucking go. And that wasn't really the plan. It was just that Dawn was supposed to go right, and then it changed and whatever. But yeah, Candace was like, fuck him. I just want to bring my kid back, and then he can go the fuck on. I want to stay here. I don't want to be out there. Eventually, she said she started packing. That was toward the end, whatever. But she never wanted to go, never took it serious anyway. She was ever going to, or that he was, or anything. But yeah, I mean,
what do you
wanted to be out there for sure. But
what do you think? Number one, the list of whatever law enforcement originally took from up there. It was kind of weird. Kids' clothes, supposedly a picnic basket, weird shit like that.
It wasn't a picnic basket on that list. It was a cloth bag that they had a blanket and some silverware or some shit like that.
Oh, so they just called it a picnic.
But I mean, look, I know of other items, things that I mean, that's a law enforcement thing. If ever they want to tell the public what was taken or what was not, or that's up to them, man.
Yeah,
one day we get wild hair.
That wasn't the only list of what they took out of there. I wouldn't think.
Maybe not.
But why did I mean, what do you think they were going back so many times looking for? Besides Summer, I know a lot of people answer they went back looking for Summer. They went back looking for Summer.
I know on several occurrences what they were looking for when they went in, but I'm not going to say.
Okay. No, you don't have to. You do not have to, ma'am. So, if that list is even from real law enforcement. Yeah, I thought about that too, Dee. I thought that too. Was that even a real list? Because
I don't know. They love showing the YouTubers the paperwork and the way, and doing things. I don't know. You just never know what you're being shown by Candace Dawn or one of the crew or some visitor or some writing scripted motherfucker up there or whatever.
Well, this is what got me, okay? We're coming up on Thanksgiving. We're coming up on Christmas. All of a sudden, YouTubers come out and they're like, we seen paperwork where they were looking at Dawn and Candace for SA. And
I'm told that is true.
Yeah, I heard that was true too. But now,
but it is not the story this place gave, and the people initially given to her are not the right people as YouTube's put. No.
Well, that's what I was wondering, because then they came out and they were.
But I can't say that that's true. I can't say that that's. It depends on what you believe and who you believe it from, and what tool bags and things like that exist. You know what I mean?
Right. Because then
that's all I'm saying.
I don't know. Then I heard somebody come out and they were like, yeah, hey, it wasn't a child on child, allegedly. It was, I mean, it wasn't an adult and a child. It was allegedly a child and a child. Is what somebody, I
then
can't
why
remember.
Then why would Candace and Dawn have been being charged for that? You get what I'm saying?
That's what I asked.
Or looked at for that.
That's what
exactly.
I said.
And if
exactly
both are on there, it means both were doing something to something. And
yeah, because I mean, the state of Tennessee allegedly sends them a paper. You're no longer under investigation, and you are allowed to be around children. And I was like, wait a minute, how can you say that SA could be involved somewhere around there, and then turn around and say that they're allowed to be around kids? That made no sense to me.
Well, the thing is that also, look, I just, regardless of that entire situation, I know things. Okay, but, and I have proof of certain things. But the thing is that with that, did you notice how quick, you see you chasing Jenny, Adrian, and all them drop off Team Wells, right? at a certain point, a documentary is being talked about, and Ziggy's melting down because Fred's going to be left out, Daddy's going to be a hero, and then weird thousands of dollar movements start happening locally here. It's the strangest thing. And then those people are definitely connected all the way back, and money pushes to Candace and Dawn. I find it strange, you know. But
right.
Yeah, but what you also have is a year, almost quiet period. Benny goes out, all these other things are happening. Chasing and them separate, and they heard certain things, and then you have Lisa Kayla chomping at the bit. And you could tell what was behind it, Ryan and everybody else, and all of them, you know. And then Jinky spills the beans a bit, and then what happens right after that? Oh, then everybody, they already knew about D-Day. It was a lie that none of these creators knew. Bullshit. And there's proof of it if you listen and pay attention real close. Before it even came out, oh, well, she hid Dee's death from us. Oh, West Virginia and her girlfriends and whatever. Do you see the distraction? And then what happened next? The hard extreme inset on the rest of us in this community, and Ziggy and Fred throwing out more bullshit, and Andy and whatever on the road.
Right.
And what they actually forgotten about, they forgot about what Jinky said. And White Boy, what didn't he finish? Oh, he didn't finish the outing of Candace, because guess who showed up and made him go belly up? Benny fucking Keys.
Right.
And he's on that Jesus arc, and he's really changed. But look at his first live out with Tiffany Marie and the bullshit and targeting my kids and so. I mean, come the hell on.
I mean,
it's the same song and dance. And what would it distract you from? Because every time
him and Ernie and Tiffany are doing a live right now, if I'm not mistaken. They were.
They were supposed to. I think it was called the End All or something, you know.
All, yeah.
I don't know. I'm like,
yeah, that's what it's called.
And the thing is, it's bullshit. How many, monsters, predators, conscript, they don't change. I don't care if they Jesus it up or say whatever for a little while. It's just like any other type of abuser. They'll say they're sorry, they'll change, and then they do for 3 weeks. But then look at the piece. It already shows you. I mean, come on. I think everybody gets it at this point if you've been paying attention. And what's really up. And anytime you see any of us getting the brunt end of the stick or being threatened, or kids fucked with in extremes again, or everything being about us, the chances are you'll notice right before it, Candace and Dawn have done something stupid. Something's come out, and the team and all of them have directed all their favorite fucking ass here on YouTube to distract from it and to do whatever. And that's exactly what happens every time. So when it happens and you see one of us, don't think of us as, oh, well, this is entertainment this week. Think of it as, what the fuck's being hid? Let's not look at Jody Sue or Fred or Andy or this or what's really going on back here, and go look for that little thing that's somewhere else, because that's what they don't want you to concentrate on or know.
Right.
This is the real truth. Tell me I'm wrong, Romaine.
I don't think they're not talking about. They're talking about Andrew Hiltz. I don't think they're talking about the Summer Wells case today. That dude's a real fucking.
No, they're making it all the Ernie, Turncycle, Andrew, Lips, and you know how absurd it is. I think we've all known who and what Lips is, how she functions too, what she does, and has.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody oblivious to that. Ain't nobody oblivious to what a piece of shit Hiltz is, and to be calling it out 4 years, 5 months later, pretend they're all mad at each other and they're going to really call each other out. Or I mean, good God, how many times can we see the same play over and over and over again? And people buy it.
As many times as they can bring newer subs and things into these cases. Absolutely.
Over and over. I mean, they really have a notebook back here somewhere, and they go, wait, what did we do at this exact time last year? Oh, let's do that again.
Right.
And it's like, oh, what did we do 6? Oh, let's do that again. It's been 6 months.
Right.
Oh, let's bring back up these hot points and narrative, and then let's, and then every time Candace, Dawn, or anybody run that camp does something stupid or something comes out, oh, well, wait, who can we fuck with this week? So it's always the same shit. Always.
Oh my God. That's disgusting.
And it would be, I mean, if it was drama community shit, which I find pathetic and stupid anyway, I don't know how anybody finds that entertaining, then fine. But this is being done in and around
a little girl's case, yes.
The worst crimes on earth. How in the hell does that exist in the world?
Yeah.
And it's an interactive soap opera. It goes real life to extremes and harms other people around the worst things and worst crimes in the world anyway.
Right.
What the hell is wrong with the public? How is that entertaining? What is wrong with people?
I don't know. I mean, drama sells, and it's about the holidays. Christmas is
that ain't drama. That's evil. It's hurting real human beings and real cases and justice and the rule of law. I mean,
number
that's
one,
not
a lot of these people don't have a moral compass. A lot of these people don't have a moral compass. And a lot of these people are sitting at home on their keyboard looking at a monitor, and they don't care what's happening to these people in their real life.
But name is blood sport. And don't get me wrong, humans love blood. They love the worst. They actually enjoy watching the hangings of public this. I mean, we're known for it, right? People can deny it all they want, but I think all humans have that urge to see, you know what I mean, or to be part of it, or to go like fucking full caveman and bust Karen's mouth in the cubicle beside them, but they're all just too tame and polite and vanilla, and you get in trouble and all this, right? People lust for that. It's a human nature. People can deny it all they want. But damn, like, has anybody ever thought about just bringing back like Coliseum or Aztec type sports and getting it over with, but like not being abjectly cruel to the rest of humanity around you? Like y'all want to go joust it out, or
back in the day when people were pissed off or somebody did something to somebody, they duked it out.
Gunfights.
Yeah, they just duked it out, and most of the time became friends afterwards. But
that's the way we were raised. It's like, if you got a problem with somebody, you go about it, and then you don't yourself like stand up, you do whatever, you move on about your life. But you don't like go shoot Karen in aisle 3 because of a Target sale and you didn't get right school folder, or you don't go out and you're not abjectly cruel and intentionally cruel to other human beings around you. But if you have a problem, you have a problem. Go bust somebody in the fucking mouth about it, but don't stand and don't stand there and just do petty, picky little girl shit. You know what I mean? I wasn't raised that way. I know the universe does not function that way in public and in law enforcement. It is frowned upon to now go sword fight or guns at noon or bust people in the mouths. Like everybody's like, I go jail, and then but back in the day, when I'm just saying, it would probably be a better world if people could actually just go bust people in the fucking mouth. People would learn, and there probably wouldn't be so many goddamn keyboard warriors and types around the world and carrying, packing guns, settling, checks that their stupid mouths have written and their asses can't cash, and people would not, and maybe they wouldn't feel so trapped and hostile and pent up. I mean, they got aggression. I get it. Humans are human, and people that deny human nature, idiots. But I mean, we all have it in us. I mean, you can't tell me there ain't a time in your life, Romaine, where somebody pissed you off and you rightfully felt like you wanted to go bust them in the mouth.
Yeah.
And they would have deserved it had you win.
That's happened more.
But did
that's
you?
Happened quite a bit
probably didn't. But you probably didn't, because fear of jail, fear of reputation, fear of this, fear of that. You know what I mean? Loss of careers. But honestly, if there was a little leeway and law for people to go bust people in the fucking mouths and have a good, clean fight, no death type shit, then, it'd probably be a better world. There'd be probably less pent up people, especially, I think, certain males. And and there wouldn't be such pop-offs of extremes or massive, I mean, just things, and people wouldn't be so brutal online or terrible to one another or far removed, or the addiction level.
When you're on a fucking computer, people, their moral compass goes out the window, and if they get hooked up with a creator, and a lot of times that creator gives them some special attention, they will do anything that person tells them to do. They will say anything.
And that's scary around here, that really cut people apart. Or if you have those catering to the woo-woo mentally ill audience, much like Ernie and a bunch of them do, and then they make people think people are suspect or this, or they did something to a child or person especially, you can get people killed that way. you can get nutters doing the exact same thing, right?
You know, that was this is just my opinion. I've never been to Beach Creek, but there were a lot of people whose names were dropped that put people who had nothing to do with Summers' case and were good people, put them in fucking danger, and nobody cared. They didn't care. It would have been danger. It would have been their next. It would have been their next big story, Jody. It would have, if something would have happened to you. Don't think that creators wouldn't have been, oh my God, this happened to Jody. This happened to Jody. They wouldn't have cared.
It's not if something happened to me, it's a win.
Right.
I can promise you that.
Well.
And I'm not really all that, but
I don't
it'll happen
to you, Jody. For real. I know none of my people see anything happen to you.
It's all good, but somebody out here, they remember where the fuck it started from and who fucking did and what. And
well, I'll tell you what, something happens to you, I'm going to put all your lives on loop and just drive them fucking crazy. How about that? I will get it.
And the thing is, man, they out here, like half the people, they put shit off on me. I don't even know who the fuck those people are. I don't know shit about anything.
Is it let me tell you, when fucking Rips and Roe and them, when Rips
every time they do it, the fuckers be coming to the door that I do know. I know what they connect with, but these people be putting shit off on me that don't belong on me.
I'm telling you.
You know, I don't know.
There were people that were talking about me and shit that was going on in my fucking neighborhood that didn't even know me or my fucking neighborhood. It's like, you're fucking running your mouth.
Welcome to the club,
you fucking know nothing about.
So, wait, wasn't that Lisa, one of the Lisas?
No, that was
the one that was across the street from me or something.
Now Lisa was the one that well, yeah, because she better not fucking even breathe my motherfucking way. But Lisa was the one that said she lived in a shed. She stayed in the shed at Dawn and Pam's property when Candace first met Dawn.
Well, that was the one, like, they had stuff in there. DCS took them. There was some environment like that. I don't know. Yeah. I've been told that is true, but
I know. I believe her. I believed her when she said it. No doubt about that. Unfortunately, Lisa was kind of a little instigator. And I don't wish her any harm or anything, but she drove me fucking crazy sometimes. She still pops in every once in a while. She'll pop in and say something, and I'll end up having to block her. So that's the way she is. But no, you know, this is the thing. I don't wish harm on anybody. I don't wish harm on anybody. I mean, I think all of these people on social media think that I'm just a big pussy, that I won't stand up for myself or say things or whatever. And that's not true. I just pick my battles, and some of these people on social media are not my fucking battles. You know, they're just not worth it to me to fucking sit on here and argue about all the fucking time. For sure. So, but I've been on here 5 hours, Jody. I'm getting off here. I appreciate you coming on and having a conversation. I always appreciate you coming on, Jody. I do. I really do. And I'm going to say this. I don't have Jody come up and have conversations because I want people to take what she says and turn it into a bad thing, or try to say shit against her or anything like that. That's not the way I like my channel to be run. I just don't like it when people do that. So if anybody's going to take it and turn it into something bad or be malicious and mean, I would just as soon you guys not use it. You know, that's just the way I am, and that's the way I'll stay, because I've been like that for a long time, for sure. So
before you jump off, I know you were on the Seraphina Ziggy Lippy Clips piece there.
Yeah.
But what do you like? I would like, because I don't know. I just jumped in here and haven't seen your life, whatever. I think you've been on a bit, but I don't know if you've been over the others, whatever. But I just want to make it clear to your audience and to you, whatever, because things are running amok, and it's their sham wow moment, right? That they wanted up there, used me for, etc. Did debate and whatever, and then obviously you're trying to get views to lockdown, banning everybody else, pretending they're all fighting. It's horseshit. It's to get the rotation for the Christmas grift going.
Yes.
And using all that crazy shit on me. Plus, that's meant to tear me down, make people not listen, whatever, right, too. But it's a big whole hive mess of fuckery and Christmas grift, and it's going on right now with that.
It definitely is.
And to truly target my kids and I again.
No, I don't want that to happen at all.
Yeah, I got somebody in the back holding comments back, and they just they're talking about my daughter not being safe under my roof, and her dying, and being cremated and put next to me and shit. And while and it's following the Bender in line, and it's the book writer again, so I know it's coming from this crew again, and it's correlating with shit going around Crystal, D, a few others, and the Seraphina shit, and them hitting on my kids, and then that's starting with Tiffany and Beanie over a few weeks. It's I'm pretty sick of it.
Yeah,
but I know nature are helping with that and feeding shit to do and all this, and it's about my kid, and I know what they're doing, and then here's this shit back here in the background about my daughter not being safe on the roof, and vague shit again, and her being dead and being cremated and placed next to me, it's pretty fucking disgusting.
That is disgusting.
And instead, I'm taking it as another one of those vague threats, and if I don't, this, that, and the other. And then with what Seraphina and them are doing with around the same child, obviously, on that panel, and then connected with little psychic, D, nature, and then Crystal and Ziggy, and with how that, is going, I'm going to take it like it's coming from there, obviously, like always as a writer. And this one is one of the writers from that camp. I don't find it coincidental that they're saying this in a vague way about my kid, while Seraphina and Ziggy and all them are doing this, and it's been leading this for weeks, and while, Nutter over there is doing it.
That is
so yeah, it is pretty fucked up. I'm absolutely taking it as a threat, and I am putting all the little pieces together to report it in a full compiled way.
Well, let me tell you, I really don't make my rounds on YouTube and listen to a lot of them people. So if you see anybody using my content to say fucked up shit like that, you let me know, because I usually don't strike people. But I can promise you, Jody, I will. I will do that if they use my shit.
I will ask you to please not allow the narrative to be run that they won't run, and because I think it bothers me. But it's more of a this is fucked up, and they've done this before already. Laura and Ziggy are the ones that did it, and put the lie out here. And Laura did it for Ziggy. Let's make that clear. The evidence of that is on the panel. Then this group used it to fuck my family, make them think I'd said that this there, and it was a lie. Crystal even used that to embed around my family, all this other shit. It ain't funny. It ain't cute.
No, it's not.
But then saying that I was bought, sold, traded by Andy's family or my own is horseshit.
That was
please do not allow that to run. None of that ever happened. My family nor his. Nobody bought, sold, traded me. None of that bullshit.
No,
okay?
I have it on my channel where you're saying that shit is not true. That shit is not true. Day before yesterday.
And if anybody,
you let everybody know, and I will stand by that. I will not sit and let somebody, if I see somebody saying that's true on the YouTube streets, and I am out on the YouTube streets, I will correct them over that. There's no need.
And everybody, Serafina was one of the first tormenting us in the inbox, swearing on her everything that, you know, she was going to get me and my little dog too if I didn't come, and all her people, you know, telling me that if I didn't go to her, she was going to make me. I really have recordings, screen recordings, videographic proof, everything of them follow me around everywhere in every group I was in, telling me that if I didn't do whatever, then Serafina and all them were going to make my life hell. And boy, it's sort of hell true. That psychic band of Mary's connected with some of these creators through years. But,
maybe that's why she's losing her shit, because she knows you have that.
And she was in my inbox and I told her no and all this other shit. Eons, years and years ago, Romaine. This ain't a joke, and Serafina is a hard dick for my ass, let me tell you.
Well, I remember I messaged you on Facebook. It was like 4 years ago, and I said we need to separate the DV from the Summer Wells, and I said something else that was fucked up, but you told me to fuck off. And I was good with you telling me to fuck off.
Probably because people think one means the other. Look, I hate that the DV situation is there, but it is true. It is part of life and event leading up and around and lives we lived around Summer. Also, for anybody to say DV doesn't matter inside of Summer's case, bullshit. She lived over there at 110 where domestic violence was present too, and everybody should really give a damn about domestic violence. Okay?
Yes.
And so I hate that my life includes it. But when I didn't come here to go summer, and I came here to hunt tragedy, call them out for what they're doing in and around cases, to talk about domestic violence and be an advocate, and to speak out just like I'd always done, even before Summer vanished. I don't see an issue with that. And then because I happen to be Summer's neighbor, and my children and I seen things that day, etc., and obviously we're around Summer our whole life, does not mean that that's all I'm going to talk about. And that's not what I'm here for. I'm not here for fame, clout, book deals, documentaries. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit.
Right.
You know, I care about making change and stopping bad and monsters and, you know, and stopping this shit in open cases. And I care greatly about Summer and justice for her in the true fashion by for her and by real law enforcement searchers and real people who see her as human and not a flat image, not something to virtue signal on. I want her found, and I want people in a death chamber.
I know you do, Jody. I know you want her found just as much, if not more, than everybody else. And let me tell you something. Those horrible fucking people who think that you can contact someone and say horrible shit about their children, period, ain't gonna fucking happen on my watch. I can tell you that right now. Y'all are fucking disgusting human beings.
Hey, Romaine.
Yeah.
You know the name around here. It's been around for years off and on. But Dancing Queen, right? I'm sure you've seen that name here.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, this one was just newly created, but it's a pickup account from somebody else. But the name on that one that left me that nice little message is Dancing Queen.
Wow. I'll remember that name. And what are these?
Yeah, it's another one's long book. Like is known as the Jack Houses one, the Wendy one, all the goofy ones, the Dinkamoyles, same book writing type crew shit back there in the background, but this time it's a Dancing Queen, you know? And it's that vague, I don't know, this, that, and the other with the kids and death. And what kind of shit is that? Your daughter needs to be cremated and put to rest beside you.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. That is fucked up. That is fucked up. And I don't care.
And it's weird how
I don't give a fuck if these people think that they're getting fucking attention by saying that. That's not good fucking attention. It's not. That is just fucking evilness.
Do you find it coincidental that this person is doing the giant writing books, like is typical of one that continues to terrorize me for the years? And they're saying this about my kids, as this has been a non-stop cycle. Serafina, Dee, Chris, all the things happening, targeting certain child of mine, playing certain things, using the exact same images others are using. You think it's really a coincidence that's in my held for comment section, Romaine, or do you think it's a group effort again?
Kind of seems like it's a I think it's all a group effort. I mean,
yep,
I really do. I think it's all, but like I said earlier, Jody, you and I, Flies, KK, Poppy, May, all of us, we've all been around since the beginning. A lot of us have. I can't name all of us, but and we see what is happening right now because Christmas is coming up, and
yeah, but it ain't just that. They really target my children and I to the point of blackmail, hope, trying to get my children doing this, that, and the other, trying to harm them, getting there. I mean, it's extreme. It goes real life.
We have watched it. We have watched it over and over. A lot of them will say the most fucked up shit about you and your family to get you to fucking get pissed off and come out and, you know, start going off and saying stuff. And then
they've been wanting me to go live. They've been wanting me to go over the Serafina pieces, and I ain't. But I think there's a lot of reason that now I've been quiet on my own panel. Obviously, now the last few days I've been hopping on a couple of year-olds, obviously, for reasons. But it's harder for them to fuck with everybody all at once, essentially. But you know, they're afraid of things that are moving, and they're getting hints of, and they're also a little pissed off because I'm taking down channels as I promised when I jumped here, and a lot of those have to do with psychic band of merry fucks and those connected with them and the worst shit, because they're usually the worst ones that have said and done the worst shit.
Right.
And so, yeah, you know, but they've been wanting me to come out. And
that's the thing, Jody. You do always have a place over here. You know, you're welcome over here. I'm not going to let anybody come in here and say fucked up shit to you or attack you for any fucking reason. I don't see any point in that. Even though, yeah, Tiffany Marie and Nicolina did it. And let me tell you, honest to God, I was not expecting that. I did not know. I thought you and Tiffany.
Well, you know, Andrew went daughter. You seen that shit?
What I see?
You know they did that. They went and tattled and did the shit, and then and it's because I'm not supposed to be allowed on any panels. I'm not supposed to be spoken of. People aren't supposed to be mentioning me in chats. It's a hardcore blackout cycle, like I give a fuck or anything.
Right.
And so they didn't want. That's why she was like, "Why are you allowing her on panel?" Like what? You didn't get the memo, Remain? You didn't know in the back?
Nope, I didn't get the memo because I don't watch. I don't watch her. I don't watch that shit. So no, I didn't get the memo.
Behind the scenes nods at doing certain stuff, but you know that's the beginning. But ain't it weird, Tiffany going through all she's going through, and she knows good and well about my cancer and surgeries and speech disability, and she's going through all that over there, but then here she is implying to your audience and her and Nick screaming at me that I'm a drunk and an idiot and intoxicated and a druggie. Ain't that wild? Is that something you do if you and your family were facing things?
Let me tell you, it really did throw me off because at the time I thought you and Tiff were on like an even kill and things were okay. And that's why when she come up, it was like, damn, I thought she was going to have a conversation. Nope, that didn't happen.
Anybody who's ever thought Tiffany and I were even killer, we were actually friends or anything stupid, it's narratives driven around here. And I've told Tiffany from the beginning, I don't like her. She's tragic pimp. She's a central and screwed up Summer's case, and that's just the way it's going to be. I don't forgive, I don't forget, and I ain't forgetting everybody's roles and all this shit. Not anybody's. Never make that mistake. Do I talk to people off and on when I choose how I choose? Yes. Does that mean I'm in the background pounding around Discord, styling, plotting, planning, Candace Non, Fred Lauren with the tee shit? Hell no, it don't. It means that I'll speak when I want to.
I think this is where I'm lucky. I'm going to call myself lucky. I've never been in a Discord. Those are the
devil. Don't go in those.
I'm not.
Don't go in any of them. Pro tip to anybody out here. Don't get in the emails to any of them. Don't give them your private shit. Don't be telling them what you got in chats. Don't be like, oh, me and my husband on vacation 3 times this year. My grandkids live 6 days away and I'm alone and half out and have like sundown. Don't be doing that shit. Also, do not get in any private groups with them. Don't buy their super tiered private extra super memberships for $600 a month.
Oh my God,
so they can get you in there. Do be aware that inside that, you are also surrounded by helpers that are the little barkers that make you feel like they're with you. They're helping you. You found your tribe. What they're helping these critters do is ferret out who's most vulnerable, take advantage of them, pump money, and they're splitting it together. Don't be dumbasses, y'all. Don't be their dumbasses. Don't be their dicks.
Let me tell you this, because not this last time you were on my panel, but the time before that, when we had that real long conversation, I got an email from someone who was trying to who was trying to tell me, and I'm not dismissing this girl's claims or anything, but it was fucking weird. So she says that, Penny, Benny, and all of them were acting like advocates, and that she was going through some stuff and she had contacted them, and that come to find out they weren't advocates. Then later on, somebody sent her an email asking her who she was. I mean, this girl even said something about she was going through DV, and she was in a bad way. And so what she wanted me to do, she was like, can you tell Jody if she wants to sue them, that I'll stand by her or whatever. And I'm like, no, I ain't telling Jody nothing, because where you're mistaken is I don't have a personal relationship with Jody. I see Jody online, and that is it. I've never talked to you offline, have I, Jody? And this is what got me.
Messaged me and I told you to go fuck yourself too.
Yeah,
So,
you told me to fuck myself, but that was like years ago. But anywho, the thing that got me was because she was name dropping. The minute that she name dropped Penny in that email, I was like, fuck no. Even if I talked to you offline, I wouldn't have fucking said anything.
Well, there's a certain creator that has a hat, and that's the thing. That's a known tactic to get and all kinds of weird stuff too.
That was weird.
It's also a test for you remain. It was most likely them seeing if you actually had contact with me in the background, because if you did, that would mean to them that we were working together.
That's exactly.
But also, it would be to see who you were loyal to, who you weren't, and for those affiliated with those to then eat you alive, do whatever. But also that has a certain feel and exact replica of someone under Mad Hattery shit all the way back to what Big Eye shit and different attempts at that to get near me, hold me, whatever. But yeah, obviously all those people have pretended to be advocates. Yes, they took advantage of many. Do I need anyone else to join me to sue, whatever, no. We've been told
all the names that was mentioned: Ziggy, Benny, Penny, Duchess. Remember, way back, Duchess was a mod for Benny. Duchess. I can't even remember. My response was,
it sounds like the writer. It sounds like the same critter that's been going around doing it. Yes,
I was like, well, I'm sorry that you went through that, and good luck. That was all, because I'm like, no, you're throwing names out there. No, names that I know.
Well, it's not really. It wouldn't be alarming if it hadn't been that it's been a repeat thing, and they'll use a creator often. They'll message them, email them. They did it all the way back in the beginning. What Big Eye, all their things, and it'll be often. Even though, like, I have an inbox or saying, whatever, they would contact a creator and be like, "Hey, get me in touch with, do this, do that," and I'm whatever similar, and it would be really weird and often. It's like, yeah, that has a certain flavor. So it's a pattern and a behavior and cycle I recognize. So it's that's something I would ignore there. And look, let me assure that one is Remain and I aren't like all playing footsie behind the scenes or plotting or planning or buddies.
Not at all. Jody and I's conversation, everybody sees it. Everybody sees it. I don't have to talk to Jody behind the scenes to know how I feel about Jody, what she's been through, and I can feel how I fucking want to feel, and I'm going to feel the way that I feel. I think that you all fucking doing the fuck shit that you did to start with, and you all know who you are. I don't have to name all you guys, because there's many of you Many of you that want you, it's just fucking weird. But no, don't be talking about nobody's fucking kid. That's just disgusting to say that type of thing to any mother at all. Go say that shit to fucking Candace Wells. She don't mind when people talk about her fucking shit like that.
The fucking weird part is like part of this giant book is implying that I need to go tell Candace and Don whatever. So yeah, whatever, basically or essentially, and all the things I know again. I'm like, damn, what rhetoric again?
Right.
Like, yeah, no, if I got something to say or this there, I'm gonna go say it to the feds,
right?
Not people in or around C&D. But in the same breath, they're also like C&D or whatever, you know.
Right.
But like I said, it's one of the nonsensical, vague things they do. This writer in particular over the years that goes by many names. They do it many times, many names, many characters. But it's one of those doesn't make sense, doesn't add up, and then there's always some vague shit in there. Usually when they're threatening to give you the undertones, and then how it obviously matches together with what's going on here with Serafina, Ziggy, Benny, you know, all the, and then other critters that are wandering about lately. And one of whom keeps calling for mass calls to local police departments and shit, and seeming a little dangerous to all of us. Does travel to areas known to be meth head, all the things. Obviously off the rocker, and they're doing crazy shit. And part of that has to do with my kid. I don't find it a coincidence this is landed and held for in the back of.
Well, you know, that's what surprised me. What surprised me was
another or else, Jody or
right. But that really surprised me when you know, Marlena came out and was saying some of the stuff she was saying. Not that it was a big deal. I don't think it made a difference about anything. But, you know, what went through my mind was, are you not concerned about yourself, Marlena, and what you're out here saying? You know, that didn't make no sense to me. I mean, let me tell you, and this is just me, I've never been homeless, thank God, knock on wood. But if I was in that predicament, I don't know if I would come on social media and say fucking anything that anybody from that area could come back at me on at all. But then again, I guess, you know, they need money. She needed money.
Yeah. And it's weird, that one is around one of the critters lately that is doing the weird shit around my head with this group and connected entirely to Ziggy and Serafina. Ain't that weird? While Serafina and all them are playing those pieces, I'm a little during that the other. Ain't that weird, Romaine?
But I'm
Must
sure,
be something to go.
I'm sure Donna is fine with that shit, you know.
I'm sure if it only been one cycle of it, it'd be like, oh, lady, put down the YouTube. But man, you get that over and over again, and the links and the proof and the evidence that and it just compiles. And oh boy,
out there. If people would really look, everything that you're saying is fucking out there. It speaks for itself. It really does.
But I'm just honest, if a stop sign remain, I don't, and then law enforcement will never catch on, and nobody will ever be able to press harassment or criminal charges or sue them civilly or link them together. They're all such super genius tech sleuths and cry. Oh, they'll just get away with it forever. They'll never be held accountable.
What gets me too is y'all want to go after Jody and her family, but nobody's fucking saying anything about Dawn and Candace and their shit. It's like, what? That's crazy to me. That is crazy to me. Dawn and Candace are people of interest. So why is everybody, oh, Dawn's a good guy. Oh, Candace, she's a great friend. What the fuck ever.
I'm not saying anybody should go give them shit either. I don't want that for any of the others, obviously. But when those motherfuckers got on here within hours of Summer vanishing, got recorded, started feeding out everybody and using this as a tool to fuck with everybody and destroy entire communities around everything. And it definitely seems like to some of us, they're targeting fucking witnesses or trying to tamper with or making witnesses where they're unusable by getting people around all the shit through the years. I definitely find that a little weird. And you know, you have to wonder, I don't care, innocent, guilty, why in the fuck would anyone do that?
Right.
If Dawn said, we went to social media to help fund her, yeah, really? When?
Yeah.
When's the last time on live share Summer's picture? When did they set up their own team to do anything for Summer on their own that was just solely for Summer and pay for it without somebody holding their hand or a name paying her?
It's all been about them.
When?
Let me tell you, I had many people tell me that they had so many gift cards and so much money that they were giving it away, asking people if they wanted them. Yeah, they were in hog heaven over that almighty dollar that they were getting off of their missing fucking child.
But I mean, the thing is, see, none of us really knew that live in a real time. You get what I'm saying? And hell, you know, like all this stuff but it's like when you have them out here first, fucking with everybody else and feeding everybody else's, like they were apparently messaging PG Squad, everybody else with all their personal shit before we were ever known to anyone found or anything, you know, or able to be gotten hold of her anyway.
Right.
They were doing that to so many inside and around the community to get people digging this way, that way. And I mean, no matter what reason is behind that, whether it's just because they didn't want to look the way they are and wanted, you know, to make it look like everybody else was worse than them and compare, you get what I'm saying? Or whether it's because they're guilty of something, it doesn't matter. They still were willing to harm others in and around this community, feed them, their families out, change livelihoods, living arrangements, change futures and reputations and slander and have all this done on their behalf. And they sleep just fine with it. So fuck them. And I think anybody and everybody wants to come out and speak out about it should, because fuck them. And but no, nobody should go harass or terrorize anybody or do online shit geared directly and solely towards anybody at the direction of another. But those motherfuckers essentially started shit, and they didn't come out here going, here's a picture of Summer, here's the right picture of Summer to share the first night. They come on here going, oh, and then they, you know, I don't know, but you know, they used it to, I guess, get a squall in a house fixed, and tweakers like Amy Tate and Pam up there to chase others around there, go with knives onto other cancer patients' properties and chasing shadow people. And if the vision fucked up and jacked up to the roof with their jaws moving back and forth with Summer's brothers, and you want to come out here to the media and say, well, the danger from YouTubers is so bad, the boys, but really? You mean the tweakers yet up there doing stupid shit and chose them even after your boys were taken, even months after the boys were taken, they had Amy taking them up there, tweaking their fucking asses off, going around the neighborhood. The night I was in the back of an ambulance, the bitches out there trying to steal my devices and shit, trying to get them. I mean, fuck that, dude. I know who and what the fuck they are. And when they try to make everybody else look all right, that ain't right. That ain't right to the rest of Beach Creek, Sullivan County, King Sport, anybody else they've ever known they're throwing under the bus just to do whatever. It ain't right. And I guess if you want to start a war, you know.
Right.
But when I come out here eventually and those videos came on, whatever, my intention, I didn't come out here tit for tat. I didn't come out here like the alleys and everybody else. And I was nice. I did not say or give all things or my thought, everything on everything. And because I didn't find that nice to do, didn't want to have still not said all things or still not extreme tit for tat, nothing like that.
Well,
and
you know what? You do want Summer found, and you know what needed to be told to social media, and it doesn't matter what they. Huh?
By that point, I knew that Candace and them were lying to their own teams. They were lying to the public about Dobbs camping on their land and everywhere else. I knew there were lies, and I knew in some of those vids it would help the public understand that some of the things they've been thinking weren't, you know what I mean?
Right.
And just those little bits could have, if been used correctly, could have been taken to help in some way.
Right.
But instead, they're always all these things, and you know, it's like here were things to correct certain things that were out here running amok. that weren't true and confusing people, and had it been kept that simple, then maybe somebody, could hear something, see through all the bullshit already out here, apparently by that point, and have helped or come forward or, had the aha or whatever it is, and that was sort of part of the hope. And then to be left alone, we didn't realize how Squall and all them were controlling the Facebook groups and others, and then how that combined social media was used to manipulate people, and we didn't realize, all the things that were occurring, how it went. If, I really thought it was just some asshole out there that stole my kids' pictures, and they, my little was getting ready for a dance.
Let me ask you this before I get off here. What, with now, what would you have done differently?
If I had known that Candace and Dawn were doing what they were doing and feeding all this out there, this there, whatever. I don't know, how far back do you mean? I'm telling you, if I'd known what Candace and Dawn were doing, for sure, up there, I would have absolutely put in orders, protection, other shit, in order to keep them from talking about myself, my kids, giving out any more info. I would have immediately put restraining orders on Squall. When Candace asked me to have her on there, I would have never spoken anything around their teams. I would have, I don't know. There's a lot of remain. And then further on out, had I known that one picture they stole, and that how this group works and operates, and how they lure us every case, and how they do that with manipulation and things over combined platforms and all that. And if I'd known what this realm was or how it operated, I would have immediately done things differently, I think, in ways, but also my personality would be like, no, this shit's fucked. Somebody needs to speak on it. But
you would have been more aware of, I want to say your surroundings, but I think you were already aware of your surroundings. But I think as far as with social media, maybe you would have, vetted people a little more closely, or maybe not. I don't want to say befriended creators, but maybe not so much have befriended them.
I was never really that stupid. I knew, just like I told Candace and Dawn them in that road, because I thought maybe they were a little stupid. It's like, anybody contacting you after some revenge full shit, right? It's just like I told the ex-demon mother-in-law over there, dumb bitch, these people called We Can Bring You Hope calling you after Summer's Ranch wanting info, ain't up to no good. Please stop talking to them. And the dumb bitch didn't. And then you find out they're connected with Cher, the Marathon, Squall, all the bullshit, and all the, all the bull, you know what I mean? And you find out the setup shit and the money that Candace Dawn won, all this shit, and then just the whole lineup, I don't know. In ways you go, well, I'd change it, but then again, would I be here? I think that I hope that through the years that people have actually watched this shit be done to this community, so many members of it, those Dawn, Candace, Mullen, everybody else target, tamper with, screw with. I hope that all this has actually led to good and to change in ways, and that people have left this realm and will no longer fall for this type of thing, that eventually it helps change laws, it helps get enough evidence, because this has carried on for so many years. And instead of just natural course, few months, years, there's so much proof and evidence of what's actually been done, planned, plotted, journal, scripted into life, went real life, and extremes, and how they tamper and screw with even law enforcement, feds, experts, all that shit, fuck with cases, people,
and I honestly
all
think
that.
People do. I think some of these people on social media think that just because they're pounding on a keyboard and doing things through a monitor or picking up a phone, that they are not personally involving themselves in the fuck shit. And the problem is they absolutely were. These people, in my opinion, They inserted themselves into Summer's case. I'd never seen such a shit show about a missing child case in my life, except for, of course, they led right into Sebastian Rogers. We had Quentin Simon too.
Look,
that was horrible.
I think social media has made it where so many people are accessible in an instant fashion that people, for some reason, think it's okay, and that means that people are open to being called out, so they excuse it to themselves. But I think this, I believe this firmly. It's how I feel. I don't think it'll ever change. I think if you're the type of person, when you see something breaking on the news, or an Amber Alert, or whatever it may be, and your first thought is to go look that person up or their family members online, and then to message them, whether it be condolences or you support us, I think you're fucking weirdo. I think you need to remove yourself from the thing and not do that. I would not suggest anyone out there, even if you feel greatly and it's of true, genuine reason and you mean no harm and you're not actually going to dig for details and this and run back to true crime realms with it. I don't think it's necessary that you contact people you do not know or hunt down family to message. Just because they have profiles or inboxes does not mean that they want you. I mean, like, it is insertive. It's disruptive. It's bothersome. It's very awkward. Can you imagine just random stranger being like, I'm sorry, well, what do you say to, like, what, huh? You know, I mean, people are dealing with the worst. Like, I think that's very fucking weird. Okay. Yeah. I think that a lot of people are doing this as a hobby. They really think they're tech savvy, extreme, like web sleuth. They can figure, a lot of women take their expertise online with tracking the dudes, and bullshittery and, the girl shit, right? To mean that they are then super detectives. And then they use those same bullshit petty ass skills to do whatever and open an active case. I think a lot of them are bored, they're lonely, they're doing whatever the hell the reasons are. Right. And they pretend it's an interactive goddamn CSI episode that they can fully take in, no consequences, it has no effects, but it actually fucking does. And it affects people and cases and justice in real life. And then they don't think any more about it every time they log off, or they just, I love the babies and I love the missing or murdered women. Right. Okay, you might. I know people care. We all care about those things. But go in real life or affected or making a call for your favorite creator to the local law enforcement or an FOIA request or inundating or going and stalking people's houses or neighborhoods to send back footage for, that's not a fucking hobby, Karen. That's not something you should be doing, Karen. Right. That is not right. That is actually stalking. It's harassment. It's giving private info. That is wrong. It's criminal. Please stop that. You are affecting real people's lives. Stop.
Well, I mean, now I do have to say, if they're pulling up someone who's in prison or jail for acts on children or something like that, and it is there's nothing wrong with that. I don't see calling those type of individuals out. It's when you start calling out individuals that have nothing to do with anything. And the only reason you're calling them out is because they're the 20th cousin of somebody, right?
Right. Or if you're going to the level of pretending to be a book writer in the background, or levying threats, or green eyes, or a fucking fake Fed, or any of the types of shit like that, you're in real fucking deep and you're committing fucking crimes and you're terrorizing the shit out of people and you're doing it with a group and you're doing it over tech means. And I'll let you know, when you do it over federal means of communication, whether that be cell phone or especially internet and platforms, it isn't just local or only prosecutable for a year, dears. You're hitting federal fucking crime territory in a group organized effort when you're doing these favors and fuckery, mentally ill or not, for your favorite creators. You are then working in an organized manner and doing the dirt for and with a group, and you're doing it on, a way of technology and communications that falls under federal guidelines, federal laws, and federal statutes.
Well, I mean, you say book
They
writer.
take time. You may think I'm good because the cops and feds ain't kicking in my door, but man, I'm telling you, it takes years sometimes for it to happen.
Yeah, it does. It does take years for things to happen.
And
sometimes.
they got years to make those cases, especially in RICO style shit and worse. So they've got years.
Right.
They got like all the time in the federal world to do that.
Well,
So,
I mean,
never get
for a long time I've kept notes. I've kept a lot of different things. My true intention was to write a book, but I ain't in no hurry to do it. I don't need to use groups of people to put out what I have as factual information. There's not a fucking day that I will ever write a book and fucking put out misinformation or fucking lies or anything else. And that's
if I ever write a book, it'll be on Fuck the Tragedy Pimps. You know, that's exactly.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately,
and I'm sorry, but any smart creator or documentary or film crew or anybody like that would understand that it's in Summer, in this particular here with Summer and around her, they could make more films, documentaries, etc., and make it would be more interesting of a story to be told from the what the fuck did all these motherfuckers do in and around an open case. Let's hunt all this down, and that will be like action-packed drama. People will be pulled in by that, and in the same breath, obviously, it would bring attention to Summer in the right way, because it would show what's been done so wrong around her, and it would make so many true actual villains and monsters appear, and maybe it might actually change the culture and climate of true crime drama bullshit going extreme in your life. You know how long a series or a movie or whatever could go and how much money that would pull in, as opposed to just a documentary on Summer herself.
Right.
Oh.
Right. Well, and I mean, the thing about doing anything just using Summer herself, there's not much there.
Nobody should use Summer.
There's not much there.
And
there's not much there. Not too many people have come out and told us about Summer. It's all been Dawn and Candace and all the scallywags that hang out with them. And, Jody, I had I get very angry when people come into my chat wanting to tell me that they're friends with Candace or they know Dawn and Candace. You know why? Because I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck who know them people. They're not fucking telling the truth anyway.
All I can tell you over the years as I've watched this is a bunch of these creators, I've watched them go, yeah, because if you notice, Dawn and Candace always want everybody to come meet them in person. You know who does that? Cult leaders and fucking monsters, because they're better in person.
You'll like us. You'll
then
know.
all of a sudden, everybody flips over and they're suddenly, oh, I see the light now. I'm like, the fuck you say? But I've watched so many of these women, especially, go get around and be like, oh, I just love them. Everybody's wrong. Everybody's lying on them. They're genuine. I'm like, are you fucking stupid? Even when I lived beside them, even before Summer vanished, the fuck are you being? You fucking idiots. You're over here trying to solve true crimes. You don't even realize what those users and abusers are doing to you, dumbasses. All right, you go ahead. But living next door as their neighbor, I knew what the fuck they were, at least in some parts, all those years from the first time I laid eyes on Candace till the end. And y'all are dumb. Like, I know you want to have hope and believe people, and you can be unbiased and fair to everyone, no matter how or what they are. And even if they're monsters, that doesn't mean they're guilty of doing anything Summer as far as, her vanishing.
Right.
Are they guilty of a whole lot of other shit to her? Yes.
Right.
But vanishing, we don't know. And that's up to law enforcement to say.
Right.
But, I'm sorry some of y'all out here been out here stumping these streets like a bunch of dumbasses. And being like, oh, I just love whatever. Bro, they're still monsters. Dawn's still goddamn child raping, molester, whatever, rapist.
Yep.
He may not be on a damn list, but by his own admission and what we know, he absolutely motherfucking is. The dude told me to his face he fucking is. Therefore, he's a goddamn child molester, and he's a goddamn rapist.
Right.
I ain't supporting that shit.
Well,
Fuck you.
We're talking about
I ain't being friends with that.
not just his stepsister. There was like 7 fucking women who came out
5 or 7 others. But the thing is, here on the ground, locally, I know there are more things and more people. That's all I'm saying. Right. But when the dude turns to himself and admits to it, sorry. And when he does it to the whole world, well, you don't do that, but and rocking boys and blah, and all this other crap. And as a neighbor, and other fact, no, I'm good. I ain't gonna be friend. You ain't gonna see me going around nobody and being like, oh, hey, you're whatever. Yeah, let's be friends. Oh, you're but you're in. I don't care at that point. I don't care. You are capable of raping and molesting. That's a separate. Therefore, I don't think you should be breathing free air on this fucking earth, regardless. I'll be damned.
If Reverend Donna's so fucking psychic and she's seen all of this shit, did she fucking call and report Don Wells? Did she fucking call CPS?
Probably, honestly.
Did she have all these feelings that she fucking took? No, I don't think she did, because she was talking to him on the phone. She was talking to him.
Do you ever notice how many questions she's got for a damn psychic? And did anybody catch part in those lives where she kept saying about me? She'd be like, you've been around here 2 years or 2.5 years running your mouth about Summer nonstop since she vanished. And she kept saying 2 years, 2 years. It's almost like the dumb bitch doesn't even realize how long Summer's vanished, because that's how little Summer means to her case. She ain't even keeping up with the facts, which is Summer, as of today, is gone for 4 years and 5 months.
That's too long, Joe.
And the other day, she says, I've only been on here 2 years. I've been on here longer than that. But either way, that's what she kept putting Summer vanishing at, was 2 years. Really? And then there was somebody else the other night, they were screwing up too, and they were saying 3 years. And it was very fucked. And it's one of the, they all care about Summer though.
Well, it kind of pissed me off too, because she was putting, basically everyone who ever talked about Summer, if you guys don't agree with me, and Fred is fantastic and he's not a liar, he's telling the truth just because he admitted to being a fucking meth trafficker, then you're for pedos and blah, 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 and you're alcoholics and you're substance abusers and all this shit. And I'm like, no fucking ma'am, you got the wrong person, because I am not that. I am not.
Still, honestly, what I find weird though, I mean, besides the fact that Lauren and Fred and all them are studying just as hard apparently as Candace and Dawn and Marlena and the rest, right?
Exactly, yep.
Besides that, and what bothers me is that at a certain point it looks like Fred wouldn't even really talk to Ziggy. He'd always have Laura do it. He didn't want to talk to her, have nothing to do with her.
For a long time.
And then Nesbitt and all this stuff happens, and you see this almost threat levied out to Laura and Fred that if they come and talk to Nesbitt or this one or that one or other people or whatever, because they knew those two were on the run for more, and obviously I think Fred still had the one out for the stealing shoes and all that stuff. So it felt a little threatening to me. And then Ziggy obviously called and turned him in for stuff too, though she'll deny that. And hell, she may not. She may just told the public that. But either way, there was talk of Dawn, others setting Fred up or getting him busted. Obviously, eyes are on him. So then eventually you do have his set up and arrest, right? That made Dawn have the tingles in his pants on an interview, just like the one with Dudley did. It's very strange what happens, and it almost is very reminiscent of what happened to Dawn herself, the DUI, and how this group sort of set that up and had people watching all things,
Yep.
And at the time, they were calling for, well, if Dawn and Candace are separated, one's in jail, one will talk, and shit, when you can sort of control and do all the things for the group, why not? And then make it look like nobody did that but Dawn herself, which means they get behind the wheel.
This is what's fucking weird, okay? Doug Hutton, Chris McDonough, and Josh
they set off
lab,
this new alcohol was involved and talked him into going to get cigarettes. It's fucking horseshit, bro. Yeah. And then they had people at 423 and shit in Beach Creek at night and otherwise watching, and to be able to call and set that up to where, I'm telling you they did. Nobody can tell me otherwise.
Well, you were in that area. You fucking know. You know how these people are better than I do.
I know it's all right too. I mean, if you watch the full out thing, and pieces still that remain once we got me. Like, yeah, it was like, but they have a habit. But either way, I wonder how many have been threatened in ways or set up in ways, and then on their way here, they're afraid for their family or others, and maybe in the background are being threatened with, I don't know, some of these creators turning in some of their dirty dealings or drugs or illicit shit, and getting their whole family screwed or fucked up if they don't come on panel or they don't give them info. And I know that there are a few that feel afraid like that, and therefore some of that can be attributed to that. But I wonder if Fred and Laura are sort of, like that as well. And
Laura allegedly is living with some other guy and shit now, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. Yeah. So, and there was real talk in real time when Fred was here that he was threatening her with guns, everything, going in and jerking her out of places and all kinds of shit. So,
Yeah.
But yeah, and he was definitely in and around and with her, even though he's supposed to be Ziggy the first time. I mean, like,
Yep, that doesn't surprise me.
I just don't buy that those two have a real relationship. You get what I mean? I think it's something else.
Right there. That's weird shit, isn't it? That's just weird fucking shit.
There's something convenient about that, and it ain't a lovey thing. And definitely on Ziggy's part, she acquired a Fred, and who knows what the plans are for him, and then her to write a book deal going, I was so naive, it was a monster mouse, he's guilty, it's not feeling Fred needs to be thinking in that direction. I know I and everybody else in town are like, holy shit, how long do you think it is till they make Fred guilty and get him arrested? And Dawn's
I could see this happening too. My visions, I knew he was a liar, but I had to play it like this to get him to tell me things. Oh, I knew my
daughter and I were afraid. We couldn't speak out. We couldn't let people know the book and the movie deals and the Netflix. And I married a monster.
Yeah.
Fred needs to be thinking that way real quick, because I tell you, the rest of us around here are like, fuck that dude entirely for what he's done. But also, we think he might be being built up to be what's that Netflix doc, Making a Murderer?
Yeah.
We feel like they're trying to enact that on Fred, and that Dawn would just love that. So, but don't get me wrong, Fred's criminal, Fred's creepy, Fred's mentally ill, Fred's a lot of things, but that don't mean he's fucking guilty of anything either.
Right. I think he's just guilty of, like Kerr said, inserting himself into Summers' case because he was.
But did he truly insert himself? And then there are parts of him that go, well, is he actually, because you see in the first little bit after Summer vanished, you're talking hours, days, etc. What you have essentially is Fred somehow already speaking all the things that became all the narratives over here. How did Fred do that? The caves, the drowning a thing, being gone before Tuesday, Dawn owing a debt right below 50. How did Fred hold all those things right after? And only while he was talking to Dawn, while Dawn was pretending he was going to kick his door in. But by God, they were real nice to one another and whispery every minute. And knew exactly. And I mean, like, there's something wrong there. Is he a mouthpiece for Dawn to come out here? Because, I mean, you set a Fred off and you turn him onto the internet and get him whispering behind the scenes with psychics like Juanita and visiting all the things. Well, doesn't that essentially get dirty work done for you and distraction and shit out online and, look here, look there? Doesn't that, I mean, so that's a possibility. Maybe people threaten him. Maybe it was just the money for crack rock or a needle full or something at first, and then it became more. Who knows? But I definitely think that for some reason, and it's weird that all the narratives came from Fred. I mean, as someone who lived in and witnessed this, and here's Fred saying all these things that weren't online yet, but became everything online.
Yep.
How did he? Well, like what the fuck? Did he come up with all this shit on, or was it fed to him or told to him to go out and say? What the hell was the deal? What was happening? But the problem is also Fred knows other local YouTubers who were involved in the true crime shit that were definitely around, and they know, so they might know about this realm. They might know to make up like maybe it's fed to somebody through somebody and whatever else. And then obviously within hours of Summer vanishing, you had people that same night driving up and down Beach Creek, getting info for these motherfuckers that were already in Discords and everywhere else locally and otherwise, like Scott and Chase and Cam and all these other motherfuckers that were leftovers from Boswell. And that includes people too from Cotton's family and realm, you know, and people who have fucked with all of us in summer. So it's like, and then all their connections back to Fred and otherwise around all this shit and dope shit and meth shit and weird shit. You know, so, you know, but where did it come from, right? Remain, and why was he the first one to say the things before they were ever things?
I could not answer that because I would love to know who was, and it's not Ziggy. Somebody was ground guiding Fred, definitely ground guiding him to say some.
He wasn't getting that offline already that soon. But by the point of one psychic making a post, I remember seeing her neighbor sending me something, but it was a screenshot, or you know whatever. But I see her. Maybe I went and looked at it. Was in a Facebook group, I think, or something, and it had something about a waterfall and a seashell in this area, and it was raining and cops were brought in to go look for this damn waterfall. But that shit that you find out later essentially comes from Fred and somehow to the psychic, you know? And it's a moment Fred will talk about. And it's because Fred did that. I'm telling you, Fred did. And then you have shit being told to Cotton or to Marlena's dad. And I think they were. And I think they were told by Dawn or Fred. And those people were being honest, but it was actually just bullshit and crap. And I really think Dawn was running around to a bunch of people after Summer vanished. And I can say it's because I'm one of them. And he was feeding shit to see if it would come out online for him, where they weren't necessarily doing it, right? But they were hoping everybody was embedded in social media or talking to people or shit would come out that way, right? I really believe that. I believe that some of them said to Marlena's dad or to Cotton or this were said to him. And then because they're tweakers, they have backgrounds or histories, they would be misbelieved, but then it would create what? Chaos. Bullshit, make other people look other ways, look at drug shit, look at this, Dawn and the big bad junkie took, whatever, you know, and all this crap. But I absolutely believe that Dawn was running around telling, like, you know, he told me about this dream and this era, and then the next thing, I find out later on that there he is apparently talking about dreams and Candace's dreams online. Somebody had to give him the idea that I'm telling you this bullshit, like, somebody had to give him the idea that he should be having dreams about Summer or traumas, whatever. And then he made up, I'm telling you. And then he wanted to let the public know he cared. You know what I mean? It's a sign of, I cared enough.
The story of the woman saying that Summer came to her on her porch swing and said, I miss my daddy. I love my daddy. I miss my daddy.
I think that's when ideas hit Dawn's head and he takes off some, and it's people that surrounded him in the beginning that gave him these fucking ideas and things, or what they should this there. But the dream he told me is different than the one online. Knows their stuff, but then they follow it to search sites and everything, and then that begins the Linda and the work sites and stinks and all this shit, right? And do you think Dawn wouldn't realize that if he's having profound dreams about Summer at work sites, they might then go look here and there and everywhere else in ways to search, come the fuck on? I don't doubt that type of affair in the least. And for other neighbors or other people to put that out instead of Dawn himself and no proof of it because he's doing it live and in real time and in person, who's going to prove it, right?
Right. Exactly.
But I wasn't one of those neighbors out here whispering to all the fucking social media, YouTube, anywhere else. Now, was I? So that shit didn't work on me. I guess it worked on Fred and whoever else he's pumping shit out to.
Right. Right. Lord.
Anyway, I'll let you go.
Well,
I know you've been here.
You know you're welcome over here anytime you want to come. And yes, let me say this. If I'm out and about on YouTube and I hear somebody talking shit about your fucking kid or whatever, you better believe I'm going to say something about it. One thing people do know about Remain Calm, I don't like that. I don't like that because I don't give a fuck If you're mad at a grown-ass adult, be mad at the adult. Don't fucking say shit about a child. I mean,
it ain't just saying something about it's. I mean, I'm taking this as an absolute threat cycle again towards
it does,
my child / children.
I mean, Jody, you have to. You
fucking
fucking
fear.
have to.
Right now, they're also calling law enforcement nonstop. They've got the Nutters doing that. They're connected with Ziggy and Fred and Serafina, and I know that for a fact. And I
can guarantee
this is not a joke.
They are ringing the hook off the fucking law enforcement's phone to tell law enforcement.
And they're calling for other people to do it, and they're having Nutters do it, and Ziggy and Serafina in this shit again, hoping it ain't gonna catch up because there's, it looks this way. It's
then when they say shit like law enforcement won't talk to us, no fucking wonder. No wonder. I mean, come on.
What they also do with that when the Nutters calling in like that, or they encourage people to call in and all it, and it's while they're actually doing really bad, terrible, threatening shit to us and going real life on us. What they hope is then if we call something in on them, then we sound whatever, or people hang up, or they won't answer, or they won't take us. It's a two-pronged effort, and it's pretty fucked, and that's how they temper law enforcement court.
What I want people to know, Fred has never got on a fucking phone on social media and talked to any fucking law enforcement. He's always let
Ziggy's his buffer, that way he can stay out, because if she emails a lie or she says she got something mixed up when she reports emails it, she can go, whoops, I'm a ditz, I got it mixed up, I just repeated for Fred.
Yeah.
Right? But if Fred says it himself or emails or calls in and he lies, well, that can be a charge.
Yep.
So that's why you always see Ziggy there. Because they can do whatever, essentially, law enforcement that way and pretend Ziggy's just got it wrong or mixed up or misspoke on Fred's behalf. And it keeps Fred out of deep shit. But you can use it as content, and they can use it to fuck with law enforcement in Summer's investigation and hopefully get by with it. These people are not as naive or stupid as y'all think out here. They are adept cons, criminals, slick-ass thinking bastards. All right?
Right. Well, I think that's
they like it buffer system.
I think that's why it got me so bad when, they were coming at you the way they were. And I'm like, you're fucking defending these people that are fucking worse than Jody ever thought about fucking being at times, And how is that okay? How is that okay?
Somebody tell me, where are these Jody Souza monster stories? Where are they? When have you actually heard one that wasn't created by a creator?
Oh, I
right? What, am I terrible because I survived DV with my children? Or is it because I was a stripper at one point? I mean, otherwise, what y'all got? I owned a dog one time, and I don't know. I love that dog. The dog was a good boy. He did his job. He was not a bad boy.
Right.
And I saved him. Other people thought he was and they were going to put it, and I just wanted him to have a life, and he got one out in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
And he was loved and cared for, and there was, he was a good boy. I hate the people talk about him like that. He's a good boy. All right.
Right.
And anyway, but yeah, I mean, tell me, Romaine, what is it that I tried to keep my neighbors safe and follow doctor's orders to not put things in the well system or well water, and specialized companies are supposed to come back. Is that it? I'm terrible. Or is it because I smoke or I get my nails done? Or is it because I'm in a luxury fucking camper because I left a DV situation, I'm disabled, and every time I've tried to move, they do something to fuck up my life in real time to where then whatever we've got built up to try to make the final jump to a real life is then used for something. Is that it? What makes me such a terrible person? Where are all these Jody Souza monster stories from the community or surrounding area? Where are they? Where are they? Jody Sue was traveling around with a needle hanging out of her arm, or shit-faced trashed, or, where was Jody Sue breaking and entering in people's property? Still shit. Where is it?
Well, that's what
it's nowhere because
when she was calling you an alcoholic, and I was like, what the fuck?
She's fully aware of my speech disability and cancer, and that's what'll fuck her up and in. I know there's video. She is well aware of it. She did it just like Tiffany and Nick did it, just like everybody else does it, like Justin does it and everything else. To fuck with me. Like, who does that to someone? Like, seriously, that says more about them than me, and I know they think that it bothers me because I talk about it, but the only reason I talk about it is to make it understood by people that what they're doing is pretty fucked if you stop and think about it.
Right.
You know? And I hope people will think about it way, but as far as them actually, it bothered me. Do you think my voice bothers me? No. I'm grateful to have one. I was supposed to wake up with none, muted for the rest of my life. I am grateful every day that I still have a voice, whether weak, strong, goes in and out, cuts in and out, whether my nerves and stuff on my face allow me to talk in a non-marble, mush-mouth way a day or not. I'm grateful for my voice. Fuck anybody else. If it was them, I bet you'd be grateful. So a bunch of assholes online or in the real world that sometimes talk.
Okay.
Fuck them.
You see Reverend Donna, right? What the fuck was she doing? What the fuck were you doing, Reverend Donna, that you fucking lost your temper that quickly? I mean, was you having
and look, that bitch there and drinks whiskey every damn thing she's ever been on. She's always drinking. And on top of that, stuff coming out about her says that she was busted for writing prescriptions, lost her doctorate, whatever fuck. She is, you know, she's got her own trauma. It looks like she really lost her shit after her kid died in the pool. You know what I mean?
Wow.
But they don't excuse what you're doing just because she's in pain and missing her kid. It don't mean you come spread the fucking wealth to other humans and cause them terrible pain. Right. You know, but she's the one who has a history of pill sales and junkie shit and drinking. Like, bitch, quit projecting on me.
Yeah,
like,
no doubt.
take your anger somewhere else.
And
agree. She's been arrested. So what's she talking about? Any criminals around cases? But bitch, she is a criminal.
Yeah,
that's a record too.
That's fucking crazy. That is crazy. Wow.
And hell, it was a big enough arrest to make papers. I don't recall my nitties ever making a fucking paper. That bitch has made a paper. It was talked about town and like plant, like it was a big deal there where she's from. Like, you know,
crazy. That is
so the hell she gonna talk down to me like that?
Wow. That is fucking a trip. These fucking people, it's a trip. They are trippy, I gotta say. But no, Jody, I know you care about Summer.
Mama, I can tell you that I think that's sort of true too, maybe. But I tell you what, you can tell which ones are told and not told to say things, aren't you, Wisconsin Mama?
That's true.
Who's added on 6 months or extra this or cheesed and weaseled or Fred and Lord and Marlena and this there and Jose and everything else up? Who else has done all those things and who are they told and said and said by? And then there are some that refuse to give all or everything, and you know damn good and well aren't in contact with creators or playing patty cake or directing or, you know, following directions because, and here's the thing, like myself and a few others, if we were doing that, don't you think we'd come out and say everything out? Well, it wouldn't even be, you know, we'd be out here being like all blah, 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 like Fred and them, right?
Right. And no,
so obviously,
you've never lost your children. Dawn and Candace lost all their children. There have been other creators who've lost their children. I'm not going to call them out by name because I'm not a fucked up person like they are to say shit like that. But there's been creators who's actually lost their children that have inserted themselves into the Summer Wells case. And so, you know, it's like, why the, you know, people, I guess.
Well, a lot of that too, though, is a bunch of these setup shits like Cam and Allie, man. I knew from the time they're, you know, whatever, that they were on drugs. It was community whispered and known. And then when I called it out, I got threatened with lawsuits, Cam and them, cease and desist, whatever. This place and all these critters, Benny, Nick, I mean, every critter you can think of that palled around with Cam and Allie, cracking cases, they damn well knew they were going and through addiction. And it was getting worse and worse. They were hiding it from you all. They were calling all of us, calling out liars. And you could clearly, you know what I mean? Then they were pushing more money to them. Does what for an addict? It makes it worse. So therefore, these creators and all who watched that go down and attacked all of us speaking out on it, made sure that those kids of theirs had to live in and around it. And Cam and them got further and further into addiction, and it destroyed their family, them, and everything else. Was that worth content? Was that worth ferreting around? Was that worth being near Candace and Dawn and getting whatever you do? Apparently it was. You watched and helped, and even the destruction of Cam and Allie, though they made that choice themselves. But their children were in that, and whatnot. These creators who proclaimed that, oh, Candace had drugs around Summer or the brothers, whatever, that was wrong. But yet they knew in the background Cam and Allie were, and that the money going and the fake Fed pushing money to them and all that shit was happening. And they were hiding it. They they didn't see that wrong, didn't report it. Oh, but wait, they did after Cam and Allie fucked up the fake Fed Still Alive story of chasing Stamp and Tiffany Marie. And then what happened to them? Oh, suddenly they were turned in and everybody was concerned and contacted the mom. And then all the court shit went down, didn't it? And boy, wasn't that a good way to get rid of Cam and Allie? And if they told any truth about fake Fed or this group or what they really did, nobody believed them. Ain't that a good way to terrorize people once again over their kids? And this place does use kids, even those of other creators, as weapons, and it is not okay.
No, I don't think it's okay either. I really, and this is
but
what
then
gets
look at,
me.
he gets on. He knows things are not true, and he gets on because he's pissed at me for calling him out of the drugs and this there. And then he gets on Amy, Pam, all the rest. They all lie their asses off. They make my son look like whatever, which goes all the way back to Squall. And the whole, if you don't go tell Tiffany Marie BK everything you know right now, and then Squall's going to make your son look like, and that's by God what she did, and then the connection there with Candace and all that. That's fucked, dude.
Yeah, that is
and
fucked.
But Pam didn't care one stitch to go do that and lie about it, or to even make false police reports, and so did Amy Tate and all them, or call the feds. As long as it made content, kept Cam from being outed as on drugs, and kept their money flowing to target myself, my son, everybody else like that, make them look certain ways. And that's still what exists around here. It's why, and it's what Candace, Dawn, the team, everybody else is wanted, and a bunch of junkies, cons, criminals, and they all use kids back from though they want it done to their own. And it's horrifying. And all these people are supposed to care about missing, murdered children or children, period. And then they do that on purpose to fuck with people who, children matter, obviously. And it's always one of the big, pulls. And it's what they do. It's not okay.
No, it's not, Jody. I agree 1,000%. I totally agree. I think the whole fucking scenario is just fucked up, and I'm only one person. I mean, they don't pay me no mind, Jody. The first time Prayer Garden would, let me tell you something. The first time Prayer Garden ever came on my channel was during the day, and she was trying to tell me that Pam Tate said me and her were good friends at one time. She was saying all this shit. And I was like...
Well, in order for you to keep the attention of Benny or Tiffany or those like Nick or anything larger, it would imply or mean that they do think, or at some point you were a bigger part of everything than whatever. Because if you were just an average somebody to them, you thinking those people would turn like, there's many small channels, remain that they don't pay a stitch of attention to and don't go visit.
Pay me no mind.
And you ain't revolving around, so obviously they think you're somewhere in something, don't they?
Well, they really don't pay me no attention. That time Tiffany was up here, that's the first time she was ever over here. First time she was ever over here. Nick comes in and she'll say hi or whatever. Benny has been, I've not been mean to Benny. He hasn't been mean to me. Told me I could, use his content if I needed to. I appreciated that. I try to just, those channels and how they do, I'm just not accustomed to that. So, you know, I just don't get involved with usually what they're talking about. Or if they're talking about something I'm interested in, I always give them credit, but I'll just come over here and talk about it myself, because I don't talk about everything the same way that other creators do. And, but yeah, they, like I threw Prayer Garden off the first time she ever came over here. I threw her off and
good call.
You didn't know that? That was a long time ago. And yeah,
she's the devil. She's the fucking devil, and there's certain characters in all these, right, that are the worst. They've tried to redeem themselves in their tampering with everything isn't what it was. But Prayer Garden and Squall are two that I can tell you have had the worst effect on everything from the beginning. They were doing the script writing, the fucking around, the tampering, the inserting to degrees that are, I mean, like those two right there. And then Crystal fucking Sims. For sure. And Ziggy. But definitely you definitely looking at a goddamn Squall and a goddamn Prayer Garden. But yeah, then it obviously goes from there. Now, Minnie, it made contact initially. Chasing will be in that first group. I mean, you got Cher, everything goes down that we can bring hope, whatever. But then that's tied to Squall. You got all these locals involved in shit too. But the catalyst, the initials, the most extreme motherfuckers that did the worst shit and harmed the most of it will be Squall and Prayer Garden. And their intent to help the Wills do it, and the money involved in all of it, and the script writing, and helping them skirt around polys, or being analyzed in certain ways, or telling them what to say in interviews, or to this or that or the other, or doing things in the public, or, and then helping insert or get around other witnesses this area, and tampering with it, and all the shit they've done. Fuck yeah. Right. And I'll tell you, I don't care how Crystal's rebuilding her stuff, doing whatever, and playing the Rebowtime game. And I don't care, maybe on her panel here and there, off and on, obviously, but I'm telling you that Crystal Sims is one of the worst goddamn critters inside of Summer's fucking case ever. And a lot of it's been ignored because she seems all fucking batshit. And she's a special type of something, just like Seraphina, like Six others. They a little off, but they do extra shit. But Crystal's one of the fucking worst. There ain't nothing that bitch ain't touched.
I thought you guys were friends at one point. Did you
hell fucking no. Oh, I talked to her even lately. I went up on panel a time or two. I mean, just because I speak here and there, which I really don't want to do, but every now and then I take a gander or walk through the block. But and she's still she's part of the fuck shit going on right now. It's like I told her last time I was on panel, Crystal, it ain't no coincidence. All these things are happening with the chain of events on the vids and the Serena. I think that was yesterday, day before. I'm not oblivious, but yeah, she's trying to rewrite that whole shit. She's also a little skinwalker. She's very mimicky. And also she's one of the six motherfuckers.
I call them scallywags. You call them skinwalkers.
I'm serious. Like over the years that I've watched it the past year, I keep like everybody in my everybody I know is like they watch it with sort of amusement. Like if you take a gander, it's like, dude, she is straight building herself into you, and they're having her sort of mimic the things. Like if I say everything's connected, right? Which I do. But if Crystal's over there looking and sounding like me and this the other and taking on my mannerisms, but then she's like, oh, I'm kin to everybody through Karen Elliott's last married name, and then this and that. No. It makes people think both of us similar, you know what I mean? So then it's it. Look, and then her going on with how she broke. Have you noticed some of these channels lately, Romaine? They've never gotten over 1,000 views on a video in their life, or if they have, it's very rare. But they have been making people believe for all these years they've been bringing enough in off YouTube to pay for all their fancy shit and the $60 this and programs that. There ain't no way. There ain't no way. And you have to get over 1,000 views on something to even start getting any sense of it, right?
Yeah.
So when
it's not even dollars, it's fucking cents.
Right. So when you have things like, say, Crystals or otherwise, look through the years at all hers, it ain't ever really got much. It ain't even enough to pay her fucking internet bill a month. So where is the actual money coming from to her that paid for all that shit? That's right. Don't think about it too hard. It could probably be coming from behind the scenes to do all the dirt shit. Couldn't it?
Let me tell you, I think the biggest number I had on a video, and I didn't even, I never look at the numbers on my videos, but I talked about the Whitaker family, and I was shocked that there was like 4,000 views on it. And I was like, damn, I made $1 off of YouTube. You don't fucking make that much money off of YouTube, people. You really don't. And if you do not make $100 a month, they don't pay you. You have to wait till the next month. And if you don't clear $100 by the next month too, you're not getting paid till 3 months later. So, if Crystal,
and I mean, what's why?
Behind her.
And they exploit the shit out of those poor people, those Whitakers. And that newest guy that took over and started doing stuff for it, man, they ain't nothing but using those people. And that needs to stop. They got them all
taken away, Jody. They all got taken away.
What?
Lorraine, Ray, and Timmy, Adult Protective Services came and took him out of the house because of the shit that guy did. That Eric.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they came and took him away from Betty. Betty and Larry's the only two there now. So. Now, I don't know.
Hopefully.
I don't know who has a doll behind her, but when I first started, I went to the fair with my granddaughter and I got this big old fucking air-filled alien and we called him Pete. So I don't know if you're talking about Pothead Pete, but yeah, he lost his air. He had to go. He overdosed. He passed. We had to throw his.
You ever notice, like, you know? I mean, y'all ever know, like, lately they've been on that? You know, they're always on that money shit with all of us. All right, but dude, like my channel, I mean, Tiffany and Crystal, I got to go last year. You remember Crystal being dumb enough to put up the actual message that would have went to her? She was the one that reported it, but the Patreon wasn't even set up. I was trying to see if somebody would fuck with it first, because during that period, another psychic and a Sage and a Ziggy were working together to try to set up shit, including hurricane victims, but to fuck with me, my family, etc. And Crystal and Tiffany, and then Tiffany got online with advice on how I could, whatever, like she knew, you know, they were all in on it. But they also targeted my channel under a way that it wasn't strike, so it wouldn't give me who did what. But I could have fixed it that night, and I never did. But right. I've just left it not mine for well over a year now. And they keep going, monetize again. Dude, I rarely even put up my Cash App, anything else, etc. They always give a shit. They use our names freely. They use us as content. They make money, fortunes off the years, but they have the people mindfuck. It's like, okay, so it's wrong for them to put up Cash App or their channels to be monetized. But even now, they're still going on with that, you know, taking money, whatever, you know, that we're all making fortune. Bro, no. You know, and my shit ain't monetized. I ain't even been on how long. And I rarely even put up Cash App or anything else like that. And if you do, you see Ziggy immediately go, oh, God, she's got one up. While they're not bots, every night on our names run full tilt, and Fred can apparently buy underwear on it, right?
Right.
And Fred's cool and Ziggy's cool to make money. I mean, I don't get it. There's some of us, it's like, you fucking kidding me? You know, but they make it seem like to the public that we're whatever, you know. I'll never get that aspect of it. It's like, yeah, okay, let me get this straight. Y'all can use us in certain lives, destroy us, destroy our abilities to work or do this there, la 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 la. And we put up Cash App, we're the devil. Our channels are monetized, we're the devil. But you all can do whatever under our names and make people believe you deserve money for it and whatever. But wait, what? Hold up. You know, I'll never get that aspect of it. It's the most insane thing I've ever seen. You know.
Fucking great.
So
I'm gonna put Fly's link in here, you guys, because she has the clips of Donna saying that shit about Jody. and some other clips. She's also got the chick who put the chicken up her nose, crybaby. Somewhere in Flies' video list, she's got that girl who put the chicken up her nose. They gave her money. She put this freaking plastic chicken up her fucking nose, Jody. For real.
What the fuck? Okay, but it was like clean, good fun, right? Or was somebody special? What was the deal?
Which part?
Like they.
Oh,
I mean, she just put it.
They gave her.
Oh,
okay. They offered her some money.
I missed the Ernie part. It cut out.
Yeah, Ernie. I think it was Ernie and them paid her money to stick a fucking chicken up her nose.
Like we're talking about a fake toy chicken, right?
Yeah, it was just a little rubber chicken. And she put the motherfucker up her nose. I would have been like, hell
did it
no.
Get shock if you still haven't removed or?
No, I think she somehow got, I don't know. It was fucking weird. I know Flies has it over here. I just have to find it. She's got the clips of, like I said, Donna.
Oh my God, that one. Okay, yeah, I know who it is. I know who it is.
Do you remember Paper Cut Tina dancing for Ernie? That was the wildest shit I ever seen in my fucking life.
Was that for Ernie or was that for Dolly?
No, that was Ernie.
And where did she go?
She did it for Ernie and somebody else. There was somebody else.
That was during her breakup with Dolly period, was it not? She was super pissed at Dolly for picking PJ, who I don't know. Dolly's squadron of fucking milked old lady cows there.
Yeah, but I thought Dolly.
Y'all know I ain't lying.
I thought
you know they all have them, all these milk groupies, and then they're like, "Hey, baby," you know, like fucking beating on them. They just take advantage of little. It ain't right.
I thought Dolly was only into Betty, Bullhorn Betty. He was.
Well, I don't know. There was that one girl that stole the Chihuahua, but then he supposedly attempted to rape another one in a hotel while going to see an Upchurch concert.
Yes.
Was denied. Yeah. Pedo brother, fake soap routine, all that shit. You know, there's that. I don't know.
Oh yeah, his brother was allegedly. This is fucking weird. Okay.
Allegedly, hell, he's on the registry.
Flossie said it wasn't Ernie, it was Bird. Okay. And 303. Okay, thanks, Flossie. But anyhow, this is fucking weird. So allegedly, and well, it's not allegedly, but Dolly's brother was a RSO. He wasn't supposed to be on the internet. Dolly fucking fell asleep and fucking woke up and his internet was still on. He fucking freaked out and he didn't have his hat on. I never knew that Dolly looked like that until he freaked out.
When he showed him off and on, he'd have him walk in and he was helping him make that fucking. How you ladies feeling when you had Dolly soap made by a, you know, and it wasn't just pedophilia, it was incestuous.
No, his girlfriend said, how dare he, because she's the one who made that soap, not him. Not him.
Well, some of them were, but the thing is, he was getting that ready to pour shit, and then after he got caught at that, then he started melting some of it down. I don't know. There's a couple soap things there, but his brother was definitely helping him.
All right, we're gonna watch this chick put this up her nose.
Oh dear.
You do anything for money. Money. All right. This is Flies on the Coastline. I already put her link in there. Let's make it bigger here. Here we go. Rubber chicken in corner nostril at Evil Ghost. So this must have been Evil Ghost. Okay. Get ready.
We're up to $50 right now, sweetheart. We're up to $50 if you shove that up your nose right now.
$50.
I just want to see the legs coming out of your nose. That's it.
And, right. Shove that chicken up one side of your nose and then plug the other side with your finger and blow real hard and blow it out. You know what I'm saying? Oh, the whole thing. There you go. You're getting it. Keep going. The whole thing.
Get in
whole
there.
thing, $50 right now. You're getting it.
No.
No. Come on, you can do it. $50 right now. The whole fucking chicken.
You can eat the residue that comes out.
Get it, girl. Get
Birds in the nostril.
The whole thing. Now, I want to see this on camera. Don't fuck with me. All right. All right, now plug the other side and blow it out. Plug the other side of your nose and blow it out your nose.
God, would that be great if I could put this?
Come on, just do it. You're going to lose out. It's $60 now.
It's stuck.
It's all.
Yes.
Oh my God.
No.
That's fucking crazy. Oh my God. I would have made him pay me the $50 fucking beforehand before I did that shit. That's crazy.
Lord. Hey, were they talking about a missing or murdered individual in that live stream, or was that just all bullshittery earnings?
Yeah, they were just messing around.
Okay, I just wondered because I guess if that's crazy wants to
by shits and giggles. That girl goes by shits and giggles.
Yeah, she been around for a long time doing a lot of fuck shit.
Yeah, she just made $50 by sticking that chicken with her fucking nose.
Honestly, I mean, at least she ain't terrorizing somebody where she's sticking a fucking chicken up her nose. So be it.
I wouldn't do that, but then again.
But I'm sure she does lots of fucking shit online over the years for money for these fuckers. Oh, shits and giggles, ain't she?
Yeah, for real. Do you remember that fucking woman? She didn't get paid? Fuck that. I would have sent a request to their fucking Cash App. I would have been like, pay me my fucking money. Hell yeah, that's messed up. Fucking stick a chicken up your nose and get fucked over for it.
Hey, look, ladies. You always you know. Seriously.
Leave it to Genevieve to turn it. Genevieve, you didn't have to take my mind there, but okay.
Hey, look, I don't know. Just pro tip now. Y'all be warned, if any creators want you to stick chickens up your nose, get your money fucking first, lady. Get your money first.
Bitches are gonna pay me first. That's right.
Right.
He said it's strange she even had a chicken to do that with.
Don't get a bunch of abusive men letting you do some dumb shit like stick chickens up your nose for their entertainment and abuse purposes and get off on, and then to further insult you by not paying you.
Yeah, that's
you know.
Happened.
Yeah.
That is just crazy. That woman was
nice.
She could smell callers and had no clue what galaxy she was in.
Look, Shits and Giggles has been around doing dirty work for this group for years. Shits and Giggles is not right. Drugs or no drugs, Shits and Giggles ain't all right. She ain't all right. It's why they use it's why they've used her for years. It's like Peasy and you're a little off around here and they just love you. They'll use you as a buffer all day long and to do dirty shit. And then hope law enforcement's like, oh, well, it's just a matter online. It don't connect anything.
Right.
It's great playbook.
I don't
it
know.
Ain't always gonna work.
I don't know what fucking community I'm in. I'm just a fucking wayward little puppy. I just go around and get free love everywhere, I guess. I don't fucking know. I don't get free love everywhere I go, especially over Ernie's. They don't like me over there. His subs don't like me over there. Because Ernie called me stupid, Jody. Can you fucking believe that? Ernie Shell, of all people, called me stupid. Really hurt my fucking feelings.
Are you gonna get over it? Or are you traumatized for life?
No, I got over it right after he said it. I didn't give a shit. Of all people.
Are you sure?
Of all people to
You
call
know.
me stupid fucking Ernie Shell. Come on. That
God,
is
I bet
funny.
it's kept you up overnight since, ain't it? You just pacing the floor.
Yep.
Oh Lord, that boy.
Couldn't sleep. I was
But yeah,
crying
he's cold.
uncontrollably. Fly
You
said,
know how
last
that
time
cult
I
is.
saw her, she said she was drunk on watered down beer. I told her I wouldn't have told that, but then I wouldn't say most of what she does. Oh, I think a lot of us wouldn't say what some of these people on social media say for sure. For sure. Well, Genevieve, we know he doesn't like you. There ain't no doubt about that. I mean, you are not Predator Hunter Nation's favorite person, Genevieve. There ain't no hiding that. Ernie is hoping Santa brings him a fresh bag of silicone. Oh, yeah.
Hey, look, y'all better hope that's what happens, because that's the best case scenario instead of Ernie out here diseasing everybody with everything. Because you know that boy got all the things.
Hey, you know what I said? Him and the dildy-dos in the yardo. People, you know, it wouldn't leave any DNA evidence. Nope.
That's the thing. Do you know how stupid it was to actually, like, even in real time, him and Benny and the bag of dildo shit that near Candace and all that. Man, do you know how stupid that? Imagine being the FBI person Benny was on the phone with, calling in a bag of fucking dildos from Ernie so they could all play content. And, oh my gosh, Candace and Donna are in danger from Big Bad. Are you? Can you imagine being those poor eight? I mean, Jesus. And I feel bad for Lauren. I do.
You never
God damn it.
know. Maybe the dildos turned into alien dildos and grew little legs and arms, and they ran up. The driveway. Do what?
But do you know how mind blowing it is that these creators have made that type of stuff or content around real children? And I mean, Summer's real to us. We know her.
Yeah.
And to hear this shit and to watch it being done by these creators.
Yeah.
And it's not funny. It's gross.
No, it's not funny. It was gross, but no, it wasn't funny because they did. I mean,
and we call law enforcement with that. You know, like all the other hope calling shit. It's devastating.
I mean, who fucking does something like that?
And look at them delivering KY to the door and Quentin Simons and all that shit. Like it, like why?
Right. Fucking weird shit.
But yeah, let's all hope Ernie gets a blow up doll and whatever or something.
Yeah,
you
maybe
know,
that's what they need to do is get him one of those and send it to him.
Hell, he won't stay still long enough to ship him anything.
Well, even if he does, Nick warns him before the police get there, so that way they can all keep playing Ernie's on the run content.
Oh my God!
You know, I know I'm chasing him down. I hate him, but also it looks like it turns out I've been warning him every time right before police hit the door of the hospital room. Ha ha ha! And then we can all play Ernie 6 months later, pretend he's on the run.
Yeah,
you know.
Well, people love when Ernie's on the run. Hell, they'll even, you know, that's when he makes the most money. I think is when he's on the run because people love to watch him on the run.
Yep, that's exactly right. And he's probably sitting right there in a family member's living room.
Hey, Carla's a new member. Whoop, whoop. Lenny will never forget BK, Sharon, Ziggy, all discussing the Wells poison essay.
It's not a game that puts real law enforcement. It misuses their time. It's law enforcement. It puts their lives in danger coming in contact with him whenever he's not quite right or this and the other. And bail bondsmen, all these people, it disrupts their life for what? YouTube content to chase Ernie around with shit they set him up for to be on probation or sentences for in the first place?
Yeah.
Make it make sense. Or it could even end with the death of being shot or tased to death or heart attack or, you know, killed. And is that going to be? Never mind. Don't answer. Of course, this place loves that.
The last van accident was not set up by YouTube. Ernie did that content all on his own.
Yep, he inspired me so much that I went and got a job driving white vans and giving out psychotropic medications. That's how much of an influence he's had on me.
Like I said, the
Oh God,
highway
you
runs
aren't the
scary
one that
for the
ran over
people who's
Killer Looks
driving
in
on
the
the
dollar
road.
store, are you?
No.
What? Ran over
No, but who
what?
did?
Did you all see that? I don't know. I was in a chest mark. Killer shows up, right? And I hate that motherfucker. I really do. But he shows up and they are suddenly like hearts. It might have been crystals. I don't know. But all hearts and prayers for Killer, who is obviously doing fine by his point because he's pumping out content. You know, it ain't like he's dead or
Yeah, he
nothing.
got run over. I
know, but I'm talking this was yesterday. Okay, and we know Killer's been over here putting out videos for weeks now since he got run over. He's obviously alive. I think the time for prayers to Killer Looks is done. You get what I'm saying? I think he's good. But that's what happened, I think, yesterday somewhere. And they were playing the piece, pretty sure it was Crystal. Killer was in chat. They start accusing me of being in the van that ran over Killer Looks in the store.
Oh no!
Oh,
you fucking kidding me? Killer pops up with, it's not a van, it was an Audi SUV, and I was like, Killer, don't tell him that. And then he was like,
No.
whatever, you know. He's like, Jody Sue cross country, and it was like, yeah, okay, whatever. But yeah, the people in fucking Lunatics chat over there were really like, you know, accusing me of fucking running over Killer Looks.
Toast's channel was terminated.
Wait, what?
Burnt Toast's channel was terminated.
No, it doesn't surprise me.
I watched that channel a couple times. I didn't watch it a lot, but I did watch it a couple times.
They've been pretty pissed off with Burnt Toast lately. Somebody's been wanting them down, so it doesn't surprise me. Eric wouldn't. You know?
Well, it doesn't.
And they are right now taking down creators that hold a lot of Summer's content this and every 3 years, or have done some of this or that or call that. I mean, they're fucking with shit hard.
Yeah, they are. They sure are.
It's all coming back around full circle, just like it does every year at Christmas time.
Yeah, it does. You're absolutely right. And it's sad.
Unusually live and destruction of other human beings is entertainment, which is wild.
Why would you Mimi his car accident? What, Flossie? Nobody's making fun of his accident. He was hit by a fucking car. I have it.
Nobody made fun of it. Nobody made fun of it. Where did they get that?
Nobody's making fun of him getting hurt. We're making fun of the atrocities and the storytelling that's went behind it.
We're talking about them fucking trying to say Jody had something to do with it.
Right. Don't y'all think you'd hurt if I ran went to wherever Killix is and ran the vehicle to the store? I'm pretty sure y'all would have heard about it.
They were talking about Ernie doing it too, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, I did hear that.
Which is it, Jody or Ernie? Which one's guilty of it, damn it? And if I had a vehicle that was nice and ran, my ass wouldn't be going through any store to run over anybody. I'm just fucking
I sure as hell wouldn't leave my hometown to intentionally harm anyone to that capacity.
Yeah, no shit. No shit.
And look, I mean, I don't know about y'all, but I don't think running a vehicle through an entire storefront and potentially missing target's the way to go. You know, I just
yeah, Ernie hit a tree. Ernie hit a fucking tree for sure.
He hit a tree and an air compressor just disappeared.
What do you mean an air compressor just disappeared?
Oh, don't you remember he said that 200 or 300 something pound machine that he was hauling in the van when he wrecked, it just disappeared? And that little tidbit of a story was going around that he told.
Oh, I must have missed that part.
Oh yeah, and now he's suing the company, and yeah, his backwash is done fermented.
Well, he wanted to go have coffee with Jody. No, I take that back. Jody, you invited him, right? It's okay.
I told him I'd tell him all the things. He wouldn't come have coffee with me. He was afraid.
I know he was afraid he was going to whoop his ass is what he was afraid of.
But now he has been known to show up at places.
He ain't going to show up anywhere where Jody's at. I can guarantee you that.
Well, I thought that too, but I've got him on security camera.
Hey, if he ever does, I guess we'll know. Y'all know. Y'all for sure know.
Oh, did he come to visit you, Genevieve, and you didn't let him in and make him biscuits and
no,
gravy?
and I'm gonna throw Benny Keys under the bus. Benny Keys was on the phone with me the day that I walked into my local tobacco store, and they told me that somebody had came into the store looking for me and described Ernie Shell to a T.
Okay, why would the tobacco store, why would he go to the tobacco store looking for you?
Because the way my little town is laid out, the way the town where my office is and where I live is laid out, you cross where my office was sitting at in town was next to the railroad track. Well, you have to cross the railroad track, and the next and closest convenience store is a tobacco and convenience store. It's not, they don't sell gas, they just sell tobacco and convenience store items and food, hot food items. But they described him to a T and showed me the security camera footage of where he would been in the store and asking questions, looking for me.
I mean, your office is not, people can access your office address, can they not?
I wasn't at my office. My office was closed.
At your office, but you have an office. But he could.
I did.
He could have went to your office. It was the address to your office was accessible, right?
He did. That's why I'm telling you, I have security camera footage of him making a random visit. He is capable of doing it. And then he went up to the convenience store and the tobacco store and was asking about me.
Damn. He wanted to leave you a present. A silicone present.
Well,
that's what Ernie's giving everybody for Christmas. You get a dildo and you get a dildo.
I don't need a dildo. I have Temu.
What the hell?
Oh, God. Oh. See, that's what happens when women start talking about wankers, okay?
It's cuffing season. If you don't want to be cuffed, I guess you better be going to visit your local.
And I still ain't got my jewelry he said he was going to send me either. Have you got your jewelry yet, Jody Sue?
What jewelry? Were we promised jewelry?
He told me he was going to send me a pair of silver bracelets.
Oh. I've been told that a few times on YouTube by a bunch of folks. May and Ziggy still waiting. Sure, Cher's got a goddamn dog back here somewhere just dreaming of putting it on somebody.
Don't go cheap, because I know how to manufacture galvanized nail keys now. I mean, I'm skilled like that.
That is so funny.
Lucky me, dildos and jewelry don't impress. They're gonna try harder.
I mean, you guys have,
No.
I know you guys have seen the video where he gets in a fight with the dude at the trailer park, right?
Oh, that was stage 2.
Oh my God.
You ever seen one where the tiny mom gets pissed off and throws him under the entire trailer underpinning? Takes him like 2 minutes to crawl back. Yeah, and then he gets his ass beat by the what looks like a 19-foot tall dude, but it's just an average sized guy. But
yeah,
that dude fucked him up. Fucked him up.
Yeah,
you ever heard the expression "drop that gourd"? That's exactly what happened to Ernie's head.
Well,
a lot of people still don't. A lot of people still hadn't put it together.
Why haven't they put it together?
A lot of people haven't put it together that the guy that with the trailer park video, the guy that threw him through the underpinning over the little incident with the woman and her kid, heard him doing all that.
He was contacting the woman's young daughter.
Yeah, but a lot of people hadn't put it together. The man that throwed him under the underpinning was the same one that was with him and Dalton Stout when they made their trip to New York when Summer went missing.
Oh.
See, I heard that whole thing around the trailer thing was actually like a LARPing thing.
Yeah,
but who knows? But either way, that lady threw him all the way under that underpinning. Can we just love that? LARPing or not, that's funny.
Yeah,
it's funny as shit.
Yeah.
And even if the dude hitting him was his LARPing buddy, he was still hitting him hard enough that it was rocking his fucking door. So.
Yeah.
You know he had to enjoy that moment.
Yeah. Yeah, he made I don't know how much he made off of that one, but I don't think enough to let me see.
You ever seen his MMA fight footage?
Yes. Yes.
He's definitely one of those tiny dudes that went for like, I'm gonna be a fighter because I'm only 4'5" and I have a problem with that. Like, dude,
right?
Why do men do? You don't see like, well, I mean, you'll see shorter women be like, they'll give taller women shit, but they aren't like. We don't get Napoleon complexes where we gotta be going around karate kicking like random shit out in the world, or I'm a badass, or I'm like a ninja, or I'm Chuck Norris's grandson, you know? You don't see us doing that crazy shit. Like, what's up with men if they gonna do that? They're like,
there you go, just for you guys.
You've got to have a complex.
He was there filming the trailer skirt video. Oh, Brad was there filming it? Did Munch go with them? What? Carla wants to know.
Enslow?
No, that Munch. Are you talking about the Munch guy that's associated with Andrew Hiltz, Carla? I don't think so.
What? But at this point in the game, I'm not surprised.
Nothing surprises me. Hey, Lorene. Okay, here we go. That's a big dude. I have to say that's a big fucking guy.
Let me see. I can switch over.
What?
Speak about my kids again, motherfucker. You'll meet your fucking maker.
Check this out. This is so fucking crazy.
If I grab you, Ernie, don't be swinging the same with you, man. Let's go. We're friends out there. Cut that. Ernie, ready? Cody, ready?
There we go. Look at Ernie cracks me up.
Break it up for a minute. Break it up for a minute.
Kicks him right in his ass.
Why? Why? Because you get his ass beat? You fucking get his ass fucking beat. What you get?
Yeah, it was the car, y'all. Come on.
Oh, he meant to make it look like that.
What that mean again? Come on back here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're down
Yeah,
there.
this is pretty wild.
Twice your size.
This is not as awesome as I remembered it.
No, I thought it was. Oh, they throw him under the freaking trailer.
Come on, Ernie, dude. Come on, Ernie.
Ernie does get a good punch in.
There you go. Swing, Ernie, bro. Swing, Ernie. Don't let him hit you, bro.
Hurry up. I want it.
Taekwondo.
Ernie's
Oh, I'm sorry.
his face is beaten.
There you go, Ernie.
Damn, you having me down, shit.
There you go, Ernie. It's a strategy, Ernie. Stay on board.
Dude, turn the fucking camera around. Okay,
That's a block. He's running. Everything he's throwing at Cody, Cody's blocking it.
I feel like you went to a trailer park and with everybody.
You got a good punch in there. Hold on, because that's not the one where he gets thrown into the trailer skirt.
I mean, like, if y'all ever watched like a full-on brawl, like if somebody just goes at you, go at it. You're pissed, you go at it. You're like
right,
setting stuff up and like making a circle, and everybody's spreading out, and everybody, what the hell? This feels like you went to a trailer park, made his own Jerry Springer for $20 in a crack rock.
Yeah, definitely.
This was way better in my memory. I should have left it there.
I think this is where I think I think he gets thrown into the trailer skirt on this one. So was one of them a practice fight? I'm confused.
See, this is the one I've seen. I don't know.
Yeah, this is the one he just thrown into the. There he goes. See, he just got thrown into the trailer skirt. See, watch.
Have y'all watched those Kentucky Badman videos where they do that little competition every year and they put those little videos? Yeah, I'm the baddest one. You don't want to mess with me. I'll see you in the ring on such and such date. Have y'all seen those videos?
Is this a Kentucky thing?
Yes.
I must have missed those.
Now I've become aware. Little made me aware there's this thing going around. It's like a traveling Jerry Springer. Anybody in town that has vendettas against one, whatever, right? If you want to fight, you can fight. They set up the whole ring. You go into an arena, and I'm talking they're renting out big spaces, and they're actually doing like pay-per-view type events, and just random people are going in there and just like. Little showed me one, and it's like a stepdaddy and a daddy, both of them useless tits on a boar hog. Both of them look like they've been messed up their whole life, all that shit.
Right.
And they're fighting, but apparently this is a thing going on around the South. And it ain't just no like public television access shit. Like apparently back during the Jerry Springer WWF deathmatch MTV thing happening with rednecks around the world. It's very strange. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, that may be what I'm talking about.
From my understanding, I thought Ernie and this woman had been seeing each other, and when she tossed him out, I guess, he starts contacting her 10-year-old daughter. So that's what it was supposed to be about, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So
I don't know.
There probably was something to that, but this looks like one of those videos that they put together to advertise their skills for an event. That's what I got from it.
Honestly, that Jimbo, Nick, whatever their names were up there that had the daughter that ran away, but you could tell Jimbo manipulated his kids. That other couple had manipulated their daughters, took off wherever. Police were involved. There's whole thing. It seemed like it was all LARPed up, misusing law enforcement, making people pump money into all this shit. Has that sort of set-up-y, LARPy, weird feel to it.
Right.
Looking back.
Mm-hmm.
I got some weird shit on here.
Ain't it just mind-blowing they can set up a real missing or runaway child's case to make money on? How terrifying is that? You wonder sometimes if they just wouldn't go take kids to make money. I swear to God, sometimes
I know. I think a lot of people have that on their mind, Jody, to be honest.
What did you ever see the video clips that Jimbo played back of his daughter talking about Ernie putting her in the trunk of the car to get closer to her other friend?
No, and there ain't nobody on this earth can tell me Jimbo and Ernie both didn't have shit to do with the Shelby thing and the murder. They ain't nobody.
A lot of people.
All of them are on it. I don't care what anybody says.
I'm gonna say this.
I guarantee the victims of Ernie's across Nashville and Knoxville and all the way down to Louisiana. I guarantee there are other victims.
Thank you. I'm not the only one that has said this, but I was the damn conspiracy theorist for thinking it and saying it out loud.
Saying what?
Absolutely mocked and defamed in showing people, okay, he's saying he's here. Now we have a missing person and a missing kid. He was saying 3 or 4 days ago he was there. Now we have a missing person, and now we have a dead person.
I think he's actually harmed and hurt people. I think his stories of weapons or shoot. I think they're not what he says they are, but somehow in his there are real events that happen similar to those that then he plays off like they're part of the LARPing thing.
No, he plays off like his fucking ass is crazy, is what he does. He plays the mental card all the time. All the time.
I mean, a lot of it, he's like a Fred, right? There's bullshit there. There's LARPing, acting, all that. Contrived shit. But then in the middle of that, there are real crimes and real things he's really fucking done. And you got to cat hair and taffy it, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Lynn, okay. Can I say something about the Shelby Shell thing on your channel, RC?
Yeah, I covered the trial over here. Go ahead.
Okay. Shelby Shell is sitting in prison for what a lot of people, for a crime of being involved.
Right.
There is no conviction for first or second degree murder. That would be like Jody, so you live in Tennessee. In Tennessee, we don't share. It's the same damn charge and conviction. It's just worded different in different states. That would be like co-conspiracy to commit a crime or accessory after the fact.
I think they had
sitting
Shelby
in jail.
I think Shelby, the dumbass younger brother, the dumb friend you got that'll be like, oh, I did this area. I mean, even though they know one of the rest of them did it, wherever, you know what I mean? To act badass or hard ass. I think it would have been easy for Jimbo and Ernie to manipulate the shit out of Shelby. I think Shelby would have called bragging about something he didn't necessarily do, but he thought he'd get, you know what I mean, help brother at whatever to Jimbo. But Jimbo knew this was going to happen. They get the call. You notice how quick Jimbo hangs up on Shelby after he says exactly what he wants him to? If you were actually trying to do that, you'd want to carry it out until they had the last word to say to get everything, right? But nope, as soon as Shelby or Jimbo gets that exact thing he needs, he hangs up. No, that ain't right. It don't sit right with me. I think they got, Shelby may have been part of it in some way, but I do not think he was the original to do anything. I think he was the dumbass that took the fall and ate it for the most part of the run of it. And it's the other. I think he's not necessarily all that smart. And he said and did things in a braggart way and didn't realize the game that was around him or set up his shit with Jim. You know what I mean? They were smart for all shit would have been coming their way. And Shelby was a good I just really, I think all of them had something to do with that. Yeah. But I do not think
case should. He wasn't there alone. You're right. He was not there alone, and he's not the only one. If they're going to pin an actual murder conviction, they need to retry it all. And that's my opinion. It would be no different if I lost a loved one or you lost a loved one. I would want to hold people accountable.
He shouldn't have took a plea deal.
I think the way they took Jimbo and Ernie on the stand says it all. That's not the normal way of questioning witnesses. They were. It was almost like they were the ones on trial. There's a reason they questioned him the way and stuff that they did. I do not believe Shelby did that all alone, or that he was actually the aggressor, original point of murder, fires, any of that shit. I do not think that. I think one of the others was.
Right.
And I think Shelby ended up taking the fall for all of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Shelby would have went to prison for Ernie because he loved his brother. And Shelby had been in and out of prison and,
I think some way they were having him call Jimbo and Ernie would know, and then just all of it, man. I think.
Yeah, it's all fucking weird.
Yeah, I think.
For real.
I think one knew the other was going to have Shelby say and do and be a braggart and it's there. But it wasn't actually him, and Jimbo was aware of it, and he knew that was going to be done, and they could catch Shelby saying that, but it was because Ernie told him. You know what I mean? There's things there,
right?
And just the
Jody Sue,
way,
even in that recording that was played, where Ernie is talking to one of the deputies. I think it was Cornett, but it might have been the actual sheriff there. There's a recording of Ernie talking to one of them, and he brings up that damn TV show, Kentucky Justice. I think all of it was staged just to get on that damn show, and it resulted in a man dying.
In Sullivan County, the one by National Geographic or whatever, on the sheriff's department, they had a couple going at that time. One in Kentucky, one here, I think Sullivan, and a couple other sheriff's department. It was the one they had here was pretty badass. I thought it was very educational. But yeah. Huh. That isn't, was that airing at that time?
Yes, Kentucky Justice. And Ernie wanted to be on that show that bad.
Well, look at what Ryan and them do. I mean, look at all these people you got. Look at what they do. Like, hell, they'll do anything to get on TV or to contact a dog or a Dr. Oz or a Dr. Phil or Molly, Golightly, Mallory, and Justin trying to sell a show on summer stuff, or I'm just. And look at Ryan over there. I mean, he put his wife's mental illness and ill debt for 10 years harder, or as less hard than him trying to get a claim to fame or back on the History Channel or Canada TV or whatever. Like, how gross is that? If you think he ended up that in summer, I just, it don't matter what they just, Right. But Ernie, look, there's some that will go to extreme. I mean, all of it's extreme. I can't imagine wanting fame or fortune or books or shows or 5 minutes on anything worth selling my soul for, or hurting or harming other people for, or you don't. I mean, they're absolutely walking over dead bodies and people bleeding out in order to gain something. It doesn't matter in the end anyway. I mean, what is 5 minutes on a TV show? What is a book? What is money even? Like, I get it. Money pays our bills so we can eat, we can survive this and there. But to a certain, who the fuck cares about being rich or famous? That shit like that is beyond me, because I've never thought in those terms. But dude, I mean, people, I just don't understand that.
Especially at the expense of another's loss.
Right. I mean, I could understand honest acting or honest this, where, and gearing for that for a career. But when you're willing to hurt and harm others to obtain wealth or fame or what, I mean, what the hell is fame exactly? You're still going to die. People are going to forget who the fuck you are. You don't live forever. What the hell does your story matter? I mean, it's just part of the human condition. And I know we all want to think we're special, but really not. I mean, what means one person deserves fame over another, that your name or legacy? I mean, do people really think you're going to be one of the rare few throughout history that are in history books or, remembered forever? Like, it ain't going to happen, man. It ain't. And why spend your life gearing for, like, why don't you just go be happy and be good to your fellow humans, create a better space for everyone? And, I mean, all of us should be able to survive to degrees where it's not just survival and picking between, like, a bag of chips or a bill or rent or, one paycheck from whatever. We should all be able to enjoy this earth and travel it and each other and meet and, be part of the human experience in a comfortable way to where we aren't struggling and miserable and unhappy. We should all make the earth a better place for each of us. And this concept of fame or fortune and all that being worth pain and suffering others, or using or misusing people's labor or talents, or hurting other people to gain that. I just don't understand that. To me, that's terrible. I mean, and and what all money's based on whoever picked up the first shiny rock and went, ooh, this is worth something. This is how much value this holds. It's a shiny fucking rock. And all the dollar bills, they don't matter. And in the end, you can't take them with you.
Speaking of shiny rocks, I just seen a squirrel. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay, can you explain to me what the hell is that little setup that they had up there close to your property, y'all's property, with the damn campfire site and the porta johns and all that? Can you explain that to me?
Where exactly?
Over where y'all were living up on Ben Hill.
Are you saying they had porta potties and a campfire on the top of 125?
Well, what I'm referring to is that before Andy was riding around in that video with Ryan Finds Truth and was showing all that, Jonathan Lee Riches did a video of another young man that was taking him through the woods.
He was up there with Brandon Jody. When Jody was showing Brandon was showing.
Oh, that's where they went through one of the light haulers, and Brandon took him through the trails, supposedly to Fred, all that shit.
Right.
I didn't watch all that. I've also watched all of the one with Andy and Ron. I have no need. I just makes me vomit.
There were like 3 different porta potties. He said that people had kind of used them as deer blinds. I don't fucking know, but. They had
that would have probably been further back on like towards the light side and Sullivan County side. That wasn't.
Okay.
I mean,
now, at one time, did they have a group of people organized having a type of church in that area? And when I say at one time, I'm going to say around, it's been about 6, 7, 8, maybe 9 years ago now, that they actually people were gathering up there to actually have their style of church. I'm trying to be.
Talking about the in the holler. No, it's not on Ben Hill, but yeah, there's a little church up there, and yeah, they still held church and services there. Most of our
it's not a regular church.
It is a church, Genevieve.
No, what I'm talking about is not an actual church style building. This was just an open area where they would come together to share their beliefs, like an old fashioned brush arbor or something.
It was. Are you talking about where they had the little wooden benches and a fire pit in the middle?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But I'm asking, at one time, did they have a congregation of a style of religious belief thing happening there?
Where exactly was this? Which place? Property?
Right back. Be back past like the first or second porta potty back there. They had like the little wooden benches that they made with a fire pit in the middle. Looked like, people could hang out there and do a fire.
I mean, look, you obviously have the itty bitty church and all, not far from it. So it wouldn't be beyond that. Maybe they just made a little rec area for everybody to hang out and do church stuff with outside of that little building, especially in hot days. I mean, but it could also be something one of the other. But I don't know. I don't go fucking around. We only go fucking around to certain degrees, and but I've never heard of like some woo-woo fucking religion in the middle of the woods, like some damn eating babies adrenochrome type nonsense. No, but would it be unheard of on the church, or even right there, since those are the ones that were in and around that little church, to have a rec area outside, or even just for all the family that live on it that want to hang out together and have benches or a fire pit, because that's kind of what everybody, you know what I mean?
This is the series of events. This is the series of events that I'm referring to leading up to why I'm asking what I'm asking. Several years ago, it was brought to my attention that a couple of people were going up there in that area, and they were asked to leave and not come back, that they did not approve with their method or their way of belief. So they were run off. Well, when it was brought to my attention, they tried to make it sound like it was some kind of alternate religion. I'm trying to be nice here.
Wait,
alternate religion.
Just because they got run off, why does that have to become?
I'm getting to that. They were trying to make it look like that they were doing some pretty awkward things up there that went against the person that was complaining about its grain, and they were trying to get me to investigate to say that that's exactly what they were doing.
Okay,
and then 4 months later, a child is missing from that area.
I think you're probably taking on a good snipe hunt by those in Beach Creek, everybody feeding you that. Like, of course, you can have infights about, are you Baptist, are you hardcore, are you primitive, or whatever, but I don't know about all that.
Well, what was fed to me went against that individual's grain of thought.
Okay, what were they doing that was going against this individual's grain of thought?
Conspiracies, extreme conspiracies, like Jody said, adrenochrome, baby killing, all that stuff going on, and they tried to make it look like that's it.
They were doing it in front of them or talking about it.
Well, I will tell you a little story. Out of all the things out of all the people inside of Beach Creek, I don't care how backwoods or crazy or anything you think everybody is, like, you could expect all kinds of fuckery anywhere, anytime, all right? Yep. But I've never once in all my life or heard from any of my predecessors or grandparents or anybody else who were also down and around the area throughout their entire lives ever heard of beach creekers or otherwise sacrificing babies or each other or women or anything like that, okay? Never.
Thank you.
Never.
That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted clarification on.
I could have gave you
Look, let me tell you
on
something. These motherfuckers around here, and just like anywhere, try anywhere. And just because we're in the woods don't mean we're different. Anybody around the world who you fuck with enough, you're liable to get hurt by. These old boys ain't no different. You fuck with them, you find out, are they capable of, kicking your fucking ass or putting a gun in your face for your trespass, where a little bit more territory? Hell yeah, they are. Oh well, don't be there doing the fuck shit. But that don't mean they're backwoods hillbillies, ignorant. Don't mean that they're fucking exceptionally more violent. It doesn't mean they're bad people. It means don't fuck around and find out. Don't have reason to that. And if one of them are doing that to you, probably there's a reason for it.
Now, the reason, let me clarify something on my part in my asking. There ain't no oh Lord to it. I wanted to clarify the misconceptions that have been going around for several years now about the misleading information of the damn conspiracy bullshit that's been spread for them to even put their feet in that area.
Well, if you're going to
I know that damn Holland particular
Genevieve, don't leave nothing out.
Don't leave nothing out.
If you're going to tell it all. Don't leave nothing out.
Well, I'll go ahead and spill the beans on every bit of it.
You better. I've been on here 7 hours and 15 minutes. And there was one individual out of that Predator Hunter Nation group that whenever I first made contact with them, they were trying to get me to believe that what was going on in Hawkins County and Sullivan County, they got kicked out of a little organized little group of people that they were associated with, and it went against their grain of thought, and they wanted me to investigate them to get them shut down up there on that hill. And nearly 5 months later, Summer come up missing.
Okay, but here's the thing. Okay.
Genevieve, I mean,
people were asking you to do this before Summer went missing.
Yes, ma'am. They sure would. And that's why I cut ties with them.
So they wanted you to go up there because they felt.
No, they did not want me to go anywhere. They were giving me names of people, and they were giving me little church organizations that went against their grain of thought, and they wanted me to help them defame those little townships and organizations. Yes, ma'am, she did.
Look, I'm telling you, I don't know who you were fucking with, but whoever had you trying to fuck with that particular holler and those types of did they hate you?
They do now. They do now because I wouldn't do it. That's why they've talked so damn much shit about me, is because I wouldn't do their crazy shit for them.
Were you asked in particular to target certain families or last names or anything like that?
No, not like that. Well, not to that capacity. The name that was given, and it's in one of my old binders, the name that was given was one of the church group leaders, or one of the I call it a church group because anytime you have an organization of people sharing religious beliefs, it's a church. But one of the organizers or one of the leaders of this group, this woman tried to make me believe that that's what they were doing, was that they were organizing to do harmful things to people in that area. And then whenever she was trying to tell them and propagate information to them, they told them that they did not share her beliefs, and they run her out. And whenever they run her out, she was disgruntled about it, and she was grasping straws trying to get people to defame certain individuals that she had conflict with.
Curse, do you know anything about this? Seems like you know some stuff about this.
No, Curse is talking about the area and stuff. She's not saying that. Do you know about this?
Okay.
Curse?
Can I ask you a question, Genevieve? Is this person associated in any way with the first in or around Summer's case online?
Yeah. I can tell her who it is, Genevieve.
Yeah. It was Tina Simmerly that was trying to get me to do some crazy shit for her.
There you go.
And she had Ernie Shell believing the shit. And I took Ernie for somebody that had an ounce of genuine ability about him. And I mean, it got so crazy and out of hand that that's exactly what they were doing. They were doing that to several people. But when specifically pertaining to Summer Wells, yes, ma'am. There was that right there with that incident occurring just months before Summer went missing. When I got that Amber Alert that there was a missing child in Rogersville, Tennessee, and being that close to that little group of individuals and knowing what I had found out up to that point, you damn right it brought red flags to my attention.
But Genevieve, Jody, say hi to Anissa.
I know Anissa's having a meltdown there.
Yeah, because you didn't say hi to her.
What do you mean you're going to take StreamYard again? I don't even use StreamYard.
Just kidding, she said.
Are you hacking me in there?
Yes.
Bless her.
So Genevieve Blythe is saying, you're saying Tina was
I think whoever was doing it really wanted me to think it was Anissa and Traders, and I knew better. Like, whoever it was like watching them at the same time they were watching and fuck around with shit.
There are no receipts on this. There's not going to be any receipts on what I was dealing with because it was all phone conversation. It was all conversation. There's not going to be any receipts.
Conversation that you're saying that before Summer went missing, these individuals contacted you to have you do things that they could have done themselves, right?
Ernie Shell's the one that introduced me to Tina Simmerly.
So how did you find your way around Ernie to begin with? How long you been around Ernie before Summer vanished?
December 5th, 2020.
Oh, long time.
How did you find your way to Ernie?
He done a live video feed of him claiming that he was rescuing a mother and a child and being shot up along the road trying to get the woman and the child to a safe place.
Oh no, I don't know if you got phone contacts and things. I definitely
that
make sure to call
okay. All it's been reported. That's why there's no longer any receipts. And I'm not going to come out with something that I haven't reported. But this has been 5 years, and I know investigations take a long time because of my line of work that I do. But there's too much information being stacked upon layer and layer and layer. You're muffled, bud.
Didn't you say you delivered medications to people or something in a way, or were you joking?
No, I have a professional job to where I administer psychotropic medications.
Do you deliver medications to people,
No.
Genevieve, or did Ernie ever have the capacity to take medications to individuals?
No, never.
I think that's what Jody was asking, right, Jody?
Well, she's a little bit muffled. That's why I was clarifying.
She said that, whatever her job was gave her expertise on, in investigations and links or whatever. So I was just wondering, I thought maybe she'd been joking.
Well, I just can't figure out, even if you knew Ernie and he introduced you to Tina, why would they give you that job when they could have done it themselves? Why would they have needed for you to go in and stop something that they could have stopped?
That's why I backed away from it, Mary.
How would Ernie and Tina know about something between 2 or 5 people in the middle of a random hollow in Beach Creek and want someone to stop?
Exactly.
That's a pretty good question.
Well, okay. The incident that happened Now we can talk separate if you want to, or I can just go ahead because I've already stated this on Mama T's channel and on
you're gonna tell it.
Oh, okay. Okay. So the December 5th incident on the Facebook Live is what got my attention on Ernie Shell.
Okay.
That night, I was introduced to Tina on the phone because he had made it to the cafe with that woman and that child. He's given me landmarks while he's in motion in that vehicle to give me an idea of where he's at. So I contacted law enforcement to get involved to assist because that's the ethical thing to do. Okay. Once he got to Tina's, introduced me to Tina on the phone, the next day I got to talk to Tina because when I called to check on the situation to see where they were at and if they were still safe, what help did they need, had law enforcement responded, just kind of make a overall general welfare inquiry on the situation. There was another incident where the woman and the child had ran off. They had left the premises.
Well, fuck yeah, I would have ran from his ass too.
I wasn't there. I do not know exactly how that played out. I was not there. I just made a phone call to get a general welfare inquiry on the situation because of what had happened into the night. Okay. So about the first 5 or 6 days, it was back and forth, getting, introductions. We're all for the same cause, saving the kids, save the children thing, all that hype built up. Well, hell yeah, anybody with any common logical sense is going to be compassionate about keeping a child safe, especially out of the situation that they were trying to convince me that was going on. A couple of weeks pass, and I'm digging on Ernie. Well, then that's when I found the con artistry that there was a well-documented history of. So I'm asking him questions, trying to get, more familiarized with what is he really up to? Who is he associated with? Well, in the same time, I'm talking to Tina. We're sharing things. I actually enjoyed talking to Tina. Tina is a very, very intelligent individual when she doesn't let certain topics of issues get in the way. She's a wealth of information. So that went on, and then I found out publications on Tina, and I'm like, okay, it's time to step away. But she had contacted me about rescuing another woman and a child or children from a situation where there was history there. A lot of it I didn't understand. I was just taking her word and what the woman in the background was telling me. But there was a series of events, and then another incident happened where a woman went to stay at the location, and they tried to get this woman to take her child to get a rape kit done because her and Ernie thought that the child had been SA.
With Summer?
Okay, that was the month. That was in May. Summer went missing in June. Okay, and all of this information being shared with me, with the little congregation that she was expelled from, who she wanted me to dig on, what little group she wanted me to help her with to get it and expose them, because they're all about exposing, and all this information coming to me, it just all overlapped and piled in on top of each other with these tidbits of information.
How, Genevieve?
Because the people that they were claiming that they were trying to help were people associated with people in the Hawkins County and Beach Creek area.
What? Makes sense.
Genevieve, can I ask you a sincere question?
Yes, absolutely.
Maybe get an honest one. Did anybody talk to you right before you came over here and hit your mains panel again?
No. What?
Oh, that's a good question, Jody.
I ain't talked to nobody since I jumped off panel before because me and my old man went out to eat and done a little karaoke and come home.
I just wondered, there's potential for anybody.
No. I'm not that naive.
You know, they're just things that feel like pigeons and Nerf gun things throughout the years. But Ernie, I don't know. I don't. The only thing weird about Ernie is his I mean, you know, look, his contact and his LARPing and all, and then political groups, and then extremist groups that buy certain tracts of land and crypto. I mean, that's about as far as that goes. That shit's in reality. And of course, you know, shaking on solving, you know, it's fine. But I don't know. I'm glad you're away from them now, generation.
Yeah. Me too.
Right?
Oh, I've been away from it. That's why I've been balls to the wall on exposing their asses.
Yeah, but what's that? Any of this have to do with Summer?
The dog pile of information leading up to it all. And then the barrel roll in the series of events that have happened since. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Are you from East or West Tennessee, Genevieve?
I was born and raised in West Tennessee, but I lived in East Tennessee for over 20 years.
Yeah, I've never seen Ernie actually save a child. There was that one time though, it was like an almost. He like paid maybe a male prostitute and to sound very childlike, and then traveled around with them. And I think there was possibly a goat in the back of the SUV of Xander's at the time or something. And
well, that's something.
Having...
That's something else. It's that little those little series of events that have happened. They've not saved anybody.
No, never have, never will. No,
no, they haven't. And for them to accuse others of being pedo simps and child traffickers and all that,
but ain't that a go-to in politics these days? I mean, if you don't like somebody, accuse them of pedo and then online, boy, if they can make people believe it.
That's what they do.
It can get people to shut up because it could reach their real lives and then, you know, destroy the real worlds if they're accused of being there, you know. So,
right.
Yeah, it's a go-to. All right, go-to, right?
Well, that's a go-to with all of them.
It's like Oprah. You get a pedo and you get a pedo and you're a pedo and you're a pedo and you're whatever. But then it turns out, if you actually get a real pedo or rapist online or an abuser of any kind, these creators will actually be like, "Hi, how are you? You're my best friend now. Let's use you to abuse other." Oh, wow!
I watched them do it.
I found that out, and just making little simple inquiries and pulls on information and finding out things just about them two alone, Jody. So I was finding connections through social media platforms and groups that were directly connected to your area. Now I'm going to throw Andy under the bus. Andy Bernard under.
What are we throwing Andy under the bus for, Genevieve?
My husband's trying to get in the vehicle. I'm on panel. Hey, say that again, Jody Sue.
What were you going to throw Andy under the bus?
Oh, one night I was in a chat and Andy was in that chat, and I asked him about did he know Ernie before all this happened, or did he know him? Something along the lines of knowing him from Hay House, and Andy said that he did.
Okay.
He might have. I mean, it's possible if the years overlap. I mean, he might have been there. It don't mean he fucking knows him or is friends with him. And I can tell you, because I was the one coming and going and getting Andy on the days he was allowed out or when he was allowed on home on weekends, this, the other, that I never heard the motherfucker once mention Ernie, never took Andy around Ernie, never visited fucking Ernie. They ain't buddies. They ain't groupies. They ain't besties. They didn't go on runs together. They ain't no secret pedophile Mason child trafficking ring involving Ernie or Andy, if that's what you're going for. I'm
not insinuating anything. I'm just I'm trying just to get clarity on some of the information that's been shared that my gut tells me was just misinformation.
I think most of it is. Genevieve, I'm going to get off here, but thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I've been on here 7 hours and 30 minutes. So,
and I want you to think about this. There was a fuck ton of men and women who passed through Hay House on the continual. I mean, constantly. That if Ernie worked there, when he says he worked, I mean, they would have come into contact with Ernie too. It does not mean they're guilty, suspecting they're running rings or anything else, or in cahoots with Ernie or otherwise, or LARPing online or fucking around. You know, Ernie's got his own little cult crazy.
I think that there were people that took advantage. Well, maybe you don't consider it, Genevieve, taking advantage, but I think people were saying things to you that they knew just was bullshit. And
as a bird dog point. Yeah, as a bird dog point. Point people in the other direction of what was really going on.
Right.
Yeah, I get the game. I mean,
but
this definitely seems like part of it.
Yeah, for real.
I'm also thinking.
Go ahead.
Jody, so if you want to talk to me more, I'd appreciate it. If you don't, that's fine too. But I have enjoyed talking to you.
Lenny.
No. Genevieve, I do have to get off here, honey. You have a good night with your
Okay, hon. Good night. Y'all have a safe night. All right. Bye-bye.
Later. Oh, I got it. Here it is. Jesus, take the wheel.
No, Jesus crashed the car. Are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Oh. You know
what?
Are
you sure it's
I'm going to say this. I love Genevieve to pieces, but I've sat and they have told her so much shit. And I don't know. I mean, she has her own
panel actually talking about Ernie and Shelby and who was maybe guilty. That didn't Genevieve pop in right after that?
I don't remember.
Right around
I'm sure she did because I mean she was associated with Ernie and Tina and all of them. And then they had a falling out over something. I don't even remember what the falling out was over.
I can't even believe real human beings and real adults are here in this realm really being like, Ernie did this, Ernie did that. I was a part of Ernie. I was like, y'all grown, y'all don't know cults or when you're all being taken advantage of or whatever, and conspiracy theories and bullshit when you see them, or what the hell's the deal? You can't recognize criminal crimes.
I mean,
the whole crime.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't believe that people really fall for that shit or then get serious about it and they're fighting over this or chasing Ernie. To me, that is so just like absurd and childlike, and I hate that people are gullible. I hate people are vulnerable to things like that.
Right.
And the predators, especially the Ernie and BK and all that, they ain't even really all that good at it. I have seen and know better.
My thing is, if somebody told me that people were doing fuck shit out in the woods of fucking Beach Creek, my ass would have been, you go fucking take care of it. Why are you asking me to fucking do it? I mean, I don't know. But I've heard that Tina
in that particular zone, I can't imagine anyone with any common sense be like, yeah, let me go target and fuck around and find out what that particular
yeah, especially if they're talking fucking adrenochrome and shit. It's like,
and honestly, how good would it be for Ernie or Tina or anybody to have pinpointed an exact location between 2 and 5 people or something, and then to be all like, we gotta stop. I mean, come on, that's ludicrous. That is just
I know.
Bullshit.
Yep, leave the boogeyman to the boogers. So But
there's never any proof.
Genevieve,
It just
we
vanished.
understand that you refused. I'm not gonna sit up here and talk bad about you, Genevieve. I'm
not saying she didn't refuse. I'm just saying it would be super weird for him to even have pinpointed an area or something like. I mean, I don't know.
And then try to put it on her. It's like common, even though you didn't go, common fucking sense would have been like.
There should be messages. There would be whatever, and you know what I mean. Just I don't know.
Recorded phone calls.
Even if it doesn't remain with her, Ernie, and Tina, and everybody else, there would be communications on all their devices or methods they used in order to talk. You know,
right?
There'd be something somewhere.
I mean, Ernie and Tina, they fucking record people. Why wouldn't they have recorded those conversations? I would think there would have to be some sort of proof, right? I know. Heard so many out of her say they are investigators, researchers, and hang in discords with notepads and recorders. Yes, absolutely. I agree. A lot of this shit comes from fucking Discord. That's why I don't do Discord. It scares me. For sure.
Don't go in the back places with any of them ever. It's bad. It will turn out badly.
That's how Tina and Ernie has done online over and over. So when they know they are all up in conspiracy theories. Well, I think their little conspiracy theories are stupid. Very much so. I get a little frustrated because it's hard to, I just get frustrated. But I've just known Genevieve for a long time. I've never really, I don't ask her about her, she tries to explain things to me and I'll get frustrated. She knows I get frustrated when she tries to tell me things because I ask too many questions and, I don't understand none of it at all. But anybody could have looked at those benches and that fire pit sitting there and made up any fucking story about who sat out there. For real. I mean,
this one time I heard that they all dress up like the It Clowns and they just like dance half naked in the moonlight. They just take off like, the bottom part of the polka dot pants naked in the moonlight. And, they use their great grandmama's cooking books and recipes for the churches to cast spells upon one another, make somebody's biscuits not leaven quite right. And that's what I heard.
It's a bit more than just conspiracy theories going on. People are really being fucked with. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, it is. They are using wackadoodle shit and wackadoodles to fuck around in all these cases and with real people. And the thing is, there are real shit, like real drug ties, real shit with property sales, real shit with this, real shit with that. But when you go so far out there, it is full on into conspiracy, but also they're hiding crimes that are so absurd they sound like conspiracy theories behind the conspiracy theories. Well, but if you can't stay sane and try to ferret those out, and their reliance upon everything sounding like a conspiracy theory, then you ain't gonna get nowhere. And that's sort of what they hope where it concerns law enforcement, some of the shit they do, the extremes they go to, the stuff they're actually involved in, which it's like they use, if you notice, most of these characters, a lot of the worst, they go and they politically LARP in events. They try to set off stuff like JLR. They go put blackface on, suck Mountain Dew bottles while giving Hell Hitlers and all that, right?
Yeah.
And they set off and try to make riots and city fires happen and all that shit, right?
Right.
They're playing in propaganda and politics, which hurts the American public, our voting system, and our government. But then they're also, wildly enough, and I found JLR and AB and all them in crypto and political shit way before Summer ever vanished. I just didn't realize I'd ever seen it again over here.
Right.
Obviously. But then you have them over here in this true crime realm, right? And then I have a feeling what's happening is obviously they do dirty deeds and dirty work and the provocateur shit and fucking that shit from a justice angle, case angle, all this other fuck shit here. But I have a feeling as they travel in crisscross country at events, there's dirty shit being transferred. And I also have a feeling that payments are actually going in while they're doing political shit for what they've actually done inside the trip to disguise some of the money movement and crypto shit,
right?
Weird fuck shit. And to get by with, I mean, somebody's making it profitable to do all of it. Do you think JLR's really caring about politics in the world? Or what do you think his incentive? I know people are like, oh, he's just a troll. No, he's not. And there are so many little mid ones here that do the political shit too and go full racist and wild shit that I found that are some of these channels and those are kills and that. Like, they always cross over the biggest or worst of it. And little, I mean, some people are genuinely interested and others are just, they're out there doing no good. Like, they think about it. What JLR and them do and a bunch of others in the politics shit and all these things is the same at the end. They hit the ground, they're provocateurs, they ignite things, they, you know, whatever, and they're profiting off of it. But they are absolutely destroying our branches of government, justice, laws, freedoms, rights. They're harming real people, their minds, propaganda, conspiracy theories, pumping out bullshit, drama sales, people are watching clip, you know, and so it's very harmful. And you think, oh, well, it's just a JLR, it's just a this one, that one. But the drastic effect, even one voice or one person doing that can have on a whole. I mean, look what all of them lockdown, JLR, all them down in Florida did around Petitos. It got laws changed. And then DeSantis used it to take everybody in Florida's rights away, though the public actually just wanted the shit around true crime to stop like they were doing down there around Petitos.
Right.
But DeSantis took it, opened up the field with, oh, well, look, now we'll use this law to keep people from protesting or going near the representatives or having those rights. It took all of Florida. That's how much of an effect somebody that's so pissant nothing in the universe like lockdown, JLR, MGL, Olivia can have. They can affect your rights, freedoms, true. Do you want to walk into a courtroom where these motherfuckers have been present in and around anything to do with anything with you? Or to know that you don't have a right to freedom of press or this or anybody knowing what's happening outside the courtroom or requests or anything? You know, do you want to know that, you know, people like that could affect things? Is that how you really want the justice system to be affected, or your rights or freedoms tamped down on, or your right to a fair and whatever, even if it's just a basic speeding ticket or a check or any? Do you want that? Do you want your rights and freedoms gone? Because I tell you, even those, I mean, look what they did in Florida. That's all you've got to see. And in order, look how far they're going in each and every one of these cases from Watts, even before that, till now, and how extreme. In Delphi and Reed, you know, Rounds and Harmonies and Summers and Sebastians and Layla's and Holly. And look at what they're doing. This isn't a joke. It's extreme. Look what JLR's dumbass did there with the oopsies maneuver, like Duty Ron and Doug did, and, you know, for their buddy over there who was the pedo and did all, or the rapist or whatever in court. Whoopsies, we didn't know we were supposed to be screaming. Oh my God, bullshit. Bullshit. They're doing that and it's affecting cases. Do you think that Rico shit and Sebastian's is funny when you know that both parties, plaintiffs and defendants, are working together as a group, and it's been proven through case after case, but here they are sitting in a real courtroom on opposing sides while they're working together, and they want in those situations in a way because it's allowing them to be around court setting and make more content, you know, and willing to really screw each other over, and people end up with prison sentences just to get money, fame, clout. It's wild. It's mind-blowing.
Right.
It's like, I mean, and a smaller example of that is, it's like Athie's fucking lawsuit in Summers. That shit was on purpose, intentional, date selected, done for this group, done to fuck with a judge who they knew the shit would be moving from, then dropped so it couldn't be argued. CZ was absolutely put on that purpose. I mean, they are tampering with fucking courts and systems and minds and hearts, and they have real people back here in like Gavel's group, you know, the court watcher shit beforehand with real credentials, real access to shit they shouldn't have, pulling things from state jobs and there and giving out stuff they shouldn't, or from DCS or this one or whatever else on all these and medical records and shit. Nobody should have, and it ain't right, and it's affecting things greatly, severely. And would y'all think about it? Every time you watch this, it could be you. It could be you. You know, and it's terrifying that people out here in board Karens are willing to use their jobs to do that, or lose, you know, and think they're really helping missing or murdered or victims. They're not. They're making more. They're making more victims. They're hurting people more.
I just don't understand how, with Genevieve saying all these credentials she has and a victim's advocate for children, how she would even get caught up in that nonsense of Ernie and Tina anyway. I mean, Tina,
well, I mean,
you know, Tina.
I've seen some of the most caught up, and those who you think are the most intelligent, they get caught up by propaganda, criminals,
right?
And conspiracy theories. Some of the most beautiful human beings I ever met, once propaganda and conspiracy theories started reigning supreme in politics, but I mean, they turned into people I do not recognize.
Right.
I wouldn't have shit to do with and don't.
That's true.
And it is even the most brilliant are those who think they can avoid that or would never fall for shit like that. I mean, do. And that's the truth of it. And that's the reason a lot of people don't come out of it, or it's so brutal for them, is because it's hard to process that you're that smart or intelligent or this there. And then to also say, okay, I was vulnerable, I was dumb. I had a friend, his mental level, and I do mean that, he's tested, and he fell for some of the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life. I thought he'd be more cautious now, and and then it was very hard for him to come out of what he fell for, right? But he was so desperate for something at the time that's what made him vulnerable to that. Right. And then he had a hard time coming out because he was like, damn, I'm rude. There's no way that. And so he wouldn't listen about this there and really held grudges and ruined friendships and everything else because he didn't want to admit that, hey, everybody was, you know, and it's a hard pill to swallow, especially for those. And then that's the problem. And if you allow space for people to go, okay, we can all be vulnerable or gullible and whatever at times, and this shit is geared to take advantage of all from top to bottom, not just dumbasses or those with certain IQs or non-educated or not professional, but anybody can do that. And everybody's vulnerable in ways, right? And predators are predators, and propaganda, conspiracy theory, just that. I mean, and the brain, the human condition, the brain, the makeup of physiology. I mean, we are from caveman back. We look for the blue barrel, right? The dot, the things, because those are how you recognize danger. Begin, you know, lizard brain, caveman. You do certain things with that. And so we are structured to do that. And then also throughout life, our quote traumas, things we've been through, we pick up on certain things that are, you know, so often we can end up, you know.
Right.
Yeah, it's part of everything. It's a mixture, but society right now is very primed and ready for it. And the more of these devices, algorithms, techs are playing a role, giant ass corporations and bazillionaires profit off of keeping us away from one another and in boxes, and attention spans growing shorter, and no communication and no real interaction with our fellow human beings, neighbors.
Yep.
The dumber we get, and the more they profit, and the more afraid we get to go out in public without packing everything in an Uzi and a tank, and you're afraid of your neighbor, you're afraid of going out anywhere, everybody's being kidnapped, all the babies being taken, and that's not true.
Right.
No, and just the way algorithms and everything, you know, it's geared to just push and push and push and keep you in a tunnel and believing what. And I wish more people would fight again. I wish.
Thing about it too. I mean, you know, it's so easy that somebody can sit and convince you of something and you truly want to believe them. But then when it comes out it's bullshit, guess what? You're the one they're going to call the idiot. Oh, so-and-so believed it. They're the one who did this and did that and blah, 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 blah. It's very easily done, especially on social media. But if she knew Ernie since 2020, December of 2020, you know, I don't fucking know. I don't know. All I know is they got pissed off at her and they run around calling her a conspiracy theorist. you know. But
well, who knows? Arnie could know people from around the area and be pissed off for some other random ass reasons, you know, and be using YouTube or creating stuff with them. He could have well been, you never.
At one time, Ernie lived in Churchill. But that doesn't mean that everybody personally knew Ernie. They may have knew of Ernie, but I don't see anybody admitting in that area that they were ever buddy-buddy with him, except for that little boyfriend he had.
I never heard anything especially in that way that, I've heard them talk about other creators and other things. I said about Ernie ain't ever been one of them.
Well, I don't know, girl. I'm telling you, some people are told some crazy shit. Crazy, crazy shit. But, yeah. I mean, I ain't gonna say that I don't know what fucking happened to Summer, so. And I never hung around with Ernie Shell. I really don't know where he was at on June 15th, but. Or before
the wildest part, they've been trying to pull up or peg Ernie for Summer vanishing since, like, I don't know. I know they tried to get me to, like, go after him whatever at first. Were telling me that he was in there trying to make me believe he lived there and try. I was like, man, y'all still shut the fuck up.
Right.
You know, and I mean, we're told here on the ground he's dangerous. I don't know. I just sort of roll my eyes at it. Yeah, he's obviously dangerous. Yeah, he's obviously a fucking douchebag cult leader wannabe.
Yeah.
He's still weak sauce. He's a bitch.
Right.
But it's Ernie, man. And I just, like, and obviously you can get culties and all these rooms and creators, they can do whatever together and then, screw people's real lives, obviously.
Right.
And destroy shit in that. But look, they can make it convoluted and content and Ernie, whatever. I mean, whatever happened to Summer it's simple.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of people think that too, that, everybody's oversimplifying something that is simple, but we're taking it to, we're just running in different directions with it and not really simplifying it,
Because that's what sells, it makes the content and all the bullshit for all the years. Whatever's happened to Summer is simple. I mean, and I don't mean that in derogatory way, or like, oh, well, it's just whatever. I mean, like, it ain't gonna be some fucking giant nest of Russian, Mexican cartels, speedboats, everybody's kin, air pipeline, whatever, it ain't gonna be much.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you might have drugs involved or some person on drugs, or they might be kin to this one, that one, this one, and it's connected to something that does run across country. Whoop-de fucking do, but the chances are, whatever it is simple. And you get what I'm saying.
She said that the receipts are on her community page.
But I do want everybody today to remember that this is, 4 years and 5 months since Summer vanished.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say 5 months.
Thank you, Jody, for reminding us of that.
PM and 8 PM, but yeah,
that's what matters. That's what.
If y'all don't care, please leave a picture and info and all that, because it's 4 years and 5 months too long.
Yeah,
just like it was always one.
It definitely is.
I
usually, if I'm not specifically talking about Summer, I don't put her name in the title and stuff. Flights, are you still around? Flights has the link to her missing poster. I know I've dropped it a couple times. Flights has all those copied and ready to paste. I don't know if she's still around or not. So, Yes, there are many conspiracy files and all kinds of other stuff. And I mean, I've never wanted to look at a bunch of conspiracy stuff. It just takes you down a rabbit hole. And
now there's some shit in this realm that seems batshit and you have to put it together and you're like, but that's the way it's intended to be. But then some of this shit, like I have to stand back sometimes and I realize that some of these creators or those fucking with me are actually riding around what they think and what they know that's already being done to us, so that then I follow that, and so I have to be cautious about what's compiled, because some of it's fed out, some of it's scripted to make it seem those ways, and those. So I try to be cautious upon compiling what I think about how everybody works together, which is true. So.
Yeah, if anybody wants to get a hold of Genevieve, then go to her community page. I should have dropped her link for her. You all can work that out however you want. Like I said, Genevieve's got a heart of gold. I do want to say that. She really does. But it's just things that just
where did the Nissa and Traders go? They were in here, I thought.
They were in here. But I don't think Traders was. I know Anissa was. I didn't see Traders, but Anissa was in here. Them's my girls, Traders and Anissa. Okay. Well, go to your community page, Genevieve, and put that in there. And anybody who wants to go check it out. When you went on there with Tina and Mama T, can go check that out. I'll drop your link, and then you can drop the link in your community page for that. So, but Jody Sue, love the conversation. Always a pleasure to talk to you. And make sure.
Well, I know the 5-hour mark you were like, I'm getting off here, and I was like, hold on just a second, and then it just spiraled.
You're fine. It's always good conversation when you come over. I appreciate it. I appreciate you, because you answer a lot of questions for everybody. I just like it when it's chill and nobody's arguing and fighting.
I want everybody to remember that when you hear one of us, it doesn't matter which one or anything. I want you to remember that we are still not your sources of information.
Right.
That law enforcement are your sources, real news, real journalists.
Saying that, I do appreciate you saying that, because that means the most to me.
If you ever catch anybody around any of this saying they're the end all be all, or they have what? No, that ain't it. Don't do it. All right, just don't go down that rabbit hole. But I want to let you know that all of us have our own perspectives, our own opinions. We obviously seen, heard, witnessed. We were part of each other's lives for years, decades, or whole lifetimes. But that does not mean that, a lot of time, it doesn't mean jack shit unless police say it means jack shit.
Right.
All right. Just because it's up to you to put together, if anything any of us hold means a shit, and to put it together in a puzzle, a format, whatever, and to investigate it thoroughly, place all the pieces where they belong, say what counts, what doesn't, and then solve everything, bring Summer home, and to arrest the perpetrators. So do remember that we are not even your sources. We are not your end-all be-alls. And to always stick with law enforcement, feds, real journalists, and to always share that for Summer and her sake, just like Sebastian, Layla, Holly, and instead of creators, nonsense, drama, or any dumbasses figuring, you know what I mean?
Right.
But I think that all of us are allowed to feel how we feel about YouTube, social media, what they've done, what they do about these cases. I think
absolutely
any of the rest of them can speak. I don't take kindly to them being fuck offs and a lot of, or, doing the crazy shit they're doing. But hey, they do what they do, I guess,
Right.
But do remember that nobody around us, no matter who they are, is the end all be all. We're not your sources of information. Yes, we know things about the area, each other, this and there, but that does not mean that that's the way, you know what I mean? Because our perceptions, our thoughts based on this and our lives together does not mean that that's
right.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Just keep that in mind.
And,
Right.
you know, I understand some conspiracy theories come from somewhere. My thing with Genevieve is if these people are dangerous people, then she just needs to stay away from them. She needs to get away from them and stay away from them. There's no reason to keep the conversations going with them. But like I said, I dropped her link. You guys can go check her out. I'm sure she'd love to have a conversation with anybody. So you can go to her channel and leave her a message over there and do whatever you see fit to do with that, for real. So that's about all I know to say on that. You know, I've known Genevieve for a long time.
Some help. I don't know what they call. What is it they call it for people who've been in or around cults or propaganda? They actually do a certain type of helping people, like a certain process. It's like like decontaminating oneself. And I would honestly tell her to stop viewing anybody or any content or anybody that could hit vulnerabilities for her.
That's right. That's right. Well, Genevieve, you need to start your channel back up and do what you need to do to safeguard other people. If that's what you feel you need to do, for real. But Jody, I appreciate you. Come back anytime you want to, darling. And because hey, we can have some really good. We can have some good conversations over here about anything. I like talking to you because we talk about so many different things, and I love to do that. Cotton Candy usually hangs with me sometimes, and I love talking to her too. Okay, Genevieve, I'm glad that you have professional mentors and that you get debriefed. I'm glad to know that you're okay. So, all right, Jody. I'll see you later.
Like I said, if you do me a favor and not let that survey, all the garbage they did run.
No, I'm not going to let that shit happen. No.
That's not true, and they're trying to figure out there. It goes right back into like sacrificing adrenochrome about Andy's ring and all this shit. It ain't true.
Girl,
nobody bought, sold, traded me. Andy's family or mine. So just please don't.
Absolutely. No, we're not gonna go there. I can tell you that. So, all right, girl.
And just remember that what they did is obviously planned. Pulled out. The reason they're soft hitting and pretending to be all angry at Ryan, B&E lockdowns to get everybody views as they go tit for tat. Remember, it's Christmas season, folks.
It's Christmas.
Hold on to your shit. Really these damn chips out here, $7 a bag. You know,
they are.
Y'all need to bag it more than the creator needs another fucking pill or crack rock or whatever it is. Okay. You know, don't let your heart go cold. There are real people that really need it, but these they scan the criminals. Okay, remember that.
Yeah, and yes, Jody did let him search her property, so y'all need to stop with that crazy
shit. Video proof of that.
Oh my god!
Like, look at that damn helicopter in there and the searchers at the drive. Yeah, we totally refused, you guys. Like, give me a fucking break, man.
I know.
And hell, feds hit our property before we ever got back home and up the hill that night. Because the state and all those had let us out to get something to eat, and there's a video of that. And then by the time we get out,
that's boring. That
I know.
Let them do it.
Or that there's, and nobody wants to remember, there's actual videographic evidence that of us on top of the hill searching and with the searchers and all that shit with helicopters and equipment and broad daylight. But they'd rather believe Fred with the whole everybody sitting on the driveway for 4 days straight. And Andy never went back to work. And everybody took it. No, he didn't. He went right back to work the next day.
Well, the way I thought about it, you guys were sitting down. If you were sitting down on the road for 3 or 4 days and Fred seen you the whole time, then his ass was sitting down there too. So
righted all the wrong driveways, right? Because his is all the way back to fucking. What was he doing to our driveway?
Yep.
Exactly. So anyway, one day I hope people can see past the bullshit. That's all.
Blythe, drop Jody's link too, for real.
You don't have to do that. I don't ask for that.
I know you don't.
Because it's
I didn't ask you. So you didn't ask me. I'm just saying, drop Jody's link. For real.
I think everybody on my dumb ass set over. But anyway.
No, you're good.
Just listen for the mumbles. You'll find me. Eventually, I'm not listening.
Listen
and
for
follow the whiskey.
Yeah, follow the whiskey smell. You'll find Jody.
Thing is, like, bro, I think I was actually accused of drinking whiskey the other day. Man, I don't really do whiskey. Tequila. What a psychic.
Oh my God, I can't do alcohol. I really can't.
I'm like a tequila and moonshine. Like, I'm a straight liquor girl, but that ain't it. And I don't drink. Even Andy's come and been like, I bitch didn't really drink. We were together. And, every now and then I have a few. Most of the time I can't anymore because of my health. It's not good for my blood. Can't sell stuff. I feel it. I could end up in the hospital with the when watering down alcohol with blood. I could end up in a hospital in the back of an ambulance. So I don't generally drink anything.
Well, this is what I want to say before I get off here. You guys, what we've seen transpire is horrible. And I wouldn't want I've had people attack me online and say horrible shit, but you wouldn't want people coming online and treating anybody like that. So, all I can say is either don't watch these people, right? Or
they keep doing it because they think it bothers me, and it doesn't bother me, but I do continue to talk about it because it should hit other people as absurd that they're attacking cancer patients or disabilities.
Yeah. Well, they would. Let me tell you though, they had to have known it wasn't right, or they wouldn't have edited it out, would they have? I think they knew.
All the administrators here knew when I come about that I had cancer and the surgery, even before we were. They knew. And none of them play stupid at all, and for all the stuff that's the problem, but they also do it to make people think they can't understand me. Y'all ever find it weird that they'll tell you that? And I get it. My voice gets tired of listening even over my own stuff, whatever, here and there. I do get hard to understand sometimes. I'm fully aware of that. But for the most part, I can be understood. But do y'all ever find it weird throughout the years they tell you that you couldn't understand me if you went and listen, and people in chats, their little critters would put up that propaganda and fill the chats with it, and they would create people like Angel Talks to about all them to transcribe me and explain whatever for me, and then they told you though that you had to come to them. They would play my pieces without any alterations from my channel on theirs, and people could understand me fine, but people never caught on to, wait a minute, why is it they can play hers and she's fine? And if people question, they'd be like, oh, we enhanced it. Bitch, no, you didn't.
Right.
No, you didn't, And nobody ever really caught on to that. It's a mind fuck, too. So.
Right.
It works.
Well, girl, come over here anytime you want. You know we're here for you. We are here for you, girl. Any freaking time.
Jurassic Park? I appreciate you having me and staying on hours long. You'll never get this time back out of your life. Never. Okay, I'm sorry I've wasted it.
You were worth my time today. I will tell you that. Usually when you do come over and we have conversation, I just like to talk to you. So I don't mind staying on longer. I really don't. And Genevieve, I hope you the best, darling. I really do. I do have a piece of you in my heart because I've known you for so long. But I really, really hope that, I don't know, go have a drink, like you said. Go try a drink or something. So, well, I probably shouldn't say
Don't
that.
tell Serafina.
Yeah, don't tell Donna Serafina. We'll see if she says that
tomorrow.
She'll
tell you while she's drinking all her whiskey.
She'll be like, that Genevieve, that bitch, she's a whiskey drinker.
I swear, what they do is they just cash up her enough for a whole bottle of good whiskey, and then they let her get real trashed. And then they bring her on. I swear that's what they do every damn time, or they record a video. And did you notice they went from late at night, where she might have been more slush, to they tried it earlier in the day? It's still.
Oh my gosh, that was crazy. That is crazy.
Like, quit projecting.
Well, now, Jody, I think I have a live scheduled for, I think it's actually on, when is that? I have a roast scheduled for the 24th at 7 o'clock. And so come over and join me, because we're going to be roasting a couple people, and I think you'll really enjoy it.
Whoa. I need you to clarify. Does this involve adrenochrome, fresh babies, anything like that?
No.
Freemasons there?
No.
Okay.
No, not at all.
It ain't that type of roast. All right.
No. We're not doing no baby killing stuff then. It is strictly for fun. So, and boy, do I got a lot to, I got enough to freaking pull up so we can have some laughs for sure. So,
Flies, I've been my ladies in my inbox for years and doing all this stuff, and she was asking me when she first was in my inbox who certain people were. She had names, obviously, her group and researchers. Right. Won't know who those people were. What the fuck, ma'am? You're a psychic. Why are you coming to people with questions about who's this one, who's that one, whatever else? What the fuck? That seems like you're doing just shitty, like picking and pulling from public.
It was like she wasn't doing. It just seems to me she wasn't doing her own research. She was listening to people on social media. And
they get idiots to do that stuff. And then they bring it back to them, and then just gets on panel or the psychic and spews it out, and it's rolling hills. Molecule symbol in a town known for chemical company. Oh God. Yeah. But all she's doing is inserting and asking for names, and this actually can sling more shit out. And her prophecies and more dumbasses will buy her shit down the road in the next case, and it ain't true. It's all fucking fraud, man.
Well, they said
fucking
you were a
straight
devil. Jody, they said you were a devil worshiper. Maybe she thought you had all the answers. Maybe you.
Oh yeah, I asked Satan. I prayed him.
Yeah,
I did. I sacrificed all the fresh babies.
I know, and you were running around naked in the woods and all kinds of shit.
Hey, girl, hey, that one is true. I've spent a great amount of time naked in the woods. These are facts. I can't deny there's truth to that. But it wasn't dancing in the moonlight or doing anything nefarious. I'm just saying, sometimes it just feels good to be naked in the woods. But then I lived in the middle of the forest. Privacy. It's like, we're known here in the middle of nowhere to also sunbathe during the daytime naked. I'm sorry, you people out there in the rest of the world, I have to have the tan lines because you got neighbor. But when you ain't got neighbor, you can do all the things. You can do all the things. And so, look, I'm telling you, go take a vacay into the middle of somewhere like Reels and enjoy your nakedness in the wild.
That's right.
You really get in touch with you.
I agree. Absolutely. All right, later, lady.
Anyway. All right. Bye, Romaine. Bye, y'all.
I always love talking to Jody. Real clap. That was a good live today. I always have a good live with you guys. I enjoy talking to you guys. I know it's been 8 hours and 16 minutes exactly, but I enjoyed it. Thank you guys so much. Thanks for hanging out with me this long. And like I said, nobody has the right to demean somebody, especially with things they do not know, especially not factual information. And to think that you're cool to send someone a message talking about their children in a horrible way like that, that is just fucked up. That is fucked up. So y'all need to just stop that shit for real. For real. All right, I'm getting off here. Thank you guys. You're fine, Lurking. I'm glad you told me I was on here too long. It's Lurking's fault. They came in here and told me I was on here too long. Poppy, May, Mr. A, we, Flies, all my mods, Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. Anissa, it was good to see you. Give Trader the big kiss for me. I do appreciate all you guys. Thank you, Lenny and Jackie. Always love it when you guys come in. Yes, thanks everybody. And again, thank you, Jody. You guys, it doesn't take nothing to be kind to people. There's no reason to show fucking nasty ass hate towards people. I'm just saying. But I appreciate you. Genevieve, you know I got my heart. You're in my heart, girl. I feel ya. We'll send people your way. All right. Peace out, you guys. Thank you so much. I would name all of you one by one, but I can't do it right now. I'm tired. I'm getting my ass off here. I need my beauty sleep. All right. Yes, I'm fugly, but I'm not telling anybody. Curse, thanks for hanging out as usual. Miss Justice, always good to see you. All right. I'm getting my ass off here. Good night, everybody. And no, I'm taking the day off tomorrow. Okay, wait a minute. Yes, you can. What's going on with Crystal? Oh, Crystal, I love you, Crystal. I do. And I hope, and I'm praying for you, whatever's going on, babe. That's so Crystal. We're praying for you. I adore you, Crystal. I do. I want you to know that. All right. I'm getting my butt off here. Prayers for everybody that needs it. Good night, everybody. Thanks again, you guys. Thank you. I appreciate you.